Morning and welcome. This is the true pleasure and honor that I have this morning to introduce and welcome you to this virtual event, which is the 20th anniversary of the Break the Cycle program. Break the Cycle of Children's Environmental Health Disparities program is really special to us. I've been involved in this program since 2014, something like that. And each year, we're able to bring people to the Children's Environmental Health table and exchange ideas and be with each other in ways that normal classroom activities don't allow for. And so this is truly where our heart and passion is, and we're so excited to bring you into that and show you what we have been able to foster within our own lives and set you on a trajectory, hopefully, to continue that in your lives as well. Today, we're here not only to mark the 2 decades of our commitment to this children's environmental health space, but we are also thinking about health equity and what health equity truly means. Because you're our newest scholars and you're representing the heart and our future, we're very impassioned by this idea that we want to lead with that all children deserve the right to have health in the same way that other children across the world do. Since its founding, Break the Cycle has been guided by a powerful vision, which we train individuals such as yourselves to stand up for health and the dignity of every child, regardless of their background or their zip code. Now you're a part of a special legacy. And over the past several months, you've thrown your energy, your passion, your commitment, some sleeping hours likely that are now awake hours into your projects. And this shields light on these critical issues that are relevant for today. And so what we're talking about today may or may not have been relevant a few years back. But what we'll also see is that some issues are not resolved, right, over time. And we tend to see a history of similar injustices and systemic issues over time. So we're going to learn about those complex systemic issues that maybe we can try to unravel and untangle. We're learning new ways to communicate and, importantly, new ways to influence change. We empower you by learning this new information and new ways to communicate, and you also empower us. I can't ignore the fact that we're all getting a little bit older, and technology is even more increasingly difficult. So you're helping us to learn this new technology in ways to translate these important issues in ways that we couldn't before. So congratulations. Your achievements are huge. We're so thankful for you dedicating your time and energy to us and to this program, and most importantly, to the children that we're all so passionate about helping to create a better future. This real change is not possible, not just possible, but it's actually happening. It's underway, and it's happening today. And so I encourage you, as you're listening to each other, to really think about how little small movements, small steps towards change can add up to be really big impacts. No matter where you are going, no matter what career you land, we hope that you'll always remember the concepts that you've learned today and in the past few months for your projects. And importantly, too, that you're thinking about ways to engage with your community differently and developing that relational component that's so important. Work together that we do as a team can move the mountains, right? But individually, we can only make small progresses. So together, we link arms today to move those mountains. So welcome again, and so glad you're here.
Thank you, Abby. That's me.
I just want to echo what Abby said, which is that it's a pleasure to work with you, trainees and scholars in your college. Not only do we impart any knowledge, experience, and ideas to you, but we get so much from you as well. And that's the whole essence of this program, not only to us, but also to the world at large. And you're the guys who are going to make a bigger difference as we go forward. So to just thank the sponsors of this program, participation, and break the cycle of health disparities, and also particularly Jamisha and Helena for
Making this happen. And
being here today, and also for last night. All your bags were prepared by Justine with all the content, and the food we had last night was Mandy. And today, all the food you're going to eat today and tomorrow is from Goldberg's Family, which the sponsor of whom is Howard Aaron. And at some point, I wonder if Goldberg will say, "Thank you, Howard." So I can say this. His generosity in sponsoring us. All right. Before any presentation, there's an acknowledgement of the land that was occupied, or the land that was the native tribes of the county. Right, this is it. Now I can talk to you. Whatever I say is all me, and nobody else is responsible. That's it. I thought I would start off by talking to you about health, because we're talking about health disparities, health disparity. So, health, according to the World Health Organization definition in 1948, health is not merely freedom from disease. And why I say that is because historically, and I thought as I was training in pediatrics and medicine, you're well, you get sick, you come to the doctor, you get better, you go on and live your life. But it's really a bigger picture than that. It is, according to the World Health Organization, 80 years ago, it's a state of physical, emotional, and social well-being. So that's 80 years ago. But today, I think we appreciate something a little more. We say health is not static. Based in the WHO definition, it's a state. Health is dynamic. Health is a dynamic interaction between the individual and the community and the world at large, the environment. And in that context is the whole concept of social determinants of health, which is related to housing, education, healthcare access, employment, income, all those kinds of things. So these are the issues that we will be addressing today and tomorrow. I just want to tell you how all this started, seeing we're on our 20th anniversary. I thought I'd tell you how all this Break the Cycle program started. I'm a pediatrician and a developmental pediatrician, and I deal with children with cerebral palsy, among other conditions. And this is a picture of a clinic, an orthotist putting on a new brace for a child with cerebral palsy. And I started this cerebral palsy clinic at the Houston Children's Hospital in 1998. And at that time, there was a clinic for children with cerebral palsy, so we started a clinic, and that population served by that hospital was implicitly African American poor people. And it was predominantly the population we served. After a few years, we had collected data on this population, and we analyzed it, and we were looking for health complications, neurological, medical, surgeries, emergency rooms, medications, all those kinds of things. And what we found was, number one, that most of the children who were had cerebral palsy had been born prematurely. But much more strikingly, that the more premature they were the more likely were their mothers to have used some substance. This was for me, this overwhelming and powerful finding. I had not fully appreciated that the consumption of substances, tobacco, alcohol, and other drugs during pregnancy shortened the duration of pregnancy and resulted in more and more premature infants. You're going to hear more about that from the first speaker. But this was a striking finding. But even more strikingly was the fact that most of the children who were seen in the clinic were living with their single mothers. These are the kids we saw in the clinic. More than 50% were living with single mothers, 20% were living with grandparents, 10% or so in foster care, and only about another 20% in more typical two-parent family, which was quite mind-boggling for me. And when I looked at the issue of poverty, because this is the context, the population we serve, well, we saw that for the relationship between poverty and non-poverty, that there was a much higher percentage of birth to unmarried mothers. There was great repetition, substance abuse, low birth weight infants, among other issues, among other health issues that were kind of increased because of poverty. So I created this cycle, which had poverty at its top, poverty, poor community support, poor health services, and the children who lived in poverty had poor education. So when they went to school, they didn't have a good education, they didn't have role models, they didn't have good resources, so they were less likely to have a sense of, I'm going to go to medical school when I want to be a doctor, I want to be a scientist, I want to be a nurse, I want to be an artist, an architect, whatever. So they had some issues with despair, what am I going to be, and how do you overcome despair? And drugs. It's self-medication, they take drugs, they have sex, the young women get pregnant, they don't have good prenatal care, they continue to take their drugs. The babies are born before time, they're exposed to drugs, and then they have problems. They have medical needs, developmental needs, and their mothers are still stressed. The issues that they had before becoming pregnant don't go away, they're still there. So they end up with health concerns, developmental disabilities like the cerebral palsy. I'll tell you about abuse and neglect, and then they end up in foster care. So we've got to do something about that. But let's examine which children are poor, and children who are poor have parents who have less than high school education. And that speaks to that cycle of poverty. And because they have less education, they're less likely to be employed, and if they are employed, it's low paid jobs, and also they are headed by single parent, usually single mother families. These are the poor children. And here's the big issue: where do they live? And this brings up the issue of neighborhoods and where kids live, and you can hear more about that tomorrow. So they live in older houses that are more likely to have lead paint. What's lead paint got? Lead. What does lead do? Lead causes brain damage. What happens with brain damage? You can't learn as well as you would if you did not have brain damage. Schools for education, it compounds, complicates, and becomes a cumulative element in reducing the individual, the child likelihood of being successful in life. Also, they're more likely to have asthma because of pollution, air pollution, traffic, living near factories, and they get more likely to have asthma. And because they have asthma, they have to go and get treatment. They have to have treatment in school. They might miss school. They might have difficulty breathing and be ill. And so this further compromises their learning opportunities. Also, they live in unsafe neighborhoods, violence, crime, traffic, trash, lack of green space, and the food desert. So because they have food deserts, they're more likely to have non-nutritious, high-calorie, high sugar, high fat, high salt content food, and they're more likely to be obese. And they also don't have the green space or the resources to exercise and to lose weight, and they're also more likely to experience violence. This is very MIP that they stay home because they still have to go out and they watch TV and eat high-calorie Also, the schools on poor condition, they're less likely to graduate, they're less likely to graduate, they're less likely to get good jobs, and they're less more likely to get unemployed. And as you can see, this is the cycle of it. And in context of what we're going to discuss tomorrow, if we look at all the issues,
poverty and discrimination, environmental exposures, unsafe neighborhoods, and complicated by climate change. Their mothers are stressed. They might have to work to bring
food on the table. Their budget is small. They have to say, how much can I pay the rent? How much can I put food on the table? How much can I buy my child clothes? They live with insecurity or anxiety. Their education is poor. And they don't have access to health. So with all those together, we then expanded our cycle that I showed you earlier. This is the cycle that you'll all be using in your project. And let me just say something. You might have been able to do your project anywhere. But because you're involved with the Break the Cycle program, your projects become viewed in the context of this cycle of health disparities, and your projects will demonstrate how you, each of you, break that cycle and reduce the children's environmental health disparities. These are the health outcomes, the adverse health outcomes, and it's intergenerational. It's a cycle. If we can break that cycle, we should have promises for the children of the future. I'm just going to go through a couple of issues that we can absolutely positively make a difference, and you are, all of you, making a difference, and I want to show you how you can make a difference. This is a mother rat grooming its offspring. What mammals do is they care for their young. They not only feed them, but they groom them. So these little rats are licking and grooming their offspring. A group at McGill University examined two groups of rats. One group on the left, which the low licking and grooming, these rat mothers did not lick and groom their offspring. So you can see their offspring are distant. And as a result, they had stress, high anxiety, and when they landed up being parents, they also did not lick and groom their offspring. So you can think this might be genetic. This is the genetic demonstration here, in that these rat mothers licked and groomed their offspring, and as a result, their offspring became mothers and licked and groomed their own offspring. So what this group of researchers did, they took these rat pups that had been neglected, they gave them to the mothers who licked and groomed their offspring, and what happened was these little rat pups became mothers who licked and groomed their offspring. You can make a difference. Definitely. That's epigenetic. Also, I want to tell you about the Perry preschool program. Perry preschool program was started in 1962, where they took 123 poor children with low IQs and they divided them into intervention and non-intervention groups. And the intervention groups were 2.5 hours of preschool weekdays and weekly home visits for 2 years. And by the end of that period, and then we followed them up 15 years, 19 years, 16 years, and 14 years. Now, I just want to say, when I was medical school, no, it was a resident at the time, I was given the results, and this project is not working, the results are not showing that whatever you do does not make a difference. But years later, or decades later, years later, and this is the difference that was very important. And if you have a look at this far end on the left here, this is the intervention group, and this is the control. So special education, less children who had intervention landed up in special education. They were more likely to score greater than the 10% in achievement. They were more likely to graduate from high school. They were more likely to earn $2,000 a month or more, and they were more likely to earn their own home, and more likely to never be on welfare as an adult. One of the issues that's not mentioned in this is that they were less likely to land up in prison. So basically, this saved money, And the economist who performed this research, and I think Mike himself from Chicago would know, Jim Heckman, Nobel laureate, said that this
project had an 8+%
investment, which is amazing return on investment. I just wanted one other example of economists. They looked at 1 million children from large urban school district from fourth grade to adulthood, and they looked at whether these children had a high a value-added teacher. This graph here shows these are kids who did not have a high value-added teacher. This is the kids who had a high value-added teacher. And when the teacher comes in, the scores from these children
time dramatic, and that shows the high impact. And as a result, those kids who had 1 year, fourth grade, high impact teacher earned more than the kids who did not.
So you can make a difference in the. So here I say, how do we make a difference? We're break the cycle. We recruit bright, creative students like yourselves. You present your project here at this conference.
Write these projects up for publication.
And society will benefit from your knowledge, and you will become our future leaders. So be prepared. I just want to give you a track record of what we've been able to do. Oh, actually, this is what you guys are doing. This is your group today. These are the projects you've done, extremely and endless with outcomes of the community, prematurity, readiness, and success, food deserts, lead screening, water utility, diseases in Appalachia, access to healthcare and neighborhood violence and socioeconomic status, PFAS and cardiovascular health, climate change, water quality and alcohol. In Michigan, youth center and for air quality in the schools in New York City, student perspectives on environmental health in the region and community, and a photo of this project with community engagement and education. So these are the projects that will break the cycle. And to date, we've had 19 annual programs. We've had over 200 students from 54 university departments in more than 21 states in the US. We've also students from 6 countries in Latin America, 2 countries in Africa, and we now have a Break the Cycle Africa program separate. With papers that were written by previous students, published in 18 international journals like Supplementary Briefing, also Public Health. This was our very first level publication. This was our first
book. We've subsequently
had books on environmental justice,
poverty, race, and time of COVID, environmental health,
and environmental health disparities of the way. So I'll leave you with this thought that although we, each one of us, may not be able to complete our task, we're not committed to the system completing the challenge. So we're ready to proceed. And I'd like to thank again Break Cycle faculty, all of you here, Abby and Carl, and anybody else. From Break Cycle faculty, Wayne Garfinkel, and of course Elena and Janisha, and those who are not here. And I want to leave you with this, which is the comment from yesterday. This was the people yesterday. You are our future leaders, and we're going to keep this. We're going to watch you for the next 20 years. Okay? I'll be looking over your shoulder. All right. Thank you so much. Can you believe it? We're on time. All right.
our first speaker is Chloe Brink, and I'm going to have your mentor, Dr.
Mike Saul, introduce Mike. Here's a Mike. Mike, here's a Mike.
Thank you very much. You heard it?
Yeah.
Chloe is an undergraduate in neuroscience at University of Chicago. She was a volunteer at the Comer Children's Hospital Emergency Room in NICU. The Pediatric Trauma Center in our ER sees 120 children a year under 12 who've been shot. 120 under 12. and a month. Our NICU sees 200 children who are born more than 10 weeks early. The majority go home to households with income less than $10,000 US. Imagine living in Chicago with a very preterm baby trying to get by on less than 10,000 US. She asked an important question. What happens to preterm babies who face adversity after discharge? I am honored to present her for her class.
Is the mic working? Okay. I can also use this one if it. Does this work? Oh, okay. Okay, cool. All right. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. Let's see. How do I? Space or arrows. Okay. All right. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. My name is Chloe Brink, and today I'll be presenting my project, Prematurity and Poverty and the Compounding Influence on Early Academic Outcomes. I'm a senior at the University of Chicago, and this project was made possible under the guidance of Dr. Michael Massal at the University of Chicago in the Department of Pediatrics. So to begin, I just want to familiarize everyone with some of the overarching topics that are in my project. This includes preterm birth. So preterm birth is defined as the early delivery of a child. That means being born before 37 weeks gestation. And preterm birth can be further divided into 3 subcategories, which I've highlighted here. We can see there's extremely preterm birth, which is less than 28 weeks gestation, very preterm birth, which is 28 to less than 31 weeks gestation, and moderate to late preterm birth, which is 32 to 37 weeks gestation. And notably, the preterm birth rate in the United States is roughly 10%, and this translates to about 350,000 births per year being premature. Out of those 350,000 births, 7.64% of them are born 34 to 37 weeks, while 2.76% of them are born less than 34 weeks. And despite being a clear national crisis, the burden of preterm birth is not shared equally amongst populations in the United States. For example, we can see that women from lower socioeconomic backgrounds experience an increased risk of preterm birth. This is highlighted in this graph I've included here from a study that was done in the Finger Lakes region, where they looked at the incidence of preterm birth amongst socioeconomic statuses. And we can see that socioeconomic status 1, which in this case was the lowest socioeconomic status, has an increased risk by about 3%. Additionally, Black women in the United States are 1.5 times more likely to deliver prematurely than white women. And of course, it's important to remember that race and socioeconomic status are by no means biological determinants of giving birth prematurely, but more so act as markers for the disproportionate amount of stressors and the unequal access in quality healthcare and medicine these groups face. So considering the skewed incidence of preterm birth rates amongst these populations, this can lead to wide disparities in outcomes for the children that are born prematurely. Now, what do I mean by this? So I've included these maps of the greater Southside Chicago area, highlighting the racial and median household income of this area. This is also an area in which disparities are highly visible. We can see that all of the neighborhoods directly adjacent to the university are predominantly white and have relatively high median household incomes, while most of the neighborhoods outside the university are predominantly Black and have very low median household incomes. This creates a very interesting point of comparison for the children that are born at the University of Chicago Hospital, which I've noted with that red dot there. And when we compare this against child opportunity levels present in the same greater Southside Chicago area, a very similar pattern emerges, where we can see that the neighborhoods just outside of the university have very high to high child opportunity levels, while the neighborhoods outside of the university have very low to low child opportunity levels. And now this means that these neighborhoods have a harder time in accessing quality schools, quality healthcare, in early intervention access, and also might have a hard time accessing developmental spaces like safe green spaces for play. And when we consider the demographic trends that I highlighted earlier in preterm birth rates, specifically in socioeconomic status and race, we can begin to understand that a disproportionate amount of preterm children may be living in communities with limited resources and opportunities. And this scarcity of resources can create barriers that may be detrimental to building school readiness, as without having access to play spaces or quality schools, these children may not be able to develop the skills required for school preparedness. So now that I've highlighted this overlap, the objective of my project was to examine the potential compounding influence of poverty and prematurity on early academic outcomes. So how did I do this? I first conducted a comprehensive demographic review of my cohort. My cohort consisted of 69 children who were all born at the University of Chicago Hospital and spent time at the NICU. I then analyzed relationships between socioeconomic variables, prematurity variables, and developmental and cognitive assessments. And then I conducted interviews with the parents of these children to gauge academic experiences and support systems from kindergarten onwards. So I mentioned that there was quantitative analysis involved in my project. Specifically, my socioeconomic variables were the Child Opportunity Index, which I highlighted earlier in that map, and median household income. My academic readiness variables included these two clinical assessments used to understand a child's preparedness for formal schooling and cognitive development. These assessments are the Wechsler Preschool and Primary Scale of Intelligence, otherwise known as the WIPSI, and the Bracken School Readiness Assessment. I then also used prematurity variables, which included gestational age, the length of stay in the NICU, and birth weight. On top of my quantitative analysis, I also conducted parent interviews, and I've highlighted the topics that were covered in these interviews, and I've also included a few sample questions, which include how is the school year going for your child now, and how is your child involved in any after-school activities. So moving on to some of the results, I've included a couple key cohort demographics that were seen in my cohort. This includes racial distribution. And we can see that my cohort was predominantly Black, about 67.6% to be exact. And this is in line with the demographic trend that I highlighted earlier, that Black women are 1.5 times more likely to give birth prematurely. Additionally, I've included the distribution of prematurity types seen in my cohort. We can see that my cohort was pretty evenly split between extremely preterm and very preterm birth. This does disagree with the 2.76% of all children being born less than 34 weeks. But when you consider that all the children in my cohort were spending time in the NICU and not all premature cases are so severe that they require a NICU stay, this does make more sense. And then finally, I've also highlighted the distribution of child opportunity indexes seen in my cohort. And we can see that about 34 children in my cohort were being raised in neighborhoods with very low child opportunity levels. So moving on to my results, the bulk of my quantitative analysis revolved around clustering. For those who are not familiar with clustering, clustering is a really great statistical tool that allows you to look for natural groupings in data. So what it's doing here is that it's looking at each child and the variables that belong to that child and then grouping them based on similarities or dissimilarities. So what you see in the scatter plot here is that each dot represents a child, and the color that dot is represents the group that they were assigned to. And my clustering analysis denoted 3 distinct clusters based on my variables. And my variables included Child Opportunity Index, median household income, gestational age, and the 2 assessments that I talked about earlier, the WIPSI and the Bracken. So I've labeled these 3 clusters as most at risk, most advantaged, and resilience. And when we look at how these clusters may be similar or dissimilar, we see that in the most advantaged cluster, this cluster has the highest gestational age, it has the strongest socioeconomic variables, and has about average assessment scores, while my most at-risk cluster has the lowest gestational age, the very low socioeconomic variables, and the lowest assessment scores. So we then see a strong correlation between background and assessment scores. But then something really interesting appears in my resilience cluster, as we can see that this cluster has very low gestational age, lowest socioeconomic variables, but at the same time has the highest assessment scores. So this indicates that there is some sort of surprise dynamic here that is allowing these children to overcome their seemingly predisposition to academic setbacks. And this resilience could take the form of really sturdy family and community supports when growing up, or specific programs that they were enrolled in. And I wanted to understand through the interviews what could be some of the factors leading to this resilience. And before I move on to that, I've just further broken down the cognitive assessment scores by cluster so you can really see the difference that I'm talking about. And we can see once again that the most advantaged and resilience clusters have very similar scores despite having competing variable backgrounds. And the most at-risk cluster has significantly lower scores, which is usually an indicator of this cluster needing developmental supports or special education later on. So now moving into my interviews. I've included some key quotes from all the interviews I conducted by cluster. I don't have time to read all of them, of course, but I will highlight some of the trends that I did notice in my interviews. Specifically, my most at-risk cluster, there seems to be an overarching more inclination towards dissatisfaction or negativity about their experience. A lot of parents noted that they were dissatisfied with the communication from the hospital or weren't really aware of all the services that were at their disposal. Some parents noted that they felt very isolated or were on their own in raising their child. They didn't have strong community supports. Of course, it wasn't all negative. Some parents were very satisfied with the level of care they received, but overall, I didn't notice a stronger inclination towards dissatisfaction. And when you compare this against my most advantaged and resilience clusters, we can see that a lot of these parents were very satisfied with the care they received. They noted that their children were all doing well in school. One parent in particular had a child who was born prematurely previously, which allowed them to have expectations as to how to best serve their child, and they all had strong family supports. So we can see that some children demonstrate a remarkable resilience, which seems to be reinforced by sturdy family supports and adequate early interventions, and at the same time, we need to allocate more time and resources to children deemed high risk so that these children can begin to overcome any disadvantage that they may face at an early age in order to best set them up for school readiness and academic success. So how does my project break the cycle? I've highlighted a couple avenues in which I believe my project is able to do this. This includes social and economic, as we are looking at how socioeconomic status or children living in poverty may have limited education, limited income, which may hinder their access to supports to build school readiness. Additionally, we're breaking the cycle in terms of neighborhood, as we're looking at how child opportunity levels might further hinder a child's ability to quality schooling, and thus setting them back for school readiness. And then finally, breaking the cycle in terms of pregnancy vulnerability, as we're looking at how disparities in preterm birth rates can further lead to a child's setback in academic readiness. So I've included a few strengths and limitations I believe my project has. My strengths include my mixed methods approach, my inclusion of family perspectives, and my focus on a high-risk population. And my limitations include control over confounding variables, because of course a child's success in early schooling is not a simple story. There are so many variables that can lead to a child doing well in school or not. Generalizability, nuances in geospatial data, and my small sample size, because of course a sample size of 1,000 will confer more statistical power than a sample size of 69. And then moving forward, I've included a couple ways in which I believe my project can benefit from moving forward. This includes expanding the scope of analysis, so looking at other areas or including a larger cohort, partnering with early interventions to improve parental outreach and developmental programs, and then raising awareness. And this could look something like presenting my findings to policymakers and educators to enact lasting change. And that concludes my presentation. So a special thanks to everyone, especially Dr. Michael Masal and all the Break the Cycle faculty. Questions, if there are any. Yeah.
So that was really an excellent presentation. I like, your central analysis. I was just curious, the University Hospital is a referral center. I was wondering whether the rates of prematurity in disadvantaged populations, is it possible that just the sickest patients from the most disadvantaged areas are being referred to the university NICU? Are there other major sources for care in that community?
I can't speak to the referrals.
Would you repeat the question for the people who are online?
Okay, yes. So he was saying that the University of Chicago Hospital is a referral center. So is it possible that all of the patients in my particular study were just being referred because they're the most sick and have the prematurity. That sum it up correctly. I think that's a really great question. I can't speak to the referral nature of the hospital, but I do think that it does cater to the wider population in general as well. Like, I don't think it's just referrals. I think that most of the South Side area does come to the University of Chicago Hospital for care. Yes.
I'd just like to,
We have another question.
oh, yeah, sorry. Please.
That's an excellent presentation, Marianne, the design of your study. I am curious, the resilient group and the lower risk group were strikingly different. I'm wondering if you had any additional information about parental education level. Because I wonder if that could have been one of the, confounders there, one of the drivers of resilience is having higher education parents. And it makes me think a lot about the intergenerational aspects that you mentioned, Leslie, about how you kind of train somebody, teach somebody, and it makes the next generation better.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's a great question. I was asked if I had any extra additional information on parental education, especially comparing the resilience in those at-risk groups.
The answer is that I do actually have information on parental education. It wasn't included in my analysis, but I really would love to look at that moving forward because I think that would be really revealing. Yeah.
Janisha, if there are no other questions, I just want to make a comment and maybe there will be more questions.
Yeah, sure. Just make sure you speak up until everybody.
Thanks, Chloe. This was excellent and it sort of expanded and reinforced the ideas I had in studying children's cerebral palsy. So you've taken it to another level. But I'm most fascinated with that resilience group because that resilience group is just so powerful when you showed that slide. Can you just go back to the one that had the this is amazing because the resilience group is red, right? And in some situations, it looks like it's even better with the bracken than the whoopsie, but it's equivalent.
The bracket measures, do I know colors, letters, sizes and shapes, numbers, and comparisons? Every school in the city uses the bracket to assess kindergarten readiness. And overall, in the city of Chicago, which is 1/3 African American, 1/3 Hispanic, and 1/3 other, 25% of kids who weren't preterm aren't ready.
Say that again, the last part, Mike, 25%.
In the city of Chicago, when we look at citywide bracken equivalents, 25% of children aren't ready. And they also have some of this intersection of social disadvantage, poverty, community resources. Less than 1/4 of children in poverty who are eligible for Head Start access it in Chicago.
Well, and the next slide, Chloe, I think that resilience section, and I think this is, for me, this is the key to looking at how we should continue to make a difference, which is that you want to give support, parent support, community support, and support from the healthcare delivery system. I think if we can add those to whatever we do clinically and the thousands of dollars we spend in the ICU, if we can add some of that to the support to the families, I think we'll make a big difference breaking the cycle. Any last questions? I think we have. No, we're done. Thank you, Chloe. Thank you so much.
And there. Well, if there's not time.
Yeah, sorry.
I'll ask.
There'll be
you.
plenty of time. Yeah. All right. So our next presenter is all right. We had Micah Einhorn, who will not be here, I think. Oh, yeah, right. Kevin Lee and Eva Lee. and Janet Moss. So we have a large team, and they're going to be introduced by Dr. Joan Wilson, their mentor.
Good morning. So I have the great pleasure to introduce our team here. Micah Einhorn. She's a senior at Emory University, majoring in physics. At Emory, Micah works in the Burton Lab, conducting research in biophysics and electrostatics. Along with her work in STEM, Micah is fascinated by law, and she works as a research consultant for a professor of law and legal studies. She dedicates her summers in the legal field and has worked for major law offices such as Miami-Dade State Attorney's Office and Van Horn Law Group. Micah is passionate about eliminating health disparities for students in Atlanta, and she's a co-president of Sprouting Readers, which you will hear more about during their presentation. She also volunteers her time at the Emory Autism Center to building supportive, neurodiverse communities across the Emory University campus. On my left is Eva Lee. She is currently studying human health, and she's on the pre-med track in the Emory College of Arts and Sciences. She's been involved with Emory Urban Health Initiative's Sprouting Readers program since her freshman year, and she'll continue coordinating it during her gap year here in Atlanta. Additionally, she will conduct research on the impacts of lifestyle factors such as diet and sleep on the human health and apply to medical school this semester. We have one other member of our team who could not be here today because he's taking his final exam. He's in Atlanta. Kevin Lee is an Atlanta native and a senior at Emory University, pursuing a major in chemistry and a minor in comparative literature. He also co-leads the Sprouting Readers program. Working alongside Micah and Eva, Kevin helps to integrate reading with STEM activities, nutrition education, and environmental awareness. After graduation, inspired by his work with Sprouting Readers, Kevin plans to attend medical school and explore how narrative and medical in medicine can help address systemic health disparities. So with this, I will turn this over to Micah and Eva.
Thank you for that introduction, Joan. So as Joan introduced us, we are Eva and Micah, and we are two seniors currently at Emory University. And today we'll be presenting about our Sprouting Readers program and its impact on nutritional knowledge for youth students living in food deserts around Metro Atlanta. So this is an overview of our presentation and the different topics we'll be covering today. And to speak a little more about Sprouting Readers, it's a program that was developed by Emory School of Medicine's Urban Health Initiative approximately 7 years ago. And its main objective and mission was to improve both literacy skills, food access, and knowledge and appreciation of gardening among K to third grade students living in food deserts around Atlanta. And it contains several different components by holding weekly or bi-weekly sessions at different sites around Metro Atlanta. So in our unique sessions, we do a book reading and discussion that focuses on nutrition, food access, and gardening. And then we hold a STEAM lesson that contains topics related to the book. And then we do a hands-on activity to engage the students in the STEAM lesson topic. And our program utilizes intergenerational mentorship as we primarily use Emory student volunteers, which consists of undergrads, medical students, and public health students. And through this, we're able to develop long-lasting relationships with the students that we work with. And our main target community and population is, as we mentioned before, K to third grade students in Atlanta's West Side community, which is designated as a food desert. And recent statistics show that over 25% of households in West Side Atlanta are food insecure. And specifically for our Break the Cycle project, we decided to work with our Agape Youth and Family Center, which is a youth center, an after-school center situated in West Side Atlanta. And majority of the students at the center are Hispanic and have minimal access to healthy fruits and vegetables, and don't really have a lot of exposure at an early age to gardening and learning about healthy eating behaviors. And so we aim to increase this and improve their knowledge and appreciation of these topics throughout our program. So these were our main objectives. Our first one was how effective is our program in improving health literacy, bringing interest and general knowledge about healthy eating and appreciation of gardening. And then we also wanted to explore how we can best structure our program format so that the students could improve in their knowledge of these topics. So as we described before, this is just an overview of what our weekly sessions at the Agape Youth and Family Center look like. And on the left is a list of our 3 current sites, but we just focus on the Agape Youth and Family Center for our Break the Cycle evaluation, as it is our longest running site. And to describe our impact so far over the past several years, we have served approximately 200 students across our 3 sites. We've provided over 4,500 books to these students, and we've held about 450 sessions as of this month and employed over 100 student volunteers. And we've also achieved local recognition as our efforts have been published in local Atlanta newspapers. And this really highlights our efforts to engage with our local community here in Atlanta.
Okay, thank you so much, Eva. So as Eva mentioned, our goal of this study was really a quality improvement on Sprouting Readers program. So how we decided to do this was we gave an assessment at the start of our program and at the end of our program to see how much our students were learning about nutrition, nutrition, environmental conservation, and gardening. And so on the screen right here, you can see our nutrition questions, and this study was conducted on our 2nd grade students, so keep that in mind as you look into these questions. But really, this is really gauging their knowledge before our program on healthy eating. And so what did our nutrition sessions consist of? So one of my favorite sessions that we did was we handed out plates with these food groups, as you can see, and then we had students place certain foods in each category. And what we really wanted students to learn was about the food groups and how they should portion their foods when being served at dinner, and really understand the benefits of each food. This was definitely a focus of our program, is that there was no food negativity conversations. We always wanted our students to understand the positive benefits of the food that they were eating. And so on our next slide, you will see one of my group's presentations on their favorite food, chicken nuggets. So we actually had each student spoke with a volunteer.
Good morning. I'm good. Where have you been? I've been around. You know, I was here Friday by Friday, so I don't hear it.
Oh, got it. Somebody's muted.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. So the benefits of chicken nuggets, and what I would really like to point out about our program is that, of course, we're focused on environmental conservation, nutrition, and gardening, but there are so many other benefits that these students receive, including presentation skills, public speaking, because we had these students get up in front of the class and talk about something that they obviously enjoy very much, which is a skill that students don't often learn in public schools, and teachers might not have the opportunity to give the students the time to speak in front of the class. And it's definitely, with 2nd grade students, it's not easy. But here we have them learning about the protein and the carbs and the fats in chicken nuggets. And so next we have our assessment, which was on gardening. And so these are the questions that we wanted to ask to encourage students to maybe start a local garden, garden in their backyard, improve their access to nutritional foods, and improve their communities in general and the environment. And so here we have some photos from our gardening sessions. What we did for these is we had students read with their volunteers, and there was multiple sessions. Each section goes on about 3 weeks. And so here we have students reading a book with their volunteers, and then I have myself doing a presentation with the students. And you can see in this picture that all of the students at Agape Youth and Family Center are excited to participate in these sessions. Every single time I ask a question, even if they don't know the answer, I assure you they will raise their hand and answer, and we love to give them the opportunity to speak with the class. And finally, we have our environmental conservation section. And here are the questions that we wanted to gauge their knowledge about, of course, environmental conservation. And again, in hopes that they will learn throughout our program to improve their communities. And so here we have some pictures from our environmental conservation and gardening sessions. And we had the students write a story about environmental conservation, which again is tricky with second graders. They don't fully know how to read yet, but this is so impressive that they were able to put this together. We have all day, all night, the factory spewed toxic fumes into the river, good fish died. So students are really picking up the concepts that we're putting down and interpreting them in their own creative ways and really being creative and imaginative. And again, writing stories, which is great for second grade students and another positive benefit to our program that we didn't initially intend. So Eva's going to talk to a little bit about how we break the cycle.
So here we highlighted the different ways that Spring Readers aim to break the cycle. So because we address several different topics such as literacy skills, food access, knowledge and appreciation of healthy eating and gardening, we address several different compounding factors that can all address their future success and well-being. And because we start teaching these students at a very early age, these different skills regarding gardening and how they can grow their own healthy fruits and vegetables, we aim to build a confidence and self-sufficiency at an early age when they're developing very critical skills that will impact their future. And we also try to engage a lot with this community. We send weekly summaries to their parents, and we try to engage not only the students, but the wider community in Westside Atlanta regarding how they can break their cycle of minimal access to healthy foods. And we will teach not only students, but also the parents different gardening skills that they use at home, such as by planting their own fruits and vegetables in their own home garden. And as we mentioned before, it's a lot of generational impact as we allow the students to go home and also teach their parents on what they learned during these sessions. And so we hope that their parents can also pick up on the different skills that we're teaching them throughout our sessions.
Oh yeah, just 1 minute.
Thank you, Eva. So briefly, I'm going to go over our assessment results from the
He doesn't
test that
look
I
hard. Just
mentioned
look at him.
previously. And so here we have the test results before the program. On the y-axis, we have number of questions that were wrong. And so you see that students, it's a 25 question test. So you can see that students, some were getting over 10, around 8 questions wrong. So the average of 6.8 questions wrong per test. And then here we have after. So we actually increased this to only average of 3 questions wrong per test. And you can see that even one student learned so much that they got 0 questions wrong, the lack of bar. And so we really taught these students, which was so exciting for us. And I also want to highlight, again, these are second grade students, so they can't, some of them, zoom through the test, but some of them don't really know how to read yet. So we were sitting with them, reading them the questions and having them circle the answers that they believe to be right. And they know that these tests aren't graded. And so some of them might take a little bit advantage of that. But if you go to the next slide. Okay, so this was the nutrition section before the program. And this is the nutrition section after the program. And so again, we have one student getting 0 questions wrong and average of 3.5 questions wrong to 2.21. I think that we could do a little bit more work in our nutrition section. And again, this was a quality improvement assessment. And so we know that for the future, our nutrition section is something that we really want to put a little bit more focus on, especially students learning about the food groups like protein and carbohydrates were pretty difficult terms for these second grade students to pick up and understand. And then, then we have the environmental conservation section. I believe this one we did really well on. I think that the highest bars that we see in number of questions wrong after the program is students that, they're second graders, they knew that this wasn't graded, they knew that their test names weren't going on the test. So I think that sort of the average was influenced a little bit by that. But we see that a lot of the students really did learn a lot about environmental conservation. Most of them got all of the questions right in the environmental conservation section after the program, which we're very excited about.
And as we mentioned, there are several strengths and limitations to our program. I'll just highlight some key limitations because our program has been going on for several years now. This was the first time we actually employed these surveys and assessments to the students. And this was the first time that we were able to see an improvement in their knowledge. So in the future, we will definitely employ more of these surveys and assessments. And we really want to work a lot with Georgia educators and workers at Agape Youth and Family Center and the workers and staff or other community sites to really structure these assessments in a format that we can make sure the students can read and complete on their own. And a lot of these students, they don't all come from like the same elementary schools. So there are definitely external factors influencing their knowledge and influencing their uptake of the knowledge, such as their home environments and what they're learning at schools and how they're interacting with their peers in the classrooms. And we also had a pretty short observation window as it was only a few months through which we evaluated how their knowledge and skill set improved. So in the future, we plan to evaluate the program on a year-long basis so that we can collect more data regarding how their knowledge of these different skills improved. And we would just like to thank our mentor, Joan Wilson, who was the primary developer and creator of the Sprout Readers program several years ago. And she has been a huge support system throughout all of our endeavors. And she's been a huge help in just mentoring us and how we can expand this program to different sites and how we can engage more with the students. And we will also like to thank everyone at Break the Cycle for creating a very educational and insightful program.
Do we have any questions from the group?
How are, since you all are seniors, right? So are you transitioning to have other students involved in, because you are seniors, are you involving other students to help transition, carry on the program? Or are you looking to actually continue to be involved in the program after graduation?
So the question was about whether we are continuing this program after our graduation since we are seniors at Emory University. And the answer is yes. So the majority of the volunteers that we bring to Agape Youth and Family Center are juniors, sophomores, and freshmen. And we are the co-presidents of Sprouting Readers along with Kevin Lee. And we will be passing down that presidency as well as some other exec positions to the younger students at Emory. And then they will continue it on and on and on. And so hopefully Sprouting Readers will persevere for a long time.
Thank you for a wonderful presentation and
Thank you.
project. I love that you're linking together two critical life skills of reading and awareness of nutrition. I wonder if you have any qualitative information about the children and their families and their involvement with community food gardens or their own gardening and actually providing them with healthier food, whether related to this or, again, qualitatively. Did you see a growing awareness and access to food?
Yeah. Oh, here. Oh, yeah, sure. I'll go ahead. Yeah. So the majority of our studies were anonymous. And so we don't really have much information on the students' parents. This is an after-school program, so it's intended for families drop their the students are actually transported from their public schools to Agape Youth and Family Center. And so we don't really get to interact with their parents or families. The majority of the information we have is based off of how much these students are learning. And again, they come from different communities around Atlanta, but that would be really something interesting to look into.
Okay, we have time for one last one.
So thank you very much, and I think it's terrific what you've done. So here's my question. Is there a possibility of scaling this up in some way? For example, in the schools in Agape's neighborhood, incorporate something like this that could get to a much larger group of students. What do you think is a possibility for expanding the pool of children who might be exposed to lessons like this?
Yeah, that's a great question. And so I want to highlight first, we do work with Clarkston Community, and we also work at Sarah J. Gonzalez Memorial Park. And so those sessions are targeted toward the Sarah J. Gonzalez Park sessions are targeted towards any students in Atlanta. So I really try and network with every single public school in Atlanta, reach out to their Go team members and everything. So that's definitely something that I try and do. But to target larger communities, I think that's a great suggestion. I'd love to talk to you later about how we can reach out to these schools and have them incorporate some of our programming, and even maybe have Emory University volunteers come to these schools and have sessions, whether it be at their after school programs or recess sessions. That's a really great idea. I would love to talk to you about that.
And just to add on, as Micah mentioned, we are trying to reach out more to local elementary schools around the region. And we're currently looking to expand to other counties in Georgia that we know are designated food deserts so that we can reach a broader audience. We have looked into partnering specifically with elementary schools so that it can be incorporated into their everyday classroom curriculum. And so we're trying to just connect more with like local elementary school teachers and seeing how we can make that happen.
If I could add one more quick thing to that, excellent job, and I appreciate everything you all have said. We are in the process of developing, we're in the process of developing a toolkit that others can use because we've had a lot of interest in this program. So we want to help others to be able to have this program. Our toolkit would tell people how we have done it, how we have sought, places where we have gone to obtain funding, how we've used a pipeline of students from various backgrounds at Emory to not only do like Micah and Eva and conduct the program, but we have students we have probably 100 volunteers altogether. Only a small portion of them actually conducts the sessions. Some of them are looking for grant funding. Some of them are doing book drives because we've given away hundreds of books. So this toolkit is helping us to expand the program.
Thank you, Joan, for all you've done to create this amazing program. And Mike and Eva for your presentation, and Kevin in absentia. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I'd like to call on Stephanie Nowitzki to introduce her team.
Good morning. I am thrilled to be here this morning to present our very own Junieski Rodriguez, who is a high school student at the Washington Heights Expeditionary Learning School. Yes, you heard me correctly, a high school senior. And Junie and his partner, Jaden Reynoso, who can be here today, put together this project. It's a satellite project or ancillary study, part of a project that I have going with the Wheel School in collaboration with an organization called Futures Ignite. And we're really a peer, near peer mentoring team. The project was supported also by Nina Flores, who is defending her PhD in environmental health sciences next month, and Celia Cacho, who is a medical student at Columbia University. Jaden is also a high school student, senior at Wheels, but Junie is going to hold down the fort for us today. I just want to mention that Junie actually participated in the pilot phases of this project, and then we recruited him on to be a student volunteer. And Junie and Jaden were the ones who developed this project completely. So I'm very proud to be his mentor.
You guys can hear me good? Yeah. Hello everybody, I'm Junieski. So welcome to the presentation for the Fail Wheel study. And we're gonna look at insights from the students. So first I want to start off by showing you this map. This map shows the distribution of major roadways located throughout the United States. We see that over 6.4 million children in the United States are within 250 meters of major roadways. This leads to many students being exposed to traffic-related air pollutants throughout their day. In New York City, where I live, most schools are along major roadways. This figure shows that 15% of the 1,600 public schools in New York City are only 500 feet away from a major roadway. Thankfully, there's a new law, the SI Act, which prohibits the building of new schools within 500 feet. But what about those that are already built? So I attend the Washington Heights Expeditionary Learning School, represented by that orange dot here. And Wheels High School located on 182nd Street, Washington Heights, New York. The school and the community are primarily Black, Brown, and Hispanic people and students. And it's also located in many major roadways, including the Washington Bridge, the Cross Bronx Expressway, Amsterdam Avenue, and Broadway. This map demonstrates the annual average PM 2.5 across all of NYC. PM 2.5 is also known as particulate matter, which are small particles of pollution that get deep breathed in. What you can see is that my school is located among one of the places with the highest PM 2.5 levels in the city. Students from Wheels work on something called the Cleaner Green Corridor. And this student-led project is organized by Futures Ignite. This involves collecting all of 182nd Street in a green corridor connected like a park to combat environmental issues in the community. This project started as part of a science class at Wheels and has now grown to include an after-school program and a summer program where students can learn more about exposures in their community and how to advocate for a cleaner environment. Because of such high exposures to pollution near Wheels, my research mentor designed a study to have Wheel students wear personal air pollution monitors and GPS trackers to better understand individual exposures to PM 2.5 around the neighborhood. As part of the study, the team created report backs to show the students participating what their personal PM 2.5 exposures were and where they were highest versus lowest. These report backs were shared via a link that the students could access on their phones. And on the bottom, I'm showing you two of these graphs that are shown in the report back. On the left, you see peaks of PM 2.5 across the 3 days that the participants have their monitors. And on the right, you see red dots, which represent where the students had the highest levels of PM 2.5 exposure. My research partner, Jaden, and I were interested in understanding more about our peers' experience participating in the So we hypothesized that participation in the study and having access to the report back would increase the students' awareness of community and personal air pollution exposure. We also hypothesized that the students would be able to offer suggestions to inform future strategies for dissemination of the study's findings and new research ideas. So we wanted to better understand participants' experience. So how did we do that? We did this by administering a 19-question survey sent through Qualtrics. And after the survey, we had a small focus group. Some of the participants who took part of the study to get qualitative data. We decided to get quantitative data. We invited all the PlayOut students or participants to take part in the follow-up studies. And now I would like to share with you some of the results of that study. So first, I'm going to show you some demographic characteristics from the 20 students who participated in our study. Yeah. We see that similar to the population in Washington Heights in that first box, the primary population are Black and Hispanic. We also had more females than males. We also had more females than males, and we had representation across all 4 grades. Sorry. On this box right here, you could see that 1/3 of the students were not involved in the Cleaner Green Corridor. About 1/3 were involved for less than a year, and about 1/3 were involved for a year or more. And we could also see that about 40% were interested in a science career. When the participants were asked whether or not the results were helpful, 86% thought that the report backs were moderate, very, or extremely useful, as pictured on the graph on the left. On the right, we asked the participants which aspects of the study they found most interesting, and 79% were interested in the personal location and timing of their PM 2.5 exposure. We were interested in how participants' awareness was impacted through their experience in the study. And on the left, we see that 96% reported community awareness, an increase in community level awareness. And on the right, 86% reported increase in awareness of their own personal exposure. Half of the participants reported that they reviewed the report, that after reviewing the report back, this is what they were able to change. We see that the changes included changing commute route, limiting household exposures, and the changing their mode of transportation. We were also interested in how many participants shared the report back with family and friends. And we see that over 40% reported that they were likely to share the results with family and friends. Then we conducted a focus group with 8 participants to get a deeper understanding of their experiences. When we asked why they chose to participate, they responded that they were curious about their exposures, their friends were doing it and influenced them to do it as well, or it was easy to be involved. Regarding awareness and behavior change, students reported that the report back made them more aware of when they had their highest and lowest exposures. And they also talked about commuting to and from schools and how their ability to change that commute route was based on what was accessible to them. The participants also gave us some insights into what they think the community's awareness is. This is how much the community knew about air quality issues and what it may cause in their environment. And the main point shared was that there is a lack of understanding or care in the community about these issues for them to be addressed. The participants don't think enough of the youth or the elderly care enough. And they believe that the community's awareness can be raised if there is an active program that's used to educate community members, whether it be the youth or the elderly. These are some possible solutions that were given to us by the participants. These range from solutions at home to broadly. So their answers, we see that the ideas they gave us were switching from gas stoves at home to reduce how much PM 2.5 they are exposed to creating more green spaces in the community like parks, or just creating an increase in education for younger students, which could lead to changes being made in the community. We also asked the participants who should see the data and how they should see the data. And the participants shared that the data should be shared with the elderly and the young because they are the most likely to be affected, as well as policymakers because they have the power to do something about it. They also gave suggestions for sharing the data within our school and in the community. Students also had ideas about next steps for future studies, and this included using heart rate data, focusing on public transportation, and making a connection on how air quality and the population of trees in our community. So now I would like to read you some quotes from our focus group that connect to the themes on the prior slide. One participant said, "I thought it was really cool because when I got my report back, it was really interesting that at school was most of the time I was breathing in something polluted." Another participant said, "I think it's unacceptable because I go downtown and the streets are so clean and nice, and it's because they're wealthy and white, and it's not fair that our health has to suffer up here." Another student said, "I learned that the train station near me has the highest levels of PM 2.5. So now when I'm at that stop, I cover my face with my sleeve." Another participant said, "I really enjoyed the experience, not just because I was getting paid, but because I was able to become more aware about the little things that I cannot even see that are affecting me and my community greatly. I think it also allows me to help others become more aware of the pollution around them." And another participant said, "I like to see it projected, not just in this school, but also other schools. Like, for example, for our school, we could display it on the TV in the hallway." So we do acknowledge that our study has both strengths and limitations. The strengths were that we had a diverse cohort of students represented at our school. It was an understudied population of young people, and we got some actionable outcomes. And we used both qualitative and quantitative approaches to understand the students' experiences. Our study is limited because we focus on only one school, so the findings may not really be generalizable. And we also had a small population or a small sample size, especially for our focus group of only 8 students. Our study breaks a cycle of environmental health disparities in several ways. We address compounding factors by empowering young people to learn more about what's happening in their environment and their community. We address neighborhoods and the impact of pollution in the built environment. And we consider the cumulative impacts of students living and going to a school in a neighborhood that experiences both chronic stress and air pollution. We believe that sharing data leads to a better understanding and allows students to consider what can be done to combat environmental exposures in our community. So the key takeaways from our study are: bridging the gap between data collection and community awareness is necessary. Empowering students with information can lead to behavioral changes. Multi-sector collaborations can lead to broader discussions that are focused on environmental and public health reforms. Our data shows that youth engagement can be a stimulus for change. When people understand their environment and any health issues caused by it, they incorporate this into their daily lives and strive for change towards a better direction. I would like to acknowledge the many people who helped make this project possible. I would start by acknowledging my partner, Jaden Reynoso, who unfortunately couldn't be here and is also a senior at Wheels, as mentioned. I would like to acknowledge the Break the Cycle team for putting this together and allowing and giving me the opportunity to present. Thank you to all the students who gave their time and their input to the study. To the Play at Wheels research team, including Nina Flores and Celia Cacho, co-authors on this abstract with me. And I would also like to thank the Futures Ignite team, who gave their time, including Frankie, Genesis, Molly, Jared, Francisco, and Isa, who helped make this opportunity possible for me. And last but not least, I would like to thank my mentor, Dr. Stephanie Levinsky, this year. Any questions?
You have a question over on the side. Amazing. It was just an amazing presentation. Thank you so much. You talked a little bit about incentives and you also talked about the wearable monitors. Could you talk about those, like ease of wearability, and how much was the incentive?
So the incentive was $150, so $50 for each day that they participated. The wearability got, or from what we heard from the participants, it was more comfortable. So when I did it over the summer, they were revised and made more comfortable as to what the participants who went in the summer said. So then when we were doing it over the winter and over the school year, participants didn't really complain about like any struggles with it. Yeah.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
First of all, oh, yeah, please.
Excellent project. And I think you point out how air pollution and PM 2.5 is insidious. And this is not only a New York City problem, it is a world problem. You just have to see the brownouts and pick China, pick India, pick other countries with global warming, ozone zones, and more. I wonder if, in order to do the impact, if you mapped out PM 2.5 graduation rates, PM 2.5 school attendance, PM 2.5 participating in sports, because if you and I were practicing, get ready for a half a marathon, I can't aspire to a marathon anymore. If you and I were practicing, we'd be advised not to run on high 2.5 days. It would be working against us. So could you comment on, considering with engagement, getting that kind of more understanding of that PM 2.5 matters?
Pass this to my mentor since I feel like that yeah, that question has to do a lot more with the parent study.
Yeah. Thank you for the question and the acknowledgement. I have two pieces to add to that. You know, you're probably familiar with the California Children's Study. They published years ago a study showing that children who played more sports outdoors and had greater exposure to nitrogen dioxide actually had more incidence of asthma and worse respiratory illness. And the genesis of sort of this body of work was around that premise of being physically active in neighborhoods and communities that have higher exposure to pollution could have greater respiratory outcomes like asthma. In fact, I got a grant and did a study looking at city schools across New York City. And all schools, whenever any pediatricians in the audience here, we fill out school forms every year to document whether or not a child has asthma. And so I tried to get those information from the New York City Department of Health and mapped out school asthma prevalence based on proximity to traffic. And the problem was that I wasn't able to publish the study because the health department was very protective of school-specific data and putting out there, the fact that those schools that were closer to highways actually had greater incidence of asthma. So I think your point is very well taken. And I think this Breaking the Cycle project demonstrates that we really have to think about many different paths and avenues and multi-sector collaborations to try to figure out how we can get at these questions, not just understanding what the problem is, but empowering people to actually do something about it.
I have a feedback comment on that. I was involved with a project in Nigeria, and both outdoor air pollution and household indoor air pollution from particulate cooking with non-clean fuel stoves was a major driver of respiratory illness and asthma. And we had the children who were exposed to the Green Energy Foundation gave us clean stoves, and we rolled it out, and our comparison group didn't yet get clean stoves. But first, just with clean stoves, women's health during pregnancy, birth weight of child, size of placenta, respiratory illness in the first year of life, everything was positive. Okay. The more important question is what happens at school. And so we had the kids wear the same kind of sensors you did when they were 7 years old, because we said, let's take a look at how school's going at second grade. And 5 points on cognitive ability, executive function, academic achievement, graded good dose response to exposure. This matters. You could measure asthma, you could measure ADHD, you could measure anxiety, you could measure day school miss from respiratory infection, and that could help be more informed so that we're not subtly tolerating these exposures.
Yeah, and the key is, how do we make change? Yeah.
Last compliment.
So I think you're the first high school student I've heard speak at these conferences, and when I was in high school, I was kind of inarticulate and mumbled all the time, so you did a great presentation. So I grew up in the Bronx before the Cross Bronx Expressway kind of eliminated my neighborhood. And I used to walk across the Washington Bridge in 1956 and 1964 to go to school in Washington Heights. So I guess my question is what you've done is really good, but you're responding to a problem that was created by the city of New York in a very controversial way. So I'm curious, what is the city of New York doing to solve this problem that you have to address? I mean, they built this huge confluence of expressways which dominate your neighborhood, and what are they doing to address this? I'm just curious.
So I don't have anything to say about what the government of New York is doing, but I think that's why it's important that we have these initiatives by students and by schools and by the community members, like the Clean Air Green Corridor, to do something about it, because it looks like the government isn't really like caring enough to do anything.
There's been a long-standing sort of effort that's called capping the South Bronx or capping the Bronx, which is Richie Torres is an assembly person in the Bronx who's really kind of championing this effort. It's expensive, but the idea would be to provide a cover over the Cross Bronx Expressway. That the George Washington Bridge is the busiest bridge in the world. So you can imagine what the exposure is like as people are driving trucks up and down. So I think there is some thought to how do we dismantle what Robert Moses destroyed in our city of New York. But I think it's super expensive, and it really requires people from the community to really push out and advocate for why they need to improve air quality in their neighborhoods. And that's why projects like this are really trying to inspire younger generations to understand these issues. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Hello. Yes, thank you. I have to add to what Henry Fox said, which is this is a presentation by a student. We have had students before, but this project encouraging young people at high school to become aware and to become future leaders takes the break the cycle to another level. And I think we should do another break the cycle for high school. And thank you, everybody. We now take a 30-minute break. Fasten your seat belts, tray tables and seat backs, full upright and locked position. Cabin and crew, get ready. Our next presentation is by Jennifer Arzu on PFAS and cardiovascular health in at-risk youth. And to introduce Jennifer is her mentor, Joe Braun, who is online. Take it away, Joe.
Can everyone hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. So yeah, it's my pleasure to introduce to you Jennifer Arzu. She, many of you know her, and Jennifer is a second-year PhD student here in the Department of Epidemiology and has been working on a range of projects related to per and polyfluoroalkyl substances and incorporating some really novel high-dimensional biomarkers, including epigenetics, microbiome, as well as the metabolome in trying to identify mechanisms which underlie the effects of PFAS on child and adolescent health. And the work today that she's going to present is showing what are some of the potential health effects that PFAS may have on adolescent cardiometabolic health, which we know is an important time in life for establishing cardiovascular disease risk factors and potentially a period in which we can intervene and reduce the burden of these diseases across the lifespan. So it's my pleasure to introduce Jennifer, and I'm really proud of the work that she's been doing for the last 2 years here.
Thank you, Joe. And thank you all for being here and for the opportunity to present on this results for my project.
Space or arrows.
So like Joe mentioned, my project today will be focused on disparities in PFAS exposure and cardiometabolic risk in adolescents. So some of you may have heard or come across news articles about PFAS, and some of them may have alluded to differences in PFAS exposure varying across communities. So what exactly are these PFAS chemicals that are commonly referred to as forever chemicals? So just a little bit of background. So PFAS are a diverse class of synthetic chemicals. And as you can see in the diagram and the chemical structures depicted in the slides, they are characterized by fluorinated carbons. And this means that for those, the carbon-fluorine bonds are actually one of the strongest in chemistry. And this makes PFAS extremely resistant to thermal, chemical, and biological degradation. And due to these chemical properties, PFAS are particularly useful and have been used in thousands of products, including food packaging, clothing, non-stick cookware, stain-resistant carpets and rugs, household items such as cosmetic products, as well as firefighting foams. However, this same chemical properties that make PFAS particularly useful for many products is what makes them highly persistent in the environment, and that leads to exposures in humans. So PFAS, as I mentioned, does not easily degrade in the environment, and this makes them highly persistent. And so it is estimated that more than 6 million people in the US have drinking water with concerning levels of PFAS. And this leads to more than 97% of the US population, including pregnant women and children, having detectable levels of PFAS in their blood. And given the long, And given the long biological half-lives of PFAS in humans, which can range from 2 to 7 years, this intensifies concerns about continued exposure and the associated health effects that comes with exposure from PFAS. And even though some PFAS has been phased out, such as PFOA and PFOS, they remain a concern because there are replacement PFAS being used in our products currently. And also some of those PFAS that have been phased out are still being exported from other countries into the US. And so recently, researchers used PFAS monitoring data from 7,873 US community water systems across 18 states in the US to examine socio-demographic factors associated with PFAS sources and detection. And they found that community water systems with higher proportions of Hispanic, Latino, and non-Hispanic Black residents were more likely to detect several PFAS. And this is particularly concerning because disparities in PFAS exposures, so some studies have actually found that there's higher PFAS exposure associated with higher total cholesterol levels, as well as with overall cardiometabolic risk and elevated systolic blood pressure. And why does this matter? This is particularly concerning because 1 in 5 US youth is actually overweight or obese. 1 in 4 has elevated plasma glucose, and nearly 1 in 5 has low levels of HDL cholesterol. And given that less than 50% of US adolescents have optimal cardiovascular health, and those from lower income households such and non-Hispanic Black race ethnicity have even lower cardiovascular health, understanding these disparities are important in order to reduce PFAS exposure and break the cycle of exposure and cardiometabolic risk outcomes in adolescents. And so this project aimed to determine whether the association of PFAS exposure with cardiovascular health differ among adolescents by race, ethnicity, poverty status, and diet quality. On to our methods. So for this study, we used data from the National Health and Nutrition Examination Survey, referred to as NHANES. And NHANES is actually an ongoing national survey that has been combining interviews, clinical examination, lab tests, every 2 years since 1999, with the goal of broadly assessing health and nutrition status of children, adolescents, and adults in the US general population. And HANE uses a multi-stage probability sampling method to obtain a nationally represented sample of the US general population. And specifically for this analysis, we included 2,029 US adolescents from ages 12 to 19 years old that had data on PFAS exposure, cardiovascular health, components for the cardiovascular health score, as well as covariates including age, sex, race, ethnicity, diet quality, and smoke exposure. So for our PFAS exposure, we measure this by the way that Enhance does it is they measure it in blood serum concentrations. So for this analysis, specifically focused on 4 PFAS chemical, that's PFOS, PFOA, PFNA, and PFHS. And the reason why we chose these 4 chemicals are because 1, they're commonly detected in human sera, and then 2, because they're consistently measured across the survey years that we chose for the study. Then onto our outcome, which are measures of cardiovascular health. So CVA score was determined from what some of you may know is the American Heart Association Life Essential ACE score. And the Life Essential ACE score is actually composed of 8 key factors, which are divided into health factors and health behaviors. And for health behaviors, these include diet, physical activity, nicotine exposure, and sleep, which is the more recent one that was added to the score. And then for health factors includes BMI, blood pressure, blood lipids, and body mass index. And so for our analysis specifically, we focus on the health factors. And this were the health factor, the blood pressure again, non-HDL-C, which measures blood lipids. We use HbA1c for our blood glucose level and BMI percentile for our BMI measure. And just a quick note for the cardiovascular health score, lower means lower cardiovascular health, and then the higher levels or higher score means higher cardiovascular health or more optimal cardiovascular health status. Okay, so just a quick overview of our sample. So in our sample, 2029 adolescents, we found, which actually represented 22,053,970 US adolescents, ages 12 to 19 years old. We found that the average age was 15.4 years, and they were mostly comprised of 57 that were non-Hispanic white, 52% that were males, 31% residing in households with incomes up to 130% of the poverty threshold. And 62% has smoking or has serum creatinine levels that indicated secondhand smoking exposure. Moreover, 65% had poor diet quality. This was based off the Healthy Eating Index score from 2020. Moreover, 28% had non-HDL cholesterol that was less than 120 milligrams per deciliter, which was considered elevated for adolescents. So starting with our results. So in this analysis, we found the serum concentrations of PFOS, which is the blue one, was actually the highest among in adolescents in their blood. And this was followed by PFOA, PFHS, and PFNA. And if you look at this plot here to the right, we see that over time, this concentration level have been decreasing, but even though PFOA and PFOS have been phased out from the US, they still remain the 2 highest in terms of serum concentrations for the adolescents. Now, looking at the distribution of PFAS concentrations by race ethnicity, we actually found that across all PFAS, PFHS, PFOS, PFOA, and somewhat PFNA, we did see that non-Hispanic white adolescents were actually the ones that had the highest concentrations. And Hispanic adolescents actually had lower concentration of PFHS, PFOS, and PFOA in comparison to non-Hispanic Black adolescents. So onto our results. So we actually observed variability in the association of PFAS with cardiovascular health score among all adolescents. So just to orient you a little bit to what we're seeing here. So in Black, the Black bars represent the overall associations for all adolescents. This includes all Hispanic, all non-Hispanic Black, and non-Hispanic white adolescents. In the magenta, we have the Hispanic specific associations for Hispanic adolescents. And in blue, we have non-Hispanic Black, and in green, we have for non-Hispanic white. And so for PFOA and PFOA, we had higher PFOS, and PFOA was significantly associated with higher cardiovascular health among non-Hispanic white adolescents. You can see here, it's here. But we did not see, for the other ones, we actually did not see any significant, very specific significant associations. But we did observe evidence of association of higher PFHS and lower cardiovascular health among all adolescents and Hispanic adolescents, as well as PFNA and cardiovascular health among non-Hispanic Black adolescents. We also did see that there were significant differences detected between Hispanic and non-Hispanic white in associations of PFHS and CVH. So on to poverty index. So with respect to poverty index, what we found was that this, well, we categorized this as less than 1.3 for lower income, 1.3 to 3.5 for middle income, and more than 3.5 for higher income. And we found that with each increase in poverty to income ratio category, we see that there's actually increase in concentration of PFAS across each of the income groups. So overall, we're seeing that with the higher income groups, we're actually having higher concentration of PFAS in their blood. And in our covariate adjusted models, we also observe variability in the associations of PFAS with cardiovascular health across the PFAS chemicals. And surprisingly, higher PFOS and PFOA were associated with higher cardiovascular health among those of lower income. So just to ring it a little bit, so we saw some associations here, some here. So those are for PFOS and PFOA. But we did not observe any significant differences between the different groups. And finally, for diet quality, which was the kind of dichotomized as less than 51 for lower diet quality and more than 51 for higher diet quality. We found that adolescents with higher eating index score below, well, healthy eating score below 51 actually had mean concentrations of PFOS and PFHS that were slightly more elevated. So here. And in our covariate adjusted models, we actually found, we did not find any significant differences, but we did see, and surprisingly, that higher PFOA was significantly associated with higher cardiovascular health score. So just putting it right over here. So in summary, we found that higher PFOS, PFHS, PFOA, and PFNA concentrations were higher among non-Hispanic white, race ethnicity, higher income households. We also found that PFOS, PFOA, PFHS, and PFNA did not differ significantly by poverty level or diet quality, but we did see some significant differences by race ethnicity. So you're probably wondering, is PFAS actually protective? So I don't think so. There's enough evidence in the literature that to suggest that there's no, that the association of PFAS with health outcomes is not protective. And there might be other factors here that I have not accounted for. And also we have to know that this is a group of adolescents that are 12 to 19 years old. So some of this evidence, they may be too young for some of this evidence to be conclusive. So some other things that I'm thinking of exploring is looking into geographic variations in PFAS exposure, and also evaluating whether physical activity might modify some of these associations. So how does this project break this cycle? We're interested in exploring whether there are racial, ethnic, income, and diet quality differences in the association of PFAS and cardiovascular health among adolescents, with the goal of reducing PFAS exposure and improving cardiovascular health among adolescents. And so some of our strengths and limitations include, so we did use the national sample, representative sample of US adolescents. We also use a comprehensive assessment of health factors. However, as I mentioned before, we didn't include geographic data, and we have seen that there are variations in PFAS exposures across different geography. And so that's something that I'm hoping to explore next. And again, we're looking at cross-sectional associations, so we cannot establish causality, and we cannot establish causality from the associations that we explore. And there might be potential from bias from self-reported measures such as diet, which were included in this analysis. And as I mentioned before, the adolescents may be too young to find conclusive evidence. I just want to say thank you to the cycle faculty, our mentors, as well as my mentor, Dr. Joseph Braun, for all your support.
If you have any questions, please.
I really liked your presentation, especially like your potential next steps, the geographic variation. What do you kind of expect it to be based around? Is this a urban rural divide? Is this based more on like what geographic variations are you expecting, or do you think would actually occur? Like why is that your next step? And also the physical activity, I'd love to hear more about how that actually moderates this relationship.
Yes, thank you for the question. So yes, based on the literature, we have seen that they have observed associations in different areas. So for example, there was a study that looked in Boston, and they did actually see some of these associations, but they were actually in the opposite direction, where like higher PFAS exposure was associated with more negative health outcomes. So we're hoping to see whether by exploring by different geography, we can actually tease out a little bit more of the association, actually look at the impact that PFAS is having. And your second question was physical activity. Yeah, so my mentor actually did a project that looked at physical activity as a modifier in one of our studies, and he did find that it did modify the association where like higher physical activity might actually reduce, or higher physical activity did have, there were differences in physical activity exposure as a modifier across the different associations. So that's what we're hoping to explore a little bit more.
Excellent presentation. Do you think that there can be gender vulnerabilities, like women more vulnerable to cumulative exposure of PFAS compared to boys, and then that not only alters cardiovascular risk, but other life course risk, reproductive, endocrine, etc.?
Yes, I do think there is. Usually whenever we run the PFAS analysis, we do look at sex differences. The reason why I left it out here is because of sample size, where I was running a lot of interaction models and I didn't want to reduce power, but that is something to explore next. But yes, that is definitely valid.
Henry?
It looked to me that using like a geometric scale, and I was wondering if you had something that was maybe more arithmetic, you might have seen some smaller differences between the groups. You know, you might, on that scale, you might lose like 50%. Nothing was significant, statistically significant, so I don't know if it makes that much difference, but it was just interesting way to portray it.
So PFAS concentration actually skewed, which is the reason why they're presented in that way. So in our models, we did do some log transformation, but I don't think that will make a difference in terms of how the associations will go. It was more like we wanted to reduce, when presenting, we just wanted to highlight those differences on more of scale that have more accurate representation given the skewness of the data.
Thank you so much, Jennifer. That was excellent. Let me comment that there was a trainee a couple of years ago who also looked at PFAS, found a similar discrepancy between those who were white and more affluent and those who were poor at a higher rate. And I like your point about it might be too early to know. Let's see what happens then. Thank you. Okay.
Yes. Just in case. Oh, one better, two.
Right. Our next presenter is Priscilla Owusu-Schnitzer, and her mentor is MD Russian.
Uzaman, and he's online to introduce you.
Hi everyone. Yeah, good afternoon. And I really wish I was in Georgia with you all. But and again, this is a wonderful program, and I'd like to introduce Priscilla. So this is before I introduce Priscilla. So this is a student-led. And as part of some of the work we have been doing in Appalachia, overall in Central Appalachia, we look into water quality access, use, and quality and associated health outcome in some of these regions where most of these people, doesn't have access to safe drinking water. So this is another initiative, and again, this is just using a quantitative microbial risk assessment model to see like how. Having access to utility water would help health or overall life quality in this region. So with that, I would like to introduce Priscilla for her presentation.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rashid, and to my colleagues, Delia and Hemanta, for the hard work. So as Dr. Rashid said, our project was to evaluate the effects of utility water access on waterborne diseases in children in Appalachian Tennessee, where we used a quantitative microbial risk assessment approach to be able to identify the risk of infection as well as the disability-adjusted life years following infection. So, just out of curiosity, you don't have to raise up your hand, but how many of us have heard of Appalachia or have been there or, know a lot about it? Okay, everyone here knows Appalachia. So according to the Appalachian Regional Commission, the region is made up of about 432 different counties, and actually is a vast area. It's right from New York down to Mississippi, so it covers a very vast area. And for the purposes of our research, we're focusing on 3 counties, Johnson County, Washington County, and Clark County. So this map that you're seeing here is by the Appalachian Regional Commission. And the different colors, red, peach, white, blue, and deep blue, are the different economic levels that each of the counties have been put into. And I'll explain this further as we proceed in the presentation. So just by way of, zooming in on each of the counties just to see what we have going on. Washington County, by way of population, Washington County, amongst all the 3, has the highest population, followed by Clark County and Johnson County. But then with the racial distribution, all 3 counties are predominantly white, followed by Hispanic or Latinos and Black. And with regards to median income, Washington County has the highest of the 3. Poverty, Washington County has the lowest, and Johnson County the highest percentage poverty. And with regards to education, here, we're analyzing the having a bachelor's degree or higher, and the higher percentage was seen in Washington County and the lowest in Clark County. So this just gives like a snapshot of each of the counties that we're looking into. So earlier on, I did mention different economic levels, and the Appalachian Regional Commission has put all the counties into different economic levels based on 3 main factors. The first being the 3-year average unemployment rate in the county, second, the per capita market income, and third, the poverty rate in the county. So based on these 3 parameters, we have a county that's distressed, and that was Clark County, from the 3 that we're looking into. And a distressed county is a county that's economically distressed, and the worst 10% of US counties. Then secondly, at-risk county and Johnson County, which is the second county that we're looking into, is an at-risk county. And at-risk here means that based on these 3 parameters, the county is at a higher risk of becoming economically distressed. They're not there yet, but they're almost there. And then transitional counties, which Washington County, they are counties that are moving from a weak economic system to a stronger economic system. And then we have competitive and attainment counties that have way stronger economic systems or stronger economies in their county. But for the purposes of our presentation, we're looking at just the distress county, which is Cook, at risk, which is Johnson County, and transitional county, which is Washington County. We're not considering the two best here. We also consider these counties because of the availability of data that will make our research more meaningful. So by way of background still, over 200 million Americans have access to utility drinking water, and utility water is the water that comes from our water treatment plants, so they're treated water. But we also have about 1.8 million Americans that do not have access to safe drinking water sources. And when we say safe drinking water, we mean treated water, so mainly the utility drinking water. So this well, or this picture that you see here, is an actual well in Appalachian, Virginia. This was actually a research that was conducted where they're testing the water to check for microbial and chemical components in the water. And this is also an actual pipe that is diverting water from a spring and the person fetching the water. So some people rely solely on well water, or they rely on spring water for their sustenance. And that can be concerning, considering that these two water sources are not regulated by the EPA. And therefore, whatever is going in, it's not treated, and it can pose risk to the people that are ingesting the water. So to buttress, the pictures earlier, this is a graph from a research that was conducted by researchers in Virginia Tech and East Tennessee State University, where I'm from, and included my mentor as well. So they considered three main water sources. The black line here is for utility water, and then the gray is for well water, and then blue for spring water. They looked into both microbiological contamination as well as chemical composition of the water, but for the purpose of this presentation, we'll focus on the microbiological component, sorry. So with total coliform, and total coliform can either be pathogenic or not. So they looked into total levels of total coliform, and right away you see how with spring water and well water, there are high levels of total coliform, the concentrations MPN per 100 ml in the water, and very few levels in utility water. But when we come to E. coli, which is of major concern, because the EPA regulations say that there should be 0 MPN per 100 ml of E. coli in drinking water. And so this is good for utility water. However, when we look at well water and spring water, this is not so. And therefore, if we're having high levels or even a little level of E. coli in the water, then there's potential exposure to pathogenic forms of the microorganism. And therefore, children in the households that rely on either well or spring water are at risk from exposure to these pathogens. So according to the World Health Organization, there are 1.7 billion cases of childhood diarrhea worldwide. Children are a very vulnerable group, and children under 5 years old, childhood diarrhea is one of the major causes of death for children under 5 years of age. So these numbers are quite alarming. And then when we come to the United States, annually there are over 20 million cases of childhood diarrhea. And up to 12% of these cases are attributed to waterborne diseases. So I'm presenting two scenarios here again, and just for us to build a hypothesis. So on the first picture that we've seen before is a household that relies solely on well water as their main water source. And we're saying that in houses that rely on well water as the main water source, the well water is not regulated, is not efficiently treated, children in these households will have an increased risk of waterborne disease infection following exposure. And we're saying that the reverse is true for households that rely solely on or that have the ability to have connections of utility water coming to their homes. There will be a reduced risk of waterborne disease burden for children in these households. So in building and improving our hypothesis, we use data from various sources. The American Community Service data was helpful for population level data. We also use the EPA Safe Drinking Water Information Systems, or SIDWIS data, to help us assess or ascertain the utility water access data. and county health rankings for the standard life expectancy in each of the counties. And Appalachian Regional Commission, of course, was helpful in identifying the counties that are distressed, that are at risk. Peer-reviewed articles were helpful here because in a QMRA, you have to build your parameters, and they should be from existing literature and papers that have been conducted on the same topic of interest. And QMRA Wiki was a useful source in helping us identify the dose response model that best suits our medium of interest here, which is water, and our demographic of interest, which is children. So I mentioned that we use a QMRA, and for those of us who are familiar or not, a risk assessment follows four main steps. So hazard identification, and our hazard here is contaminated drinking water sources or pathogen contaminated drinking water sources. And for our exposure assessments, where we quantify the risk as well as establish our demographic of interest here at children. And then our dose response assessment. And we used from QMRA Wiki, we decided to use a Beta-Poisson dose response model. And with all this fancy math going on here, you don't have to worry about it. But all that it helps us to establish is the probability of infection following exposure. And with this, we're also able to estimate the disability adjusted life years. For our presentation, we're interested in the probability of or the risk of infection or infections averted and the DALI averted, where averted here stands for infections and life lived with disability that could have been avoided if these children had access to clean or treated drinking water sources. More of the parameters that we put into our QMRA model. So as I mentioned, peer-reviewed literature on the same topic. So we had the minimum and maximum water consumption, as well as the concentration of E. coli. And this mean concentration here was obtained from over 4 different papers, so an average concentration in well water, in private wells. We also checked in disease duration in years, considering acute, moderate to severe diarrheal illnesses lasting 7 days. Also disability weights, considering moderate cases of diarrhea, and the probability of illness given infection has 15%. So on our results, we're using the ACS data and the EPS CIDWIS data, we're able to calculate the population less than 18 years of age without access to utility water in Cork, Johnson, and Washington County. We considered from 2019 to 2023, and Washington County, where we identified that they had 100% access. So that means that none of the children there are at risk per the data that we analyzed. But with Cork County, which is purple here, and then Johnson County, which is green, we realized that over the years, as people are giving birth, the child population is increasing, whereas the water access is not increasing with the population. More and more children are at risk every year in households that would end up relying on well water and spring well water in this case. And also on our QMRA results, as I mentioned, we calculated for the estimated mean total infections averted and the estimated mean total DALIs averted. So we use R to be able to obtain these results. So for Cork County, we have over 500 infections that could have been avoided in children in this county if they had access to utility water or treated drinking water. And with regards to the mean DALIs averted or that could have been avoided, we have about 4 months of disability, days lived with disability that could have been avoided. And for Johnson County, we have over 1,000 infections that could have been avoided, as well as about 7 months of days lived with lived with disability that could have been avoided. And Washington County with 100% access. So we see how access plays a role in DALI and infections here. This is a plot of the results. We have over 500 for Cork and over 1,000 for Johnson County, however, 0 for Washington County. So how our project breaks the cycle, we considered 3 main parts, So the social and economic. So we've spoken about how different county economic distress levels reflect on utility water access and how that also plays a role in the health consequences, mainly physical health, because diarrheal states can lead to dehydration, can lead to fatigue and abdominal cramps. It really puts children in a state of lethargy and it stunts their growth. And the cumulative impact of exposure to pathogens in water over the years, it can get worse. It can be moderate, but then continued exposure can even lead to severe forms of diarrhea. So our strengths and limitations. Our strengths, we selected our study area based on the Appalachian Regional Commission's index system, not because our favorite counties are Cork and Johnson County, no, but we used, the data from ARC, and as well as the use of a QMRA model, which employs integration of, real-time data from peer-reviewed journals to make sure you're making assumptions, but you're making the right kind of assumptions. And for our limitations, we had limited access to actual waterborne disease data in the region. It's a little confidential, and as well as limited generalizability of our findings. In the future, we hope to explore a wider range of pathogens, and also to look beyond the 3 counties that we had mentioned, and also to engage the community on the advantages of being connected to utility water, because some of these communities are not connected for personal reasons and for some other reasons that they just don't want to be connected to utility water. So in conclusion, while we cannot change somebody's water source in a day and go to their house and just take away their well because it's not safe, that's not realistic. However, we can engage the community and educate them about the advantages of being connected to utility water system, or we can help them understand that there is a need for frequent monitoring, testing, and treatment of their water. And that way they can use their well water or their spring water, but they can use it safely. Thank you.
Any questions? Yeah, thanks. Can you pass microphone?
I might have missed this earlier, but who was the funding from on this study?
No, we're still funding for
No
this.
funding.
Yeah.
Okay, just brain work. Great. Congratulations. Have you coordinated with the Tennessee Department of Environment and Conservation on this?
Not yet.
Need a contact?
That'd be great.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'll let you know.
Thank you so much.
I think we have time for maybe like one more question.
Lily, I just wonder if Lily has any comments from the infectious disease point of view.
I'm actually gonna.
She's talking next.
Okay, that's a great talk. And actually, I'm going to talk about one of them, thinking about water quality in general in terms of impact on infectious diseases. How what you shared, is still a problem in the U.S. when we think about water quality. I'm an urban person, so sharing about what happens in rural communities is still very important to conservation.
Thank you so much. I think there was one question.
Oh, you're fine. That was an excellent presentation, very thought-provoking.
I'm curious, you sort of alluded to it towards the end about what are some of the barriers to accessing cleaner water sources. And I sort of felt like you mentioned maybe there were some personal barriers in terms of people not wanting to and having actual access. So I'm wondering if you can talk a little bit more about, how much of the problem is because these neighborhoods are not, these communities are not tapped into clean sources, and how many is because people choose not to use them, and then would expand a little bit more about what you think we should do about that.
Okay, so yes, it is one of the main reasons. We realize that especially in the very rural part, that people are that live very far off. They choose to isolate themselves, because some of them don't trust the the system in general. So it is a factor, but I believe it may not necessarily be the main factor for which they're not connected to the drinking water source, the utility water, as well as I feel like it's also an issue of environmental justice as to is the city trying to reach the areas and how possible it is to reach where they live, because you want them to come downtown, but then they choose to stay in their trailer up in the woods somewhere. So it's a really sticky situation, but it definitely does play a role, as well as the economics involved in even expanding to those far reach areas. Maybe they're just like, let's not just go there because it's not economically feasible for the system. So there's so many factors that do play a role. Yeah.
Thank you for raising that. I just have to say that in 2 or 3 previous presentations from the University of North Carolina, where they examined access to well water. It appears in North Carolina there are certain areas that are extra municipal, and those areas are dependent on well water. They don't get municipal water supplies. Just before I go, Andrew, are you familiar with this from the North Carolina area? This is from University of North Carolina.
Yeah, it was
Just give it to you.
Rebecca Pratt. Well, it was Rebecca, but also just blanking on her name. There are many communities. We call them loop communities, where there are isolated communities, often communities of color that haven't been tied into the municipal utility system. And then when there is a kind of an offer to tie in, it's often spurned because the homeowner is then asked to pay $5,000 or more to connect. And meanwhile, unfortunately, the well water that they're drinking for free often has higher levels of lead or arsenic or
amazing levels of lead and arsenic in the natural well water of North Carolina, just based on the geological plate they're built. They have the equivalent of a Bangladesh arsenic problem in those wells.
Yeah, and it continues, and there are extraordinarily patient environmental justice advocacy groups that have, they work for 20 years or more to just get simple water hookups, things that we would think are frankly the rights of people living in a community that for economic reasons is not being tied into those city systems.
Thank you. And thank you so much, Priscilla, for your wonderful presentation. It's now gives me great pleasure to introduce our first keynote speaker of the day. This one's yeah, our first keynote speaker of the day, Lily McLaughlin. Lily and I have known each other for a couple of decades at least. We worked together at the Hugh Spalding Children's Hospital in downtown Atlanta. And Lily and I are where Lily has since immigrated to Chicago, where she has a new home at the same university as Michael and Chloe. And she's going to talk to us about the sociology of emerging and existing infection in U.S. children, impact on child health and wellness in the post-global pandemic. And Lily, thank you so much.
That's a mouthful, so thank you for making it.
So I'm going to talk about thanking the Great Disciple Committee and especially Dr. Rubin for the opportunity to speak with you. And I will say that although I was born in Chicago, I spent almost 20 years in Atlanta, Georgia, watching Dr. Rubin that I can inspire them they can do and impact as many people as he has. So here are my disclosures, and away we go. Well, I'll say that people who know me, especially during the pandemic, will know that I have spent a lot of time thinking about vaccines and vaccinations. And so I thought it would be really important that maybe I try to frame this around the cumulative impact of what Break the Cycle is all about. So hopefully in the next 30 minutes or so, less than that, you will understand a little bit about the timeline of the impact of vaccinations, understand pre and post statistics on key vaccine preventable infections. And I wanted to focus in on specific pathogens to bring it really home to us because they have made the soundbite, news bite all over in the last few years. So that's my big long title. And you all are very familiar with this. In this presentation is really centered around that circle, but it's using a case study around vaccinations and the infections they prevent because I've spent the last 30 years thinking about that
more from the prevention side. And I think it's really important to be able to share that with this audience. So the cumulative impacts that we see in terms of increased toxin and increased stress, you can think about that also in terms of infectious diseases. And I'm hoping that in the next 15 so minutes to impact the health risk factors, the compounding factors, and the socioeconomic as well as residential option factors that lead to some of the infections that we see that are vaccine preventable. I'm hoping that we can figure out a way, or at least think about a way, to reverse the cumulative impacts and to increase the likelihood for better health outcomes through our knowledge and implementation around vaccines and vaccinations for our community. So as a little bit of a background, it seems like maybe I've lost some of my animations, so bear with me if that happens. I thought we would reset a little bit and understand the history of vaccines, because unlike what you might be hearing, vaccines, the vaccine development has been around a long, long time. This is a busy slide, and I just wanted to highlight some of the major points. Vaccines actually have been around since before 1800, when Edward Jenner actually immunized a kiddo with what became the first smallpox. Moving forward, key vaccine moments would be polio, 1950s, MMR, measles, mumps, rubella. Actually, that vaccine has been around a while, and I have a particular interest in understanding pneumococcal vaccines, and our whole landscape of pneumococcal vaccine has changed because we developed a conjugated pneumococcal vaccine that we could actually immunize infants who were at higher risk. Prior to that, we could not. And speak about waterborne gastroenteritis, rotavirus. When the rotavirus vaccine came out in 1999, it changed the landscape again, more so in well-resourced countries than in middle or low-income countries. I'm not going to belabor this point, except to say, please take home the message that flu vaccines have been around for a very, very long time. And if we look at the decades leading up to 2025, you can see that there have been many additions to our vaccine armamentarium in terms of what's available to us. We in the US have been very, very, very lucky because we have the resources to develop and refine the vaccines that are out there. And these are just a few of them. But we wouldn't be able to do that without our public health folks, our regulatory agencies, and make our vaccines safe. There's a lot of stuff that's now coming out around the space of vaccinations. And I think we need to empower ourselves to better understand that. So how do we tip the scales? Tip the scales as a society and as a country to think about how do we impact the cumulative impacts and decrease them in the space around vaccine preventable conditions. This is for me to remind you that in 2025, we have available in the US 16 safe and highly effective vaccines that we recommend as a pediatrician for routine use in children. And that's resulted in more than 95% reduction in some of the vaccine preventable diseases, and 100% in that smallpox situation I mentioned earlier. I think that we need to think about what really has been happening since vaccines have been routinely available for our citizens. We've done a good job in the ones that I've highlighted, and these are just some of them, but we haven't done so good of a job for some of these others in an age when these vaccines have been around for some time. And I'm hoping you're going to walk away and have a better understanding for why that might be and what you can do in terms of this effort to decrease the cumulative impact. So I could go on and on about vaccine preventable conditions, but I'm only going to focus on how relevant these three pathogens are when we speak about these social determinants of health and those factors that we can have a difference to then decrease the cumulative impact. How many people have seen whooping cough? seen it a number of times, seen really sick kids from it. Well, here's the story. Whooping cough, actually, the cumulative impact, and we think about the stress or toxin in this situation, is the germ itself, the infection it causes. If you look at the risk factors around that circle, you can see that lack of knowledge or understanding about how pertussis germ works contributes to why we see so much of it. Lack of immunity. Babies, pregnant women, they may not have immunity. Some of us who have immunity, because we actually took that vaccine when we were younger, we've lost some of that immunity, so it's not that durable. It wanes. It might protect us from getting the big old whooping cough, but it doesn't protect us from transmitting it to somebody else who's not immunized. Our outcomes for disease severity, all the things that have been mentioned in the talks before in terms of air quality, if you have asthma, if you have sickle cell, if you have obesity, those things get aggravated and your severity of disease worsens if you contract pertussis. The socioeconomic situation, poor nutrition, it affects your overall health. It affects your overall severity if you contract pertussis. Housing conditions. My husband, who studies affordable housing in this country, has taught me a lot in understanding about that topic. But crowding, water conditions, as we just heard, all of those things affect our health and affect our risk for contracting pertussis. In 2018, you can see here the incidence of pertussis among infants. If you're younger than 6 months, it's almost twice. No, it's actually more than twice than if you got disease if you're 6 to 12 months. The sad thing is that there are many, many more cases of pertussis in 2024 than there were in 2023. And this slide, I hope, rings really true with if you are questioning the validity of the importance of an impact of vaccines. You can look at this slide and look and understand this data. This is the right-hand side shows 1922 all the way through 2022. You can see that DTP was first available in 1948, and you see a big drop. That's DTP stands for diphtheria, tetanus, and pertussis. As we have research in ways to study better formulations of this, we've come up with DT(ap), and that changed the picture of pertussis in our country. It decreased it so much so that we didn't see it very often. And then we had Tdap, so we protected our pregnant women. Again, all of this seems like, wow, we should be able to kind of like put that as a disease that we don't see. But look at this. In Chicago, my hometown, or where I was born, I'm showing you here pre-pandemic numbers during the pandemic, and then during 2024, look at the difference between the rates. The COVID pandemic, while it was horrific in many levels because of the masking, the social distancing, and we just didn't see each other, we had low rates of respiratory pathogens all across, including pertussis. Pre-pandemic, the gold line, you can see where we were over the 1-year epi curve here. But in 2024, we've gone way above that all season long or all year long. So it's been the highest total in the last 6 years. What contributes to that? Ask yourselves that. This is a quote from a mother that I saw as part of the treatment team about 2.5 months ago. And she said to the ICU doctor, "Doctor, it was just the flu." This is a 24-month-old, previously healthy, full-term baby who presented with low-grade fever, congestion for 3 days. My goodness, for the primary care providers in this room, that is such a common compilation of symptoms. We see that all the time. This mother gave this baby Tylenol every 4 hours regularly with ibuprofen, took the toddler into the primary care doctor who diagnosed this baby with influenza A and said, if things get worse, come back. Well, at day 10, she brings the baby back into the emergency room. That's a picture of the chest x-ray that was seen. And the sad story about this as this baby died within 26 hours of admission from that ER. They drew labs. This baby had viral sepsis. This mother's comment, it was just the flu. That notion is what leads us today to have such low vaccination rates for influenza. So let's look at the cumulative impact. Here again, the weight or the stress for toxin is the infection. If we look about the health risk factors, again, knowledge about influenza and what it can do, how it's transmitted, is important to understand. Lack of immunity, poor vaccination rates. I was just looking up in Chicago, in Illinois, it's 28% for flu vaccine. I am just like, here in Georgia, not much better, but slightly. It's about 41%. During the pandemic, I studied and looked at in Georgia because I was here. I was trying to figure out communities where we should be kind of targeting our resources to vaccinate against COVID. And I looked and saw that the vaccination rates for adults in Georgia was about 30-some%. So, you know, it was dismal. Actually, kids were better off than in terms of vaccination rates during that time period. The exposure risk factors that I mentioned earlier for pertussis is relevant here too. The socioeconomic factors that is in that circle and it's contributing to severity of disease is also true for what I said about pertussis as well as for flu. Crowding, housing quality impacts one's risk for severity of disease. Access to healthcare, access transportation-wise to healthcare impacts severity. If that mother of that 2-year-old had easy access, it was really easy for her to get seen. She might have brought her toddler in before the 10-day mark. This is just a kind of hone in again about pre-pandemic, post-pandemic, and during the pandemic, the numbers that we see. And really, if you look on the hospitalization rates on the graph on the right here, you can see that the dramatic difference between the hospitalization rates between pre-pandemic period and the 24-25 season, which we're not done yet. As a pediatrician, I have to share this slide with you, which is really just disheartening. I know you can't read the numbers very well on this side, but just know that the right-hand side is the 24-25 flu season. So we're not done quite with that. And the left-hand side shows pre-pandemic, the 2018-2019 season. And the map above is just the areas, the regions of the country that were most impacted by flu deaths. As you can see, just in the week ending in April 15th, we've had 6 pediatric flu-related illnesses or deaths. And you can see already we have had 204 deaths, which outpaces already what happened pre-pandemic. During the pandemic, there was a just really low rate of pediatric flu deaths. And that again is because of the social distancing masking we had to do for COVID. Okay, I'm going to shift over to talk about measles. Measles has been on the minds of many of us. And before I start off, I just want to put it out there because I think that this is an important statement to make. In 2004, the 8th and final report of the Immunization Safety Review Committee issued by the Institute of Medicine concluded that the body of epidemiological evidence favors the rejection of a causal relationship, causal versus temporal, between MMR and autism. In 2016, following years of kind of accelerated vaccinations, the Americas region is declared free of endemic measles. What's happened? Grim facts that you may or may not know is that 1 out of every 1,000 measles cases will develop acute encephalitis. That could lead to permanent brain damage. 1 to 3 out of every 1,000 children infected with measles will die. And about 1 in 5 unvaccinated people in the US who get measles will be hospitalized. For the clinicians in the room, they probably know about this. For others, you may not. But there's a rare condition called subacute sclerosing panencephalitis, and it's a fatal degenerative disease of the central nervous system. It doesn't show up right away after your measles infection, but it can occur somewhere a decade later. So when people think about measles, they should realize it is a deadly infection. It can be very deadly. So the cumulative impact here, same as before. Lack of knowledge on the measles germ. We have resources in this country that make people feel safe. They don't want to immunize their kids against it because they don't see the devastation of measles cases all around them. But that's changing a little bit. It's highly infectious. Before COVID, I would give an immunization lecture to medical students at Morehouse School of Medicine. And I would say, you know, measles is super infectious. Like the R0 value or attack rate is really high here compared to flu or any of the other respiratory pathogens you can think of. And then COVID changed that. But it is highly infective. There is poor vaccination rates that have led to where we are currently in the US. Exposure to others, the high attack rates makes it highly transmissible, like a wildfire spreading. Again, the same things that I've mentioned before for pertussis and flu exist also in terms of socioeconomic factors that increase one's risk. I will make a note here that vitamin A does not prevent disease. It's not curative treatment for infected patients. I just want you to know that that's a statement I want on the record for us to all think about. If you need more data on that, I can provide that to you. Okay, I'm kind of going to fly through some of these slides at the end because I know that we all are aware about the measles. But I would say to you to look at this slide because I want people to recognize that of all of the measles cases that we see in this country as of April 3rd, 2025, almost all of them are US acquired. They're not necessarily imported in. 884 cases of measles across 29 states is the last count. The last CDC published MMWR, so thank goodness MMWR is allowed to publish again, showed that 607 measles and 500 of those occurred in 2025. If you look at the states that mostly have account for that 607, you can see where we are based on the shading of the map. And not surprisingly, because you've heard this, is that Texas has the worst outbreaks. This is where I want to emphasize to you that place matters, resources matter, what you have available to you by your community level, by your county level matters. So if you look at annual measles cases from 2001 to 2025, just reinforces the thing that I've been saying about measles. If you look at vaccination rates, look at Texas. Texas is 94.5% for kindergartners that have been vaccinated, partly because of the school requirement. Illinois is actually worse. So what happened? If you look at particular counties and the immunization rates in those counties, it changes the story. So you can see the 42 cases comes from a county that had the lowest vaccination rates against MMR. I threw in Atlanta there for all of us who are from here because, you know, we're not doing great for an urban city that has a lot of crowded population density, easy transmission. And it's not a, you know, to say that as the immunization rates go up, your risk in an outbreak situation in a school setting goes down. Illinois, we have just recently, as of right before I think I flew on the plane here, our first case of a measles. And we have, again, 92% overall for the state vaccination rate. So for existing infectious diseases that's impacted by place and time and that are vaccine preventable, I listed the ones I really think that we need to hang our hat on and really try to do what we can to work together to decrease some of these cumulative factors that result in severity of infection. So if you look at health risks, birth condition, exposure situation, family history, all of these things impact our ability to decrease severity of infection for these pathogens. This just summarizes, just for people to know, that the number 1, number 2, and number 7 causes of death in the US, people who would really suffer if they contracted those diseases I showed you in the previous slide, these are vaccine preventable. If you have asthma, so many of us, talking about air quality, so many of us have that. These are the vaccines that really could impact your outcome. In the title, I talk about emerging infections, and I want to focus just for a minute on 2 pathogens that I still think of as emerging, even though I know we want to say we're done with COVID. We are not. 8 to 10% of us suffer from long COVID. If you have disabilities, if you have comorbidities, you're likely to be in that 8 to 10%. For children, multi-inflammatory syndrome is a real disease. It has real consequences. And there was just a recent report study done out of the Recover multi-center project funded by NIH, Oz, that shows that children who have had COVID infection are at increased risk for organ damage down the road, their kidney, their GI system, cardiovascular. So it is still with us, and we need to still think about it and think about ways to decrease that cumulative impact on severity of disease, not so much for getting over COVID, but really the impact of long-term wise. Avian flu, I'm going to make a note here that, you know, when I looked at the vaccine development for avian flu, it's been in development for a while, but nobody was really paying attention to it until recently, because now in the US, we've had 70 total cases of humans infected by avian flu. Thankfully, at this moment in time, there is no human-to-human transmission. It's mostly poultry to human or domestic cat to human. But the reality is we don't know what's going to happen. So are we prepared? As all this stuff is flying around us, are we prepared? It's my summary slide. It's built around measles, but I can tell you that health risk, compounding factors, the social and economic factors, all of that impacts our risk for measles. But you can substitute with the word measles for anything on that green list of pathogens I showed earlier. We don't live in a bubble. We travel by plane, by train. We live in cities, rural areas. Our ability to access each other and people who are more vulnerable than others, that's what leads to this kind of cumulative impact transmission severity. So the age continuum from birth to elderly folks, when does it matter for the intervention to take place? I'm a pediatrician, but I can tell you during COVID, I saw all adults. I vaccinated just adults, mostly. So it all matters. The importance of choice, importance of opportunities for choice, and creating and sustaining choices. The punchline is, what can we do about this? What's the way to reverse these cumulative impacts? If you go to Morehouse's website, they always have at the bottom this logo about health equity. So I drink the Kool-Aid, and I drink the Kool-Aid in Chicago still on this. So health disparities, preventable health differences experienced by people from socially disadvantaged groups. This is a really nice cartoon of what does it mean for health equality, what does it mean for health equity, and what does it mean for health justice? Because we should be thinking about that. We should be thinking about that in our own spaces. Equality is treating everyone the same way. Equity is prioritizing treatment and care based on need. And health justice is recognizing and building the power of individuals and communities affected by the health inequities. So what can we do around the vaccination space? Educational inequality is to improve access to trusted, underscore that several times, and evidence-based resources of information. Mobilize our health information. Inadequate access to healthcare is just such a big factor in everything, including vaccine preventable conditions. I see this all the time, whether it's people not able to get to transportation to come to get preventative care, people living in rural areas and don't even hear about the information, people having financial constraints that doesn't allow them to do what's optimal for their health and wellness. I can just say that this speaks true to what I think we all need to stand behind in terms of health equity. We need to realize that not everybody is equal here, and we need to do what we can for those who cannot. And that includes keeping the Vaccines for Children program. Do not let that get wiped off. Keeping CHIP program. For those who are not aware, this is like a way to provide low-cost health insurance to children and families that earn too much to qualify for Medicaid. And then health justice. I'll just say that this is a distinctively social ethic of care that reframes the relationship between healthcare, public health, and the social determinants of health. Think about that. So what can we do? I think part of it is hopefully the message from here is to empower ourselves with knowledge and help those in your community, whether that's your friends, your family, your neighborhood, whoever, because they may not have the access to information like you do. And start off by just knowing when vaccines are recommended, why vaccines are recommended. Go to trusted sources to answer the questions. Don't just say, take the vaccine, take the vaccination. Because in the end, what we want to achieve is herd immunity for all the pathogens that I listed that are vaccine preventable. We can't hope to convince everybody. Some people aren't eligible, can't take it. But if enough of us take opportunity given to us to protect ourselves, then we can achieve that herd immunity and decrease these pathogens from rolling around in our community. So in conclusion, I want to say that vaccine development has been around for a very long time. Hopefully I convinced you of that. Vaccinations, immunizations, however you want to call it, have protected humans and animals from contracting serious life-threatening disease. Acknowledge it or not, we have all benefited from vaccine development and vaccine immunity. Every one of us, no matter what the naysayers are saying. Resources are needed to keep us safe, healthy, and well. That includes public health resources. A lot of the data I shared with you today is on the backs of people who have done surveillance work at the federal level, at the state level, the county level, and public health clinic level. Healthcare delivery resources, healthcare access, that should be something of a priority for this group and anybody else who cares about healthcare. And then resources to access health education, that's so important. And finally, resources to receive credible healthcare and health education. Here are some credible links that I'm going to be able to share the slides with you all. We are actually creating a website at the University of Chicago to help promote vaccine advocacy, immunization education, and also ways to mobilize our communities on the south side of Chicago. I'll end on this note and take any questions. I'm sharing this one quote because, well, I take questions because as you all know, Pope Francis passed away recently, but this quote is really, it really spoke to me. So I hope it speaks to you as well.
Excellent presentation, and I think you were so spot on really getting the message out. And I think the misinformation is overwhelming. There is an infectious disease expert on global health at Baylor whose name is Peter Hotez, and he has a great monograph called Vaccines Did Not Cause My Daughter's Autism. And he gets hate mail and death threats. In 1995, I was at CHOP as part of the Maternal and Child Health Developmental Behavior Pediatric Leadership Conference. And Paul Walker had been overwhelmed by being a pediatric infectious disease consultant in CHOP, Philadelphia, emergency department, because there was a epidemic of measles in a community that did not believe in vaccines, and he buried at least 5 children. I think it would be good to take some of those individuals, including Robert Kennedy, and put handcuffs on them in the ICU while a child is dying of measles encephalitis or measles pneumonia, and tell them, that's wrong, Bob. It's that bad. Now, why do I get intense on this? I came to Chicago 20 years ago, and I get a call on a Friday afternoon, and they say, what do you know about autism? And I say, you know, it's increasingly recognized and families need support. And they say, oh, this is Oprah Winfrey. We want you to be on her. And I said, you will be the 3rd speaker. And the first speaker is going to be Jenny, the vaccine.
Jenny McCarthy.
Jenny McCarthy. Okay. And the second speaker is a woman who had premature twins, and the boy had autism, and her husband was quarterback for UCLA and became a famous pro football star. And, you know, Jenny gets on Oprah, and, you know, remember, I'm 3rd, so I don't get on to 3rd. And Jenny's story is so compelling, it takes 40 minutes. And then the second speaker, their individual story is so compelling, it takes 5 minutes. And they said, Mike, we'll just put out your statement. We don't have time with you. I said, I'm sorry, Ms. Winfrey, you can invite me back. I welcome being back. I was never invited back. Listen to where I was coming. So my first job out of fellowship, in 1985, I did residency at Brown, fellowship at Hopkins, and I'm a consultant to the New York State School for the Blind in Batavia, New York. And I want you to pay attention to 1985, because in that year, children who survived the congenital rubella epidemic of 1964 were graduating from the School for the Blind. If one is developmentally disabled, one could graduate from high school at 21 because that's the rules of education. And I saw 50 children who were becoming young adults who were deaf and blind and autistic and CP who had congenital rubella. And I interviewed the mothers, and the mothers in tears told me, if I knew a mild infection during pregnancy would do this to my son or daughter, I would have walked on water to prevent it. That's what vaccines do. My mistake was I didn't have a camcorder. I didn't have a Barbara Walters interview. I had none of that. And we are not up there because we got egos and we want to be corporate medicine and stuff. This stuff has consequences. We have to get better with our message. We will get no social justice if we let ignorance win. Thank you for doing this presentation.
We have time for one more question.
Did you want to ask Brent?
First Brent and then John.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate all of your sincerity, and I acknowledge that, and yet I want to ask if you would be willing to also consider that there are steps that we could take to also support our immunity within the body, our innate immunity, including our spleen and its function, and so I've been doing a lot of research on that, and would just like to ask, would you be willing to have a conversation about that as a follow-up?
Absolutely. Yeah, I would like to, just to piggyback off that comment, one of the things I'm really interested to examine as a physician scientist and a population health service researcher is the fact that we've been noticing older kids who have had invasive pneumococcal disease who've been fully vaccinated. They're not making the news because it's all about measles right now. But the reality is in Chicago, in just the short time that I've been there, I've taken care of a number of kids who've had meningitis, septic arthritis, sepsis. I verified their fully vaccinated status. And I'm bringing up the spleen issue because these are encapsulated organisms. And I'm we've collected a lot of these isolates, and I'm trying to get them serotyped, and then looking at virulence factors, and also on the host side, what is going on? Because these are, again, preventable in my mind. And it's like, should we be updating the recommendations for older children? But they're all encapsulated organisms. So having any splenic dysfunction or issues with the filtration is, potentially an explanatory role in this.
Thank you.
Joan.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, I appreciate this information. I had bumps which led to encephalitis when I was young. This was before the vaccine came out, so I'm very supportive of vaccines. But I have a question on a little, you had mentioned about the bird flu, and I have a question about that. How serious, I didn't realize that there were 70 cases already in humans. One question is, how serious is this flu in humans? Has it been life-threatening? Another is, you mentioned a vaccine for bird flu is being developed. Is this vaccine intended for poultry or for humans? And one other thing is, current kind of protocol, if you're a chicken farmer and flu occurs in your flock, you're supposed to cull the entire flock. And it seems to me it would be a lot better to cull the infected ones and let the ones that were exposed to it and developed immunity, use those for breeding and try to develop kind of a herd immunity in poultry. Because I think that bird flu has been around for thousands of years. It's not a new thing, and wild birds have it. Not all of them die from it. But when we're killing our entire 10,000 chickens in a commercial operation, some of them which have developed immunity to it, it seems like a lost opportunity to me. So anyway, that's my comments. And if you wouldn't mind commenting on the severity of bird flu in humans and the intent for the vaccine, I'd appreciate it.
So thank you for that comment and questions. So what I will say to you is that, as with all vaccine in development, we develop an animal model. The targets for immunity are based on what we utilize in our animal models, and then we go on to humans. So when we enter kind of that phase 1 trial. So I believe, I'm not a veterinarian and I don't know exactly for herd immunity if there's what the work has been done in that space. But you're right, that just seems like a natural thing. Like if you can just study and understand why certain avian strains would be able to generate immunity in our poultry as well as other avian species, that would be ideal. As far as humans, the issue is that we are watchfully waiting to see if there's going to be that human to human crossover. Because that's where, if you think about how flu vaccines are developed every year, it's shooting for areas that we think that our body needs to recognize and then mount the antibody response in order to prevent infection. So the cases that we've seen have been, I'll say, mild, than moderate, in the sense that some people have been hospitalized for it. I don't know that any have died of those 70. But again, the way that viruses mutate, it's not necessarily predictable, right? So that's the reason behind the development of the avian flu vaccine, which it is ultimately for humans, not for animals, that's targeted for in terms of development. But it is, they do have animal models for that particular vaccine. I don't know if that answered your question.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody, and thank you so much. Ready, time for a lunch break.
Good afternoon, everybody. I know some haven't returned from lunch, and I hope they're enjoying the sunshine. I think that's what it is. If they knew that Shahid was going to be the first speaker, they would have flocked back. They would have rushed back to come in here. Come trickling in. Again, wonderful welcome back, and I'm going to not take too much of Shahid's time. I hand over Shahid Mohammed, whose mentors, Hannah Thompson, is your mentors online. So Jimena, if we could get Hannah Thompson to introduce Shahid, that would be wonderful. And here's your microphone to get started.
I can introduce her. I'm Hannah Thompson from Mount Sinai. Thank you so much for having us. Shahid Mohammed is a visiting British scholar, and she's completing research years in New York City at Mount Sinai, Columbia, after going to medical school. She's particularly pursuing a Master of Public Health. And she was the first international student recruited from medical school in Sudan to join a Columbia Research Center that collaborates with a Nobel Prize affiliated lab studying chemosensory biomarkers, particularly olfaction, taste, and pain, as early indicators of cognitive decline and other health disorders. And her research journey began with an experimental study on pain biomarkers in medical school using animal models. Shahid's research focuses on how sensory health is impacted by toxic environmental exposures, including vaping. And she's been working with us at Mount Sinai in the New York State Children's Environmental Health Center to really understand and prevent harmful exposures in children's environmental health, with a focus on education and prevention. And so I'm really excited to have her here, and I'm really grateful for all her work on this project.
Thank you, Dr. Thompson. I wish you were here today. And Dr. Thompson's like an amazing mentor. She's one of our assistant professors at the Department of Environmental Health at Sinai. She's also an amazing like occupational health physician, and she does like incredible research on like occupational frailty, cancer risks. She's done like a lot of things on screening in colorectal cancer as well. So I'm really lucky to have her as a mentor. So yeah. Anyways, let's dive into the slides. I think people are beginning to trickle back. So where we looked at socioeconomic factors and how they impacted lead screening in New York City children at Mount Sinai. And this was like with the New York State Children's Environmental Health Center, with a couple of other people who I'll talk about later. Okay, so why are we doing this? Why are we looking at this? The CDC recommends screening for all children in New York. Doesn't recommend it, mandates it. They recommend it for all children in the world, but in New York City it's mandated. And there's a reason for that. It's because housing in New York City is so old. If you've ever been, you would be able to know, like you'd be able to attest for that. This is a map from the environmental health website. And you can see here, like the purple areas represent places where homes were like over 80% of the homes are built before 1940. So you can see here, there's a lot of purple in New York City, and that's kind of where the issue lies for us. So why are we screening? There are like no safe levels of blood for children at all. And that's just a fact. And the way we screen for lead in children is through two different things. So we can either look at like finger prick capillary testing, and that's something we do in office, and I'm sure all of you like know about this. And then there's another test that we can do, which is looking at like venous blood test, where we take the child's blood and look at the venous level, and that's a little bit more invasive, and it's usually after the capillary blood test, just to kind of confirm. The CDC uses a blood lead reference value of like 3.5. Anything above that is considered high in children. And then just to give you a little bit of context of like what in New York City counts as like what the state of like elevated blood lead levels are in the United States and in New York. In the US alone, over 500,000 children are estimated to have like high lead thresholds in their blood, which is a massive number. So I'll just let that sink in for a minute. And in New York, there's like just in 2024, 2,500 children were found to have high lead in their blood. So this is definitely an issue that we wanted to explore. So what did we actually do in this study? Like what were our methods? I don't know what this is, but we'll get rid of it. We had electronic health data from Mount Sinai all the way from 2016 to 2024. And that's like over 9,500 children, which is a lot of data. And our inclusion criteria was anybody who had at least one visit at that time, like at any time during this time period, and who didn't have any missing key demographic data, so things on socioeconomic stuff, things like that. And our focus was looking at like lead screening for children at 9 to 12 months and at 24 months. Because if you remember, well, like children are recommended to be screened at 12 months and 24 months. So we looked at various different exposure variables, race and ethnicity, insurance type, sex, trying to see like are there any differences between who's being screened and who isn't being screened. And then what were our outcomes? We wanted to see if a child had completed screening at 9 to 12 months or at 24 months. Those were kind of our main outcomes. And we also wanted to kind of look, and that was like either through venous or capillary blood tests or through through either the venous or capillary blood tests. So anybody that was screened past 24 months, we didn't count as screened. And then for analysis, we kept it simple. Like we did descriptive statistics. We had so much data, we wanted to just see what the trends were for now. And then we did like a simple unadjusted Poisson regression to look between the subgroups and see if there were any like differences between the groups of who was being screened and who wasn't. And then, so what did we find? And this is always the fun part. Honestly, like the results were actually really, really good. Over 80% of actually over 90%, like about 90% of children were found to be screened for lead in our health system, which is really good. And 9 to 12 months, this was like 89.7% overall screening rates. And at 24 months, this was 89.8%. And you might be like, it should be 100%. But in New York City, the benchmark, according to the Environmental Health website, was 80%. So we managed to exceed that in our health system, which is pretty good. And then when we dug a little bit further to kind of see, okay, we have high screening rates, but are there any differences between people? And I know there's a lot of numbers on the screen. And for me, like numbers confuse me if I don't get to see like colors. So we'll break them down. So the first thing we're going to talk about is race. And when it came, we had some like pretty interesting differences between children. One of the most interesting things was with Asian children, they were 60% less likely to be screened when compared to white children. And that was statistically significant. And then when it came to African American children or Black children, at 9 to 12 months, they were actually pretty, like their screening rates were pretty high. But it dropped significantly at 24 months, they were 16% less likely to be screened at 24 months when compared to white children. Then insurance type, when we started looking at insurance, things started to get pretty interesting. A lot of kids who were considered self-pay were 75% less likely to be screened than those that weren't, which was definitely something we need to like kind of look at a bit further. And then when it came to Medicaid children, at 12 months, they were actually almost just as likely to be screened as people on commercial insurance. But when it came to 24 months, this kind of dropped. They ended up being a third less likely to be screened, which was pretty interesting. And then when it came to sex, there was small differences. Females were about 10% less likely to be screened at both time points. So those were kind of our main findings, and we will look a bit further into like what all these numbers means, what do they mean, like what are the public health implications. These results really kind of show that system-wide policy mandates work. It's mandated in New York that children get screened, and it seems to be working. We have pretty high screening rates, and it makes us really like we should really be considering that in states that don't have it mandated, even though it's recommended for everyone, that it maybe should be mandated, because the risks of missing a child that might have high levels is like far outweighs the risks of like just over screening, you know? And then here's the thing, like while overall numbers look pretty good in general, it's clear that it's important to kind of delve deeper to look at any kind of differences between subgroups. And future studies kind of need to go beyond just asking like, were kids screened? This is the beginning, right? Were they screened? And we need to look at like, were they managed, right? Like, were elevated blood levels managed? Did they come back in? Were risk factors in their homes managed? And that's something that takes a lot of time. Like we have a lot of resources in New York City for this, but it does take time. At Nice Check, like we do a lot of work with a lot of different environmental exposures. I've done some stuff with the pediatric asthma team, and it takes time to break down those environmental risk factors. So we need to see, are they being managed? And then one major finding that we can't ignore is that insurance status clearly matters. Children that were like self-pay, as we mentioned, were less likely to be screened than those on commercial insurance. And this may be like, we need to figure out why this is happening, because a lot of these children may be like completely eligible to be screened for free and just not know it. So we need to do some studies on this and kind of figure out what barriers are patients facing. Is it education barriers? We don't know. And then in terms of race, it was clear that there was like, we need to do more kind of surveys on an individual level with patients coming in from like Asian backgrounds to see what barriers are happening there. Is there really a barrier? This is population level data, so it's not always representative of everyone, but it is showing trends. Like this is like almost 10,000 children, right? And then the last thing, and I think this is a really important one, is this data, we managed to pull it because at Mount Sinai, we have a really incredible data health equity team. And their whole job is to make sure that everyone at Sinai is being is not having any barriers when it comes to anything kind of equity related. And it's really important in any health system to kind of have a team like this. This wouldn't have been possible without them. And I think this kind of study kind of really highlights that. So what limitations do we have? Like in any study, there are definitely limitations. This was a retrospective study. So like with any retrospective study, there are so many different, like we pulled all the data from electronic health records. So that could definitely expose us to a lot of selection bias. Not everything here is going to represent like that this is the cause of an issue, right? And again, we only look to screening. We need to look at outcomes like elevated blood lead levels, look at adjusting the model for more confounders when it comes to regression. So yeah, that's kind of the limitations when it comes to what we're doing with this study. So where do we break the cycle? And that's the fun part, the one that we all care about here. Nearly 50% of New York City's housing was built before 1950 or 40, as we mentioned before. And so that's the residential characteristics, meaning that thousands of children are being exposed to like high lead, and that's affecting their health, right? It's exposing them to well-documented irreversible health effects, things like neurodevelopmental delays, cognitive impairment, and more. And again, this is where we come in, right? We break the cycle before the damage, before like by exposing who is left out of screening. So we come in at multiple areas, but we want to expose who is not being screened, because once you're screened and that higher level is identified early on, we can prevent those irreversible health effects. But if you're not being screened, that can't happen. So that's that. And thank you so much for listening today. And does anyone have any questions? And there's so many hands. I don't know if I'm supposed to give him the mic. I'll highlight them later.
So, okay, so thank you very much, Ed. I think it's actually great that you get up to 90% approximately of getting lead levels in children, and that's a marked advance. So, one of the very few advantages of being old like me is that you kind of have perspective. So when I was a pediatric resident in New York City, we actually used to get sent door to door as part of the residency. We would send the interns out, and we had to do door-to-door lead testing in the Bronx. And so the screening programs at that time never approached anything near 90%. Maybe they were way down like 20–30%. The difference at the time was blood lead levels among children screened in the 1970s were in the 20s, average in the 20s for white children, in the 30s for African American children. So the levels were enormously higher, but the screening rates were so much lower. So in addition to the levels coming down, so now the screening rates are going up, which is actually very nice to see. So thank you.
No, thank you for Thank you for highlighting the change in not a long amount, not in a short amount of time. It's not that long.
So two questions. So is there a downside? Is there a negative? So it's wonderful that New York has that level. It's also daunting that there are many states that don't have active clinical programs, childhood poison prevention programs.
So why would you not adopt this? Is there an expense issue? Is there a philosophical issue?
I think in every state it's recommended, but it's not mandated. Like it's recommended, like every pediatrician has to is supposed to screen for lead all the way from birth till 6 years old. And then those 2 blood lead tests are at those ages. But I couldn't tell you exactly why. The mandate is usually for high risk children, and New York City, just living in New York is considered being high risk. But you're right. I think it should be mandated for everyone, and I think it is. But I think being able to institute a policy like that, I don't know why it's not mandated everywhere. It should be.
Thank you. Maybe just to comment on that point, because I was the designated federal official on a number of the CDC committees that organized screening recommendations back in the 80s, 90s, and way back then. So there were states that claimed they never had seen a child with lead poisoning at the levels we were concerned with then. Alaska, for example, claimed never to have seen a single child. Why should they be burdened with doing surveillance? And actually, some of the biggest, we call them fights, they were really nasty discussions at the time in our committees were between people who insisted on doing universal surveillance regardless, like Herb Needleman and some of the strong advocates, and others who were saying, you know, it's just too costly to go after low-risk children. And I think the way it ended up over the last 20 years is that at-risk children, like Medicaid children, the guidelines are all of them should be screened. And the CDC, after my time, began focusing on looking at things like GIS, where they could identify areas of old housing where you could recommend all children being screened, like New York City. So, so partially it's cost, partially it's, you know, it's an issue of priorities in areas where lead poisoning in old housing is not a major issue. One more.
Thank you.
Last question.
Yes.
Excellent presentation. I think the other variable that is so important is vulnerability and risk. For example, disproportionately, preemies live in low-income housing in disadvantaged neighborhoods, and they can't afford having elevated leads. And the question that I have is, how can you construct a system so that on a population process, you kind of know, just as you would know whether they were low birth weight, whether they got all their immunizations, you know, where they were, make it up on ages and stages at 4 years or 5 years of age. Would that be a value so you would know lead screening and its impact on risk for vulnerability of the central nervous system?
So you're saying, how could we model it to look at age
and how the exposure a specific age leads to a specific amount of health impact?
Yes.
That's a really good question. I feel like the health outcomes of things have been like well established when it comes to lead. I don't know if like the amount of time you're exposed has been established, but you probably know this better than me.
I think that's for very high lead.
Very high lead.
Our colleague said before we took lead out of gasoline, it was quite common to have community leads of 30 and 40. When I was a fellow at Hopkins in the early 80s, we admitted 10 kids a week with leads above 60 for chelation. But listen to this, Baltimore, where Hopkins is located, had no lead in public housing since 1940. What's the problem with that? Poor children don't only live in public housing, they live in old, dilapidated housing, a la New York, a la Philadelphia, a la Chicago. So I think the issue is children are the barometers of this exposure. We have been far from making all housing minimal standard safe so that dust in this exposure does not occur. So we should keep on strategically looking at both screening and impacts that might not be as large as if you were severely poisoned, but are still there on a population level.
Yeah, 100%, you're right. I think, sorry, you want
to say
oh, yeah.
Like itching for the mic. No, you're 100% right. I think on the first slide, there was a dichotomy of me saying there's no safe lead levels and blood lead above this level is considered dangerous. And I think that's what you're saying. It's like, we need to really mitigate this exposure so the level is zero in everyone, basically. And that's something we're not doing. And then I just wanted to thank the people at Nice Check there in the middle there, and Dr. Thompson and Dr. Penley and Dr. Sheffield and everyone else who like helped with this study, and the data analytics team, because I wouldn't be able to do this without them.
Our next speaker is the famous Tyson Murray and his mentor, Kevin Lanza. Kevin is on the line to introduce. Tyson.
Yes, Kevin, it's your turn.
All right, Kevin, you're on.
Thank you, Leslie. And I am so bummed I'm not there in person. Just send my greetings from Austin, Texas. Emory was where I went to undergrad, so it means a lot. And also excellent work, Shahid, really, that you're asking and answering the right questions, and you're doing so with the right team over there. And you brought some great energy post-lunch, so much appreciated. And without further ado, I'll introduce to everyone Tyson Murray. Tyson is a PhD student in epidemiology at the Austin Regional Campus of UT Health Houston School of Public Health. His research focuses on public health challenges driven by climate and environmental health, drawing on a background in biochemistry, biomathematics, and international affairs. Tyson works to bridge biological science and public health policy. His goal is to translate research into action, creating resources and interventions that improve health outcomes for vulnerable communities. He is passionate about advancing health equity and ensuring that research efforts leave lasting benefits in the communities he serves. And I can kind of brag about him. He was indispensable to some field work we did in Eswatini, Africa, a few months back, where we were interviewing local residents and sugarcane workers about their heat stress and what they like done about it. And so, Tyson, please take it away.
Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate all your attention and energy, especially after such a great lunch like we were talking about. So, my project is Disparities in Spina Bifida. It's looking at regional vulnerability in Texas. So, just a little bit of background to start out. Spina bifida is a birth defect when the neural tube fails to close properly during neurulation. It's something that can cause lifelong disabilities, including physical and cognitive challenges. In the 90s, they went through a fortific acid fortification, which really dropped the prevalence of spina bifida. But environmental and healthcare access are really pivotal in seeing where these disparities actually occur. So spina bifida is believed to originate from a combination of genetic and environmental factors. So what are some of these factors? Well, three major factors that we looked at in this study were ethnicity. People who are Hispanic have a much higher rate of spina bifida. Socioeconomic factors, lower maternal education and income levels are associated with increased rates. And finally, regional disparities. In particular, looking at how these are associated with socioeconomic deprivation. So why we looked at this in Texas is Texas is such a very unique place. It's very large, has tons of different locations and geographic variation. It's a very large Hispanic population, and it's something that has a very interesting, has a lot of variability in its education and its education outcomes. So it's making it a very interesting place to do this study. And also it has one of the longest statewide birth defect registries. So this is something where we have a long-term data, a very interesting setting, and a great way to go and examine how heat is associated with the spina bifida. So why heat? Well, everyone knows climate change is making things a little hotter, especially in places that have always worked with heat. So a study out of Emory actually recently looked at how heat was associated with spina bifida, and it came to the conclusion that there was an association with extreme heat. Specifically, as we have more extreme heat days, there's a higher risk of spina bifida occurring. So this was published in November 2024, and previous studies hadn't really looked at this association, but the Emory-based study was looked in Georgia specifically. And that's why we wanted to kind of bridge this into Texas, where we could go and take a similar method to try and examine this in a different location. So what is the actual biological mechanisms? Again, this isn't really occurred or set on. It's kind of what's proposed and what we think is currently occurring. So when we have extreme heat during our critical window of neurulation, it's believed that there's an increase in oxidative stress and inflammation, leading to a decrease in nutrient and oxygen delivery to the placenta, which increases our risk of spina bifida, or in this case, neural tube defects overall. So our focus, we're trying to look at environment and regional disparities. Climate change is turning up the heat to making us have more and more quantity and more intense heat waves. And heat is not equally distributed in our different communities. Someone who's making 200K doesn't have the same experience on a hot day as someone who's making 20K. So this is why we wanted to kind of see how is this leading to a different outcome. So specifically, we want to quantify the association between regional heat exposure and spina bifida to help better inform targeted interventions in Texas. So what was our study design? This is a ecological model. We went and broke Texas down into 5 regions based on the current public health regions. So we have, sorry, let me grab the laser pointer. Perfect. All right, so we have our 5 regions. In particular, we have South Texas, which has our, sorry. So our study population was our infants from 2002 to 2021. Our exposure variable was looking at heat, and basically we were able to go and use historical NASA data to go and see what was the heat experience in each census tract. And from there, we can go and say, okay, how many census tracts are in this area? So we know how many times our population was exposed to this event. And we actually had the prevalence of the cases each time. So we went and did a regional stratified analysis to go and see the association between the events. So what we were actually looking at, due to privacy concerns and trying to make sure that we stayed within the limitations of what we could get publicly, our cases were aggregated in 4-year seasonal periods. So we had all the cases from winter 2002 to winter 2005, all the cases summer 2002 to summer 2005 in these block areas for our region. It would have been great if we get more specific, but that's kind of what we had to work with. So that's what we did. We went and looked to see when there were 95 percentile days in each census tract, and we weighted it in the population to see what was the actual total aggregated experience in that region. And then we went and associated it with our spina bifida outcomes. And we specifically looked at earlier gestational periods to go and see if it occurred during the biological window. So what did we actually see? For our 5 regions, the prevalence was actually relatively similar, but the South region in particular had statistically significant difference between our 4 other regions. This region in particular has a much larger Hispanic population of almost 80%. The poverty rate is much higher than the other ones, and the educational attainment is 75% compared to about 80 to 85% in our other regions. So it has a much higher increase of our risk factors, and we see a much higher significant difference in the prevalence. We look at this broken across seasons. We see that the summer events do have an increase, but again, doesn't hold across our regions. So our South region in particular, which we already see as a high case count, does not really follow the expected trend of if heat is really driving this association. And honestly, there's really only one region in particular that does our expected amount. So if we looked at temperature and prevalence just by our regional bins, we see that there is a small increase in our temperature and the prevalence, but it's really hard to go and see if there is an actual association. So we wanted to see, is this temperature actually helping to go and associate and maybe possibly drive this mechanism? So what we did is we did an overall analysis using Poisson regression, and then we went and looked at it between a stratified analysis. So what did we actually find? Well, when we looked at this, there was actually no significant association between our regions. We did have one region, Central Texas, which was very close and suggested that there was a borderline association between the regional heat association events and the spina bifida outcomes, but overall, there was no significant event. So the conclusion that we kind of come to is that heat exposure may contribute to increased spina bifida risk, but environmental heat exposures aren't really equally distributed across Texas. And Central Texas does have a borderline association with our heat exposure, but South Texas does have a very large difference between the actual prevalence and when we compare it to the other regions. So the strengths, this was an ecological model. So it's something that can't really go and lead to any causal conclusions. It's really supposed to go and help you generate hypothesis. So that's kind of a strength and a limitation. We didn't see what we expected, but we did actually see the areas which are more vulnerable. And we could probably go and look at this in a different lens to see in a different lens in a different way to see, hey, how is this association being driven? What is there a reason for the South Texas having a significant difference in our prevalence between our spina bifida cases and the other outcomes? There was some limitations. Heat and how people adapt to heat is really hard to quantify, especially when you can't have the actual person telling you what they experienced. So this is something we need to focus on in future studies. So what do we actually look at to try and break the cycle? Well, first off, we looked at cumulative impacts. We looked at how often was someone exposed to heat? What did this lead to? What in that region do most people experience? And how do we expect this to go and change going forward? We also looked at the actual health outcomes. We looked at spina bifida and maternal heat stress with the idea of, hey, we know where this is occurring, where this is more likely to occur. We can help design better interventions to maybe provide better resources to it. Additionally, we looked at risk factors. So we tried to see, hey, we know these are the associations that drive spina bifida prevalence. Does this hold true in Texas? If so, how? And that's what we tried to go and begin to establish. Finally, we looked at neighborhoods. Again, we identified the regions that were more associated with the spina bifida prevalence, specifically South Texas. And in particular, how people adapt to heat is very different depending on where they live and how they live. So this is something where if we can go and understand the heat association better, in this case in Central Texas, where we see something that might actually be an association, we might be able to go and help better design interventions that can focus on how people adapt to it during pregnancy. So future directions and public impact. Definitely it would be very great if we could do a case control study. If we're not forced into these bins, we'd be able to go and look more directly in how people experience heat. And that's really the hard part of environmental exposure is you want to understand exactly what that person experienced, but it's hard to get them to trace out their whole life. So that's something that really kind of held us back. And the best way to do that, honestly, is through our longitudinal designs, if we could do that. So this study really kind of helped lay preliminary groundwork into investigating environmental factors that contribute to birth defects in Texas and helped us identify some regional risks. So I just wanted to say thank you to the UT School of Public Health and my mentor, Dr. Kevin Lanza, and my advisors, Dr. Gopian and Dr. Patel, and especially to everyone at the Break the Cycle faculty. So yeah, that's it. Does anyone have any questions?
Tyson, that was great. And I'm very glad you did that. So something like 30 to 35 years ago, Al Zenek of EPA and I were responsible for responding to a cluster of cases. I think they were anencephaly, maybe a mix of anencephaly and spina bifida along the US-Mexico border. And what we discovered then was the border is really intermediate in the birth defects rates for those categories between the rest of Texas and Mexico. Mexico had much higher rates than the border. The border had much higher rates than the rest of Texas. So my suggestion would be in your recommendations about future studies that it's really important to look at Mexico. The border is really in between Texas and the rest of Mexico. I think to really solve this problem, we need to look at Mexico as well as Texas, because whatever is happening on the border is transitional between Texas and Mexico. So that's just my thought in terms of recommendations.
No, that's a really good point. And actually, I think that might have been one of the reasons the Texas Birth Defect Registry kind of came around was for that cluster event. But I think maybe the adjusting for ethnicity is something that they tried to address, because wasn't the actual conclusion about the diets and what was actually being eaten during that time? And I think that was, I'm not sure, but I think they really looked into it. But I think that's a really good point. They're trying to consider how this transition zone occurs and not just try and lump it with one confounding variable.
Hey, Tyson. Are you able to look at housing quality and things like air conditioning? A few years ago, we were looking at ambient monitoring versus personal monitoring and trying to understand exposure misattribution or attribution, and found that
we had anomalous results in places like Houston, where during the summer, so many people stayed inside virtually all the time they could, that you actually had different results than you might expect. So do you have, would housing data or housing quality data or air conditioning?
That would be very excellent. I don't think there is anything that actually is AC specific, but there is housing quality data. And I know that other people have tried to use like SES score for counties to try and quantify that, but that is something that should be looked into because that ties right into the adaptive and how people adapt to heat in the area, which, yeah.
Just quickly, along those lines, looking at green space, and trying to map green space, like looking at urban heat islands, and how people are actually experiencing the temperatures that are happening around them.
Yeah, also related to that same question, is comment that one way to get some insight on that data would be access to like electrical use, you know, for the AC.
Nice, nice. Very nice suggestion. Great suggestion.
I don't know if this is somewhat obvious, but is there a way to get a sense of prenatal care and folic acid uses?
No, there is, that would be a really important part to.
I just wonder if that's probably what you're seeing in that South Texas, lack of access to prenatal care.
Good question. Stephanie, it was Godfrey Oakley, Emory, CDC, who advocated for everyone to take young women as they entered their teenage years and puberty to take folic acid on a daily basis and supplement flour with folic acid. So that's a good one. And one of my thoughts also was around the further south in the poorer and the poor, cold and cooler environment. Anyway, excellent presentation. Thank you so much.
I have bad news and good news. The bad news is that our trainees, anyone on the ground in Michigan is going to talk about land and food, rivers in Michigan. Family passed away and she was able to be here. The good news is that we have our own famous, like you saw from Chicago, who stepped in and enlightened us with his insights into the outcome.
Very first to be. Neurodiversity and resilience and population lessons in an era of uncertainty. And talking to some of the people that were here last night, I know there's lots of stressors out there, and yet at the same time, I know we can make a difference. And, you know, I'm based at University of Chicago, but I am at the Kennedy Research Center on Intellectual and Developmental Disabilities. And I'm the medical director of early intervention outreach that serves vulnerable children on the South Side. And over all of this, that I've been concentrating on how do we take harder looks at what might be factors that lead to resilience. I have no financial interests, and I list this not because I want you to see all the grants, but I would not be able to do what I did without Mary Sullivan and Mike O'Shea and Neil Halfin and Erica Cloud, among others. So I would like to reflect on teamwork, interdisciplinary science, and hope. and we are about complexity. We are there to identify both children's strengths, parents' strengths, and community strengths. And when we discover disparities, we are about meaningful change. And most important, we want to focus on prevention, but we can't always prevent. But the corollary of not always preventing is we can't always cure. But that doesn't mean we don't matter, because we can focus on functioning and participation. And when you interview children and adults with disabilities, that's what they want. And in times of scarcity, how do we effectively advocate for children over their life course? That requires enablement and it requires equity, which is the theme of all that Les has done. Just background, I went to an inner city high school, St. Ignatius, that was the melting pot of the historic Italian, Eastern European, African American, and Hispanic first housing for immigrants. And while I went to high school, there was this individual by the name of Daniel Bergen, and he was very involved in civil rights and anti-war. And he said, we have to have both a global picture, be aware of the macro events like war, but we also have to do in our own neighborhoods the justice that's required so we fulfill the promise of civil rights. At Northwestern, I benefited from Jeremiah Stamler. Jeremiah Stamler was subpoenaed by the House Un-American Committee, and they wanted to read him the Riot Act because he had such opinions as everybody has a right to health insurance, that everybody has a right to safe housing, that everyone has a right to having opportunity. And he really did the model studies where you would engage populations, address multiple risk factors, and make a difference over cardiovascular disease and reproductive health. So I learned several lessons from being involved in projects, one of which was the randomized controlled trial in 1983-86, a very long time ago, of infants receiving surfactant replacement. The pharmaceutical in this company was Infisurf. Plus, I have no stock. I have no conflicts of interest. I was totally masked to whoever got the product. And roughly 200 children born more than 12 weeks early either got surfactant prior to the first breath, and this was based on animal studies that showed in models of respiratory distress syndrome, you would get good dispersion of a surface acting material by taking advantage of lung liquid. Everybody needs to know that the President of the United States, John F. Kennedy, had a son who had respiratory distress syndrome at 6 weeks premature, 34 weeks gestation, who weighed 4 pounds, who died because there was so much in neonatology and so much in maternal fetal medicine we didn't know. 50 of those 194 women got 24 hours of betamethasone. Betamethasone was discovered in New Zealand more than 50 years ago as a way to help turn on endogenous surfactant production in the fetus by priming some signal receptors and other things. And then 55 got neither. And that's not because we didn't want to enroll them, but when you're in precipitous labor, reading 20-page IRBs is not always a time that you say, oh, I'll sign on this line. Okay, but what were the outcomes? I want you to imagine that the babies could fit in my hand, that they came more than 12 weeks early, that they weighed less than 2 pounds. These are the outcomes at 5 years. 97% walk a block, 97% talk in sentences, 96% toilet train, and 96% in their school classroom can wash their hands, be able to take off their coat, put it on a hook, be able to feed themselves safely during lunchtime. If I showed you these results in elders who had an out-of-hospital cardiac arrest, a stroke and evolution, a broken hip, you would give me the Nobel Prize. The 5-year outcomes of adults who receive ICU care are nowhere close to what these results are. Yet as a society, we say, oh my goodness, we're unnecessarily spending money on this population of children. So then I said, let me apply this principle of looking at functioning, how children do in mobility, self-care, communication, and social interaction to children with ROP. And ROP is the model disorder of the children when they have immature nervous systems. They're the sickest, the tiniest, they're the medically frail. And this was a randomized control trial because prior to using cryosurgery, which is what the ophthalmologist initially used, they then developed better surgical instruments and could use laser. But cryosurgery was compared to observation. And if two eyes reached threshold ROP, at least one eye got cryosurgery. The first thing is there's a dose response curve of functioning, and good functioning is the WFM greater than 95. And that means that the kids are mobile, are communicative, do basic self-care, they dress, they use all utensils, they are toilet learned, they communicate in sentences, they memory for routines. And as you see, as ROP increases in severity, I don't know if I can point. What do I use to point? Pointer? How? Point in the green. Yes, thank you. I'm a techno peasant. You know, you go from 90% very functional with no ROP, and when you reach threshold ROP, the ophthalmologist said there's so much stress on the retina in zone 1, so many clock hours, there's 50% chance that you're going to detach your retina, and it's very hard in preemies to reattach those retina. 78% of those children have normal function, while there's higher rates of severe disability. A WFM less than 77 is like doing the things that a 2-year-old does, but not like a thing that the 5-year-olds does. I don't want to make a false equivalent comparison, but 20% of the children with severe ROP have more significant disabilities. Okay, but look at what happened when we look at the impact of our intervention. And I want to describe the quandary that occurs. The ophthalmologist said this: the children who are born extremely prematurely are irrevocably brain injured. Their destiny is to be severely disabled and not walk and not talk and not learn. Why would we risk an intervention that would create both instability, have to have general anesthesia, all kinds of complications? The alternative argument was vision matters. And what we found from the CROP study is those who had preserved vision, I want you to look at yellow, which is continency, and green, which is motor, had less than 2% had disability if the process was done in a timely manner so that they didn't detach their retinas. Those with unfavorable vision, 50% had continency challenge, 40% had CP. That's what it is to have that motor disability. You can also see that, yes, preemies are at risk for a spectrum of communication challenges. They may say wabbit instead of rabbit. They may not talk as clearly in self-care. They may not do zipper snaps and buttons as well. Yes, 20% of them have that. But if they have unfavorable acute, look, almost 80% in red for self-care and in purple for communication social. Astronomical amounts of severe disability. And what does that mean? Whatever process is going on in ROP that allows plasticity to preserve vision also helps plasticity underlying and unfolding the complex systems neurologically that underlie mobility, communication, social interaction, and learning. Okay, so now I'm on the south side, and neonatologists have advanced the care. Everybody gets surfactant, everybody gets maternal corticosteroids if possible. And they say, you know, these preemies still have ventilation perfusion mismatches. We're going to give them inhaled nitric oxide, and that will lead to better lung hemodynamics and improve respiratory care. They'll grow sooner, they'll learn more. And they did find that at 2 years. But my task was to say, what were their developmental trajectories between 2 and 5 years? And there's around 163 kids, probably a little higher, 180 overall. And on the left is the 2-year outcome. Bailey greater than 85, no CP, no visual disability, no hearing impairment requiring amplification or cochlear implant, 66%. At 5.5 years, same. They're school ready. They're able to see, move, learn. I want you to look at this risk group, which is kids with delay. They have Bailey scores at this time of 1 to 2 standard deviations below the mean, 70 to 85. In Illinois, they don't get early intervention. They're not far behind enough. And 23% of them are at that status at 2. If we did like Chloe did and look at Bracken and cognitive scores at 5.5, 21, this kind of looks like disability is fixed and stays the same. But I didn't know these were going to work this way, so I wanted to make sure before I got to this slide. Okay, so let's look at how kids did on their index of social position as measured by Hollingshead. Level 1 means your parents were college graduates, became professionals, have professional incomes. Level 5 means you didn't complete high school, you had minimal employment of sustainable and living wages. And one can see, and we want to look on the z-axis. Z-axis is normal. Delay means a Bailey of 2 to 5, and disabled means Bailey less than 70, CP, blindness or deafness. And on the y-axis is percent of children not school ready. So let's look at the group with delay, the group that didn't qualify for early intervention. And if one has family resources, 30% aren't school ready. What do I mean? They're going to need a little help with speech therapy because they say rabbit instead of rabbit. They may be a little clumsy or hold their pens funny. They may have a little bit of impulsivity and hyperactivity. However, if they are low SES, 70% aren't ready for school. Now, remember, the neonatologist found as an outcome, I had better lung development, I had better growth, I had better overall neurological status at 2. The neuroprotective effects of our interventions in the nursery are wiped out by the social determinants of health and the social accessibility of these children to things that support development. So then I say, okay, that gets through kindergarten twice. Let's look at the teenagers. Let's do 17-year outcomes. Let's do more diversity than extreme prematurity. So we said we have a cohort of around 250, 50 in each group. Full term is F.
HPT is healthy preterm, MPT is medical preterm. They had BPD and neck. Neuro preterm, they had seizures, IVH grade 3 or 4, retinopathy of prematurity requiring ophthalmological intervention, and SGA is less than the 10th percentile in growth. KBIT is the Kaufman Brief Intelligence Test. On the bottom is Kaufman Test of Educational Achievement. KTEA is reading, writing, and spelling. Look at how the categorical variables, IQ 101 in full term, 99 in healthy preterms, almost 100 in medical preterm, 97 in neuro preterm, 99 in SGA. No neonatal categorization determines IQ or determines academic achievement. SIBR is scales of independent behavior for adaptive functioning. Wisconsin Core card sorting test is a measure of executive function. There's some variability there. Now let's disaggregate the data by Hollingshead, SES1, Hollingshead, parents, both college degrees, professionals, SES5, less than high school education, minimal opportunities for employment. We're going to look at two lines, the KBIT composite, which is a combination of verbal vocabulary and matrices, nonverbal cognition. And we're going to look at the KTEA composite, which is the aggregate score of math, reading, and spelling. For those of you who want to see the individual breakdown, I have them in the side. But look at this. KBIT with a family with resources, IQ 107, achievement scores of 127. They're from Lake Wobegon. They're from above average, even though they had prematurity. But look at what happens when there's clustering of social disadvantage. Almost a 20-point difference in KBIT and cognition, not intellectually disabled, but enough not to give you as much cognitive reserve for the learning processes ahead. And when I look at composite, look, 33 points, 33 points. The equivalent of SES is if all the kids in level 5 were lead poisoned. And this tells us that we can drive plasticity by not only safe environments and safe nutrition, but by also the way we engage and help parents and help children learn. Okay, so here's the adult outcomes. First, 92% graduate from high school. 50% get post-secondary education. I'd like that to be 92% do. Further studies are going to tell us what and why. Employment and 70% that, some people are students. There's some stressors out there in the job market, but 66% are financially independent. 47% have income levels in near poverty, and 15% have incomes greater than $100,000 a year. They're not doing so poorly. But this is what we learned at 23. Youth who survive prematurity demonstrate executive dysfunction and are not reaching markers of independent living as young adults. Neonatal bronchopulmonary dysplasia, neck sepsis, and sonographic brain injury, IVH grade 3 or 4, CPVL, ventriculomegaly, increased rates of executive dysfunction and suboptimal adult outcomes. Managing and optimizing ADHD drives what is going to happen as adulthood, and kids who are the poorest and the most under-resourced school, the management of ADHD is to be expelled and be what some of my colleagues have been called the school to prison pipeline. These outcomes include living independently from parents, completing college degrees, and working in schooled occupation. And failure to take a life course perspective on prematurity will have major impact on long-term health, education, and social costs. So what have I learned? You listen and partner with families. You work with essential teams across silos. I could not do this without nurses. I could not do this without early intervention teams. I could not do this with people who engage the families long-term. You want to promote accessible community resources. Too often we had 6 months, 12-month waiting lists for a child who needed speech therapy. And we need informed outcomes because they make us humble. Our data convinced the ophthalmologist that everyone needed to have a shot at preserving vision. We use the 6F framework articulated by Gorder and Rosenbaum, which says when we look at health in the context of disability, we must look at function, fitness, fun, family, friends, and the future. And the most important thing is in adversity, there are opportunities for resilience. What do I mean? This woman, African-American woman, had a baby born at 26 weeks, weighed 700 grams. She said, I'm going to make a difference. I'm going to breastfeed. In fact, she was so good at it, the March of Dimes asked her to be on the poster that all preemies can breastfeed. This was radical 20 years ago, radical. Okay, the second corollary is there's some scars she has on her neck. She had the adversity of growing up in Mississippi. Her mother was very involved in civil rights, voter registration. Her mother was murdered. She grew up with the grandmother in very poor housing. There was a oil fire on the stove and she got burned on her neck, lost hair, considered herself unattractive. No man will like me. I won't have a partner. Fortunately, she had a good partner and she said, I'm going to, her words to me, I'm going to break the cycle. So first she breastfed. Second, she said, you know, there's a lot of violence in my neighborhood. It's not safe. The schools are under-resourced. She moved to a community with more positive resources. I saw her son at 18. He's 6'2", 180 pounds, was point guard on his high school basketball team and had won a full academic scholarship to a private school. And that is what the Partnership of Resilience does. All preterm babies and children with neurodevelopmental and behavioral risks have comprehensive supports and coordinated care so they can thrive. That is the lesson I've learned. I wanted to share with the group. There are other lessons that are beyond prematurity, but I want you all to know you can make a difference. Thank you very much.
We'll take a break now for half an hour. And if you want to ask Mike any questions, he's not going anywhere for a while. Thank you. We'll reconvene at 3 p.m. for the final session of the day. Let's see if I'm right. 3 p.m. Don't go too far. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the last session of today. And again, please fasten your seat belts, seat backs and tray tables, full upright and locked position, and cabin and crew get ready for takeoff. Our first presentation of this session is with Fiza Patel on neighborhoods, violence and socioeconomic status. And I have to say, this is a very cumulative impacts presentation. Very happy about it. And I'm going to have her mentor, Dr. Laurel Berman, another Chicagoan, to introduce Fiza. Laurel, take it away.
Okay, hi everybody. I apologize. I'm in a little bit of a noisy space. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Well, it's my pleasure to introduce you to my former, when she was an undergraduate, my former student, Fiza Patel, who is now an epidemiology master of public health student at University of Illinois, Chicago, in the School of Public Health. Fiza's research focuses on understanding the impact of environmental, physical, and social factors on children's health, Specifically, she examines how elements like air quality, brownfields, other environmental and physical environment conditions, including the neighborhood, influence the health outcomes of children in Chicago communities. Hayes is particularly interested in identifying disparities in health and working towards solutions that promote equitable access to healthier environments for children. Through her work, she aims to inform public health policies and interventions that can mitigate the negative effects of environmental factors.
Is on the impact of environmental hazards on children's health and their academic performance. My mentors are Lester Argula and Dr. Laura Berman. So some key factors are, I'm looking at 3 different things: the lead exposure, air pollutant, and blighted and poor neighborhoods. All 3 of these affect everyone in different ways, especially in Chicago, because most homes are lead-based painted. They have lead-based paint and lead-based water pipes, as well as the air pollution, because Chicago was an industrial area, and most of the industrial area, they're still working and the factories are still there. And the poor blighted communities and areas are affected by each neighborhood, especially the south side of Chicago. So Rogers Park is on the top side of Chicago, it's in the north side of Chicago, but it is affected the most. It is a rich, diverse community. And this is Austin right here. Is a predominantly Black community with mixed businesses and homes that are very old as well. Same goes for the community at the bottom, Ashburn. It's also a Black community down in the south side of Chicago, and it is affected as well. And Hegwesh, it is a working class community. It is also very diverse. And then we have the Loop. It is like a central community that is like affluent and more wealthier. So what my hypothesis is that children that are exposed to lead and air pollution, they are affected by their poor blighted communities, and the communities that have lower resources, which increases them to have chronic conditions, also causes developmental delays and affects their performance issues. So we were able to assess how lead in water pipes and paint can affect them, as well as air pollution. And their poor housing conditions also affect them as well. So we looked at different types of cumulative impacts that affected the children. It was a mixed methods approach, so we combined quantitative and qualitative data. And data sources that we used were governmental reports, tools, peer literature reviews, and data sets that were publicly available from EJ Screen, as well as the EJ Index. And I was able to create like tables, graphs, and charts to like highlight the relationships for this. As you can see right here in the top part, this top part is like a meter that measures like the concentration. The higher the color in the blue, the more affected they are. And this is for a particular matter. So you can see Rogers Park is not particularly affected by it, and neither is like the Loop. However, Ashburn and Austin and Hegwesh are affected by it. And because of that, it causes like more children from these areas to have asthma, as well as them to have more respiratory issues, and they get sick more often than any other community. As well as like blood lead levels. As you can see, Rogers Park, it has a higher amount of blood levels, as well as Austin, because these were like primarily the industrial areas when Chicago first was like beginning out. Ashburn does not as much, but it still does. Hegwesh and the Loop, they do not, because the communities are getting expanded and they're getting modernized, so they're losing it, which is a good thing. Which also brings them to how this affects them at school. As you can see in Rogers Park, children are more absent because they are getting sick. And these are like the percentages over the years. The ones in the blue are from like 2021 to 2022, and it goes on till 2024. And you can see that there are 2 communities that are primarily affected the most. Austin, as well as Rogers Park, they're affected the most, and they're not increasing, but they're also not decreasing, and they're staying at a steady rate, which is saying something about the communities that nothing's being happened or being fixed in these areas. How this breaks the cycle is there's compounding factors as well as like environmental stressors that are seen to cause like disproportionately impact lower resource communities. This impacts like the neighborhood and everyone else because children in those areas are historically more discriminated against than other areas, as it was seen in the loop that they are more rich, they're not affected by it. As well as cumulative impacts like environmental stressors lead to poor health, and most impactful chronic conditions such as asthma or lead-related cognitive delays can contribute to absentees and lower test scores. Some strengths and limitations that I had personally saw where it was a diverse cohort. I was able to do comparative analysis, like different types of communities from different areas, as well as focus on social, economical, environmental factors by using also multiple data sources. It was limitedly generalized. I wasn't able to measure the amount of violence, and I wanted to, but I could not. I didn't have the time. And there are potential confounding variables that are in it, but I also did not examine interventions. I did, but they were very limited. Some recommendations that we're seeing or like could be done were community engagement, engaging with the communities in order to like fix the things that are wrong because they have so much distrust, and working with the city to figure the issue out on lead because most of the homes that people live in are from pre-1940s and they have lead pipes, lead paint in them still. Also public awareness and advocacy, not only for just the people, but also for like schools or ways to do like medical or not medical, educational interventions in order to like, how can we help these students in order to progress or go to school frequently and not miss anything, as well as like expanding sample size in order to like see most of the south side of Chicago because they are the ones that are primarily affected the most. Some concluding factors were that environmental factors do impact children and their education, just depends on how you see it and where you can see it, as well as academic performance can be linked to environmental conditions and disproportionately they are affected. Disadvantaged communities do face a greater risk than any other communities. That's also seen. Addressing environmental risk can improve educational opportunities, and interventions and policies do need to be made in order to break the cycle and or in order to better the communities. But also we need to work with the local organizations in order to better the communities because that's how we build trust and that's what we want. And I want to thank Dr. Laura Berman and Dr. Argula for helping me and being patient with me throughout like the entire process.
Any questions?
Really outstanding project. I'm talking loud if people can't hear, just raise your hand. And I think it's pretty simple. If you go to Chicago Crime Report, and my hypothesis would be there's more shootings in Austin and more shootings in Rogers Park.
Definitely.
And because your limitation is Hedgewith is not a neighborhood like Englewood where there would be more shootings, and your other neighborhood, Gresham, Auburn Gresham, is not Englewood because you can almost map out at times where the things. The second corollary is, and I think it's kept, because there's a project called Healing Hurt People, and trauma victims, both on the south side, go to Comer, and on the west side, go to UIC or Cook County Stroger Hospital. You could get statistics on those frequencies of shooting by age. So those are not You know, you don't have to go into where am I going to find it in all the crime reports by zip code for the last 5 years. You don't have to do that. But my hypothesis would be what you're capturing in those neighborhoods are dynamic factors that make children vulnerable health-wise and school-wise. And you did a great job. Did a great job.
Thank you. We have another question.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for doing that work. I think it would be great if you could get some access to that exposure to violence data. You know, Jane Cloherty is now at Drexel, and she did a bunch of work on exposure to violence as being one of the factors, predictive factors of children who develop asthma, even where there's a fairly even airshed. And I know when the Chicago Department of Public Health actually did a health impact assessment, cumulative impact assessment, you probably know, for General Iron, one of the challenges of that was looking at the air monitoring. You really didn't see huge differences in the levels of air pollutants. But we do know this is part of this issue of susceptibility. Different populations, different neighborhoods are more sensitive even to the same level, for example, of PM. So if we're trying to figure out what could we attribute different, say, asthma levels to, it may be that some of these social factors, even more so than slight differences in the particulate matter level, some of the social factors like exposure to violence may be the attribution that helps you to put that puzzle together. So if you're able to continue, or if Laurel is able to continue getting those data, would be really a terrific addition to what you've been doing already. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Do we have any more questions from the group? Anything online?
The Chicago is heavily represented today. So Mike and Lily and a whole lot of people from Chicago. Don't go away, Fisa, don't go away. We're not finished with you. Mike, Andrew, your point about the exposure to violence, it reminds me of the adverse childhood experiences, a whole issue and collective traumas that activate the stress hormones, particularly the cortisol, the steroid hormones, that can modify your immunity, can modify your cardiovascular system, your respiratory system, your endocrine system, your reproductive system. It really takes its toll. And I think what we have learned, and I think what I like that Fisa had alluded to, which is, you know, again, you've got the lead high in this area, and you've got the poverty, you got the school absences, and you got the extra trauma of real lead injuring brain function, and it's just all cumulative. And so I think this hormonal stresses of trauma, adverse childhood experiences is another major factor in these issues. And then, of course, the violence, which is then endemic in these poor communities, and not only the violence, but the loss of life, I think, is very high as well. Anything more to add, Andrew, on that? Anyone else? Right, Fisa, this was great. Thank you very much. All right, we now move on to Crystal Stevens, and we're going to ask Penny Hudson Chapman to present Crystal. All right, and you guys are from all the way from Alabama.
Thank you. So nice being here with everybody today. I'm Amy Chatham. I'm with the University of Alabama at Birmingham School of Public Health, Department of Environmental Health. And it's been my privilege to mentor Crystal Stevens, Dr. Crystal Stevens. She defended successfully. And you're going to hear about part of her research that she used as for part of her dissertation. And I'm really excited to see what she's going to do in the field moving forward. She's a nurse practitioner in pulmonology. And so she has a real opportunity to continue the work that she has started. And she's really got some exciting things to do. And I'm looking forward to being your colleague.
Thank you, Dr. Chatham. Like she said, I'm Crystal Stevens. I'm from the University of Alabama at Birmingham. So I am really excited to share with you all my project, which is entitled Examining Student Reflections of Environmental Health, Insights into Youth Experiences. So Birmingham was incorporated in 1871 and quickly made a name for itself on the founding of iron ore, coal, and limestone, or all the elements that are necessary to make steel. And so by capitalizing on blast furnaces, coal mining, and freight operations, it earned the nickname the Magic City. However, North Birmingham, Alabama still experiences environmental and health challenges with linkage to these past industrial activities. So the 35th Avenue Superfund site sits in the center of North Birmingham. It separates neighborhoods, exposing residents, schools, and community centers to the legacy effects of air pollution. Residents face environmental health disparities, in addition to poverty, community blight, educational, and poor health outcomes, classifying them as environmental justice communities. So as this is a longstanding problem, it's vitally important to address interventions that hold the most long-term impact. Here we identified that the youth are the most vulnerable. And so the largest impact can be made with that population. And we aim with this study to really examine the existing environmental health perspectives from the high school students in an environmental justice community. So I'll first orient you to the study site. Jefferson County is in the north central part of Alabama. It's shown in the green on the right-hand side in the state map labeled number 3. And then on the left-hand side, you'll see all of the Jefferson County census tracts. Again, Birmingham City is shown right in the center in green. And this is what all of the Birmingham City census tracts look like. Our study takes place in census tract 4, 7, 8, 15, 16, and 55. This is kind of a geospatial representation of our population. So that red shape in the center that's outlined is the 35th Avenue Superfund site. The red triangles indicate heavy industry. So you have ERP Coke, KMAC Recycling, Nucor Steel. And then the green triangles are those of our participants, their neighborhoods. On the far left side is our Birmingham City Partner School. And right next to it is our K-8 feeder school. In addition, those blue bordered rectangles are those of the community park and one of the recreation centers or the community centers that are there. So I'm just going to briefly detail the environmental justice indicators and its 3 broad modules. Our study is really focusing on environmental burden and the health vulnerability. And then additionally, we use the Child Opportunity Index, which is a public health tool that gauges childhood vulnerability and risk at the neighborhood level. Also has 3 main domains, but we're focusing really on the health and environment aspect here. Important to know, I want to make sure that I'm letting you know that I never intended to define environment for our students. I think by hearing what they were going to say, it was going to make the most impact in terms of where interventions are applied. But in the general context and application for this study, when I said environment, my intention was to capture those such as the EJI and the COI that are shown. These are the census tracts, our 6 census tracts, and our EJI and COI scores for our communities. So you can see that all of our environmental justice index scores are 1. As a percentile ranking tool, this indicates that 100% of neighborhoods in comparison to ours would experience a less severe environmental burden than our community. Similarly, the Child Opportunity Index scores are all very low, indicating a lack of resources and inability of children to thrive. So in Birmingham, a typical Black child lives in a neighborhood with a COI of 20. That is 38 points lower than the typical white child. This table shows you some comparison data between the state of Alabama and our Birmingham City Partner School. So we're looking at some substantial differences in terms of economic disadvantage, in terms of non-white and Hispanic demographics. We have a higher rate of homelessness and then a sizable difference in the academic achievement indicator. So our problem is that North Birmingham residents are still experiencing environmental and health disparities. Our population was high school students in low opportunity neighborhoods that have limited resources. And we hope to categorize environmental awareness by identifying what their perceived barriers and facilitators are that really influence their environmental understanding. We hypothesize that the themes will provide comprehensive insights of barriers and facilitators to environmental health awareness from the student perspective, and that these findings would shed light on how lived experiences and sociocultural dynamics really help shape and how students interact with their environment. For our methods for this particular strand of the study, we did utilize 3 focus groups. The transcripts were audio recorded, and then we used thematic analysis with 2 coders. We created a final code book that was of themes that was developed based on our research questions and our literature review. Our study population was primarily female, Black, non-Hispanic, and in the 9th grade. Mean age was around 15.6 years. So as we present the results for the focus groups, I do want to play a very brief audio clip. It's been modified just a little bit to kind of change the voices, as I do use this clip in other settings and just to preserve some confidentiality.
What are your biggest concerns about your environment in your neighborhood? Like I said, with Shun, like when they started Shun, I instantly, like I just get on the floor, like it inches, like when they start shooting, I just be thinking, because like Buddhists don't got no name and innocent people get hit. So I just be thinking, even when I am on the floor, like, Lord, please don't let these Buddhists come to you. All right, quick.
So this is a single isolated clip from one of the 3 focus groups, but I can tell you it was a very common theme that was woven throughout the sessions. So as we looked at our analysis of environmental awareness, the challenges, barriers, and facilitators, what we came up with was 5 major themes you'll see on the screen: social structures, crime, community conditions, community resources, and then mental health and stress. Each theme also has sub-themes that are listed either below, above or below the images that you'll see. And we'll look at a representative quote from each one. So for social structures under behavior, students would say that people use violence as their first resort, not even talking it out, they just want to fight. In terms of social support, they mention community centers and people who could provide access and opportunities to counseling. For crime, we divided into violent and nonviolent crime. One student said that you have to be violent. You almost have to be violent to feel safer. I found a 2024 report that showed that Birmingham had an 8% increase in gun violence in those who lived near at least one fatal shooting. And that 67% of Black individuals in Birmingham did live near at least one shooting. So that means the city has a very high gun homicide rate. But when we hear that being in proximity to violence can potentiate more violence, it sounds very similar to what that student was saying, which is that you basically just have to be a little more violent in order to feel safe. So obviously them losing loved ones greatly affects their barriers and their beliefs of environmental health. And it really adds a lot of credence to their expressions of losing, those personal encounters with losing family and friends to gun violence. For nonviolent, students would say, when I was young, I could ride my bike and not worry about anybody trying to take me. This was also repeated throughout, where students just spoke about their inability to mobilize outside of their homes or perhaps outside of their yard just for fear safety concerns, removing the chance for students to really go outside and interact and experience their neighborhood to try to gain a better appreciation of their environment. We looked at community conditions, and under infrastructure, they noted that the community took down the park during COVID and never put it back. For environmental quality, they don't treat our neighborhood how they see other areas. We have no trees, lots of trash and litter, and stray animals. In addition, for public safety, the students said we need curfews. Kids won't listen to us when we tell them to go in the home, but if we had more police or something, then they would go in the home because they wouldn't want to get their mom in trouble. What was interesting was another student's response to that, who said that, okay, we do need police, but when we do that, we bring our problem to the police, and they in turn bring that problem back to the people. And I think it really underscores the tensions and the uncertainties that students have when they're trying to figure out how to interact and interface with law enforcement. And then lastly, we looked at mental health and stress. And so for mood, students would say, when you look outside, it's like, oh, I don't want to be in this area. One student also mentioned in terms of fatigue and just kind of brain fatigue, it's a stressful environment here. And by here, they mean school, home, or both. Honestly, I just stopped caring and don't take it personally. So when you hear 15-year-olds using terms like hopeless, that really is quite saddening. So the largest impact to this population were really those competing needs for personal safety and favorable community resources. And the hierarchy really interfered with the students' ability to feel safe, secure, and healthy, which is overshadowing those environmental concerns. So when we look at how to break the cycle for these youth, we identified at least 2 encounters. The first will be environmental health education, where we're able to implement an environmental health program that provides culturally and relevant neighborhood level issues. So I know that 93% of students said that they were unfamiliar with the Superfund site. I showed you on the map that they live in and around the Superfund site, and they are unfamiliar with that. And just because I drew a border around a Superfund site doesn't mean that pollution obeys that border. And so they're all being exposed. Secondly, they had very limited information about air quality and air pollution. This school does have a higher rate of asthma in their students, and so that gives us an opportunity to provide health protective measures such as asthma management. And then secondly, we thought about a youth advisory council or youth participatory action research. So building partnerships with city leaders, officials, educators, and academia to discuss the student concerns. What were the student concerns? We need more green space. Can you put the park back? We need better infrastructure, taking down those abandoned homes, those things that provide safety concerns for us, repairing sidewalks and potholes, and then improving with more police presence. So in terms of strengths, we did involve a unique environmental justice population. I think we were able to emphasize equity and environmental health. There is the potential for district-wide implementation. You saw our K-8 feeder school is right next door. And we did utilize a mixed methods approach. The qualitative aspect is what you're hearing today. In terms of limitations, scheduling and flexibility with the public health system is nothing short of challenging. Generalizability outside of the study population, convenient sampling, and then response bias. So next steps for this work should occur in several phases. And within each phase, we have to make sure that we're embedding some type of intentional strategy to address the student needs. Because if we fail to recognize the urgency of those competing social situations, we won't be successful in any approach. So one idea is the formation of a lung ambassador group. I know that over 75% of students mentioned that they are willing to talk to peers and other people about their environment. And this kind of provides an educational avenue for us to be able to equip them with those talking points so they can go out and build those relationships with the community, changing the landscape and future change and decision makers, giving them that leadership capacity. Secondly, we talked about community and academic partnerships that would like to be a part of that youth advisory council. We want people that want to support and help build sustainable and thoughtful relationships with these students, those that facilitate collaboration on community initiatives. And then we also thought about curriculum support, where we're able to begin earlier introduction with environmental health concepts, just trying to build that foundational knowledge so that they begin to understand earlier how the interconnectedness of environmental health is actually something that they need to do. So in conclusion, we identified an environmentally burdened community, and by keeping the focus on the high school student voices and experiences, we found that while the threat to health from environmental impacts is important, if students are rendered fearful and uncertain about the possibilities of a future, they will be all but robbed of the opportunity to help create and then experience a desirable one. High school students desire healthy and thriving communities. They've proven themselves to be easily engaged and equally activated. This program has the potential to provide students with that opportunity to thrive, rooted in the belief of universal opportunity for everyone to experience a bountiful life with clean air, protected neighborhoods, and safe environments that are conducive to health and well-being. And it matters that resources be readily available and equitably allocated so that communities are not looking around in comparison. I didn't find that the students asked for anything that was unreasonable or unattainable. While hard, not impossible, but it will require lots of thoughtful, intentional partners for effectual community change to be executed. These are my acknowledgements. Thank you for Dr. Chatham for being here, particularly my Birmingham City Partner School, the University of Alabama School of Public Health and Pulmonary, and also the Break the Cycle faculty. My references and questions. questions? Great.
All right, any questions?
No questions? Oh, of course, I can always count on you.
Always have questions.
This is amazing because of its engagement. And, you know, that really is the scaffolding for the forces of change. And I would highly recommend whatever your process is to continue it and have it be a sustaining, growing, nurturing, networking experience, because it really is outstanding and so needed. Like people are leaving next to old steel mills with all kinds of exposure, and they don't know it's a toxic fun site. It's like, this is so important.
Thank you. Any other questions? Oh.
Mostly a comment, but I love the organization of this afternoon's presentations, because FISA presented some mixed methods, and you're talking about qualitative methods, and the way Janeski did this morning as well. You know, when you're in an environment like Birmingham, where you know, you might need a photograph. You don't need any more environmental measurements, frankly, to know that the environment is in bad shape. But the qualitative data to understand how to move forward and to provide the community with the opportunity to express its own vision and to realize that vision the way that other groups and to build the capacity actually for advocacy is just so important. And so in this whole area of cumulative impacts, the importance of qualitative data and bringing the qualitative data to bear and doing the rigorous analysis that you clearly did is just really, really striking. So it's really exceptional. Thank you so much.
I was gonna say rock, paper, scissors. That was incredible. Thank you so much. And you can clearly tell your work is aligned with a lot of what we're, excited about doing in schools. I actually wanted to pass the mic to Frankie, who's one of our student chaperones and who works at Futures Ignite, which is a community organization embedded within the Wheel School, and just to share a little bit of perspective of what it's like to sort of be in the school and be engaging in this type of advocacy work.
All right, fantastic. So Isa and I work for Futures Ignite, which is a nonprofit that exists inside Wheels, the school that Junie and Remington go to. And our work is really about, originally started as after school programs. We do environmental justice, community science is a huge part of it. And essentially having our students become mentors and become teachers themselves. I think it is really complicated to be embedded into a school community when you're not already within that community, that tight-knit community. And so we found, at least Isa and myself have found, that it's really, really important to go the extra mile and do things that you don't have to do in these situations. We've ended up now teaching in 9th grade and 10th grade classrooms, helping teachers with their curriculum. And yeah, the community building is like the biggest part of it. Yeah, that was just a great presentation. So thank you.
I just want to say that, yes, it's a great presentation. Also, like, we spent the day learning about all these confounding factors that limit our communities, but also it's important to acknowledge that the people within the communities have ideas and have also the ability to change. And it's just a matter of being empowered. And just recognizing that these neighborhoods deserve care too, and not just because of all these factors, but simply because there's people there.
You get to care. I told my students, you get to care about where you are.
Yeah.
Okay, one last one.
Hi there. Thanks for your presentation. I've been a Birmingham visitor a few times. I love the city. I know there's some problem areas, as you've mentioned, with the Superfund site, but what's the reaction from the local leaders, say from the elected, category, the mayor or the local councilman? I'd like to know.
For this particular work?
Yes,
I
The
haven't
neighborhood or the neighborhood in general.
Okay, I can talk to the school, the school level. I haven't presented it to the neighborhood leaders yet, the city officials yet. It is on the list of things to do. We do have a lot of new people coming in. But I spoke to the vice principal and principal last week. And I did this presentation for them in addition to the academy coordinator. So I work with a lot of academy students, and they said this is a lot to digest. And this is within their school. So obviously, this is a mixed method study. I did not present the quantitative data here because it's very robust. So they got the full gamut of everything, and they were really appreciative. Some of this they knew. We don't have to, like she said, we don't have to do too much to prove that pre and post test surveys show improvement. That works. It was that confounding, that environmental aspect of why the students may not be scoring well in school, why the students come to school, dressed a certain way, a particular way. That might be resources. You have a higher percentage of homelessness. So some of your students have a lot of things. And so they simply said, this is a lot to digest. We will follow up with you and see what best way. The students themselves and parents would be next on that list. And then we're going towards school board, city officials. I don't know if that can be combined in a way to be a little more effective, but because it's so much, I'm trying to make sure it's relevant when I disseminate it so that the things that you can do, you can fix, and the things that the students have asked of you are directly being presented to you. You're welcome.
Any more questions? If not,
Just want to say this was amazing. Thank you very much. And it reminded me of the presentation Junie did earlier today. So it was kind of bookends of community engagement, but reaching the young people. And I think, Isa, you said it very well. You said, if you want to make a change, you've got to get to the people.
you got to get to the people, and you'll come back next year and tell us what's. Thank you. Excellent. Wow, it's just amazing. I'm almost sad that it's coming to an end. And our last presenter is Libby, and her mentor is Cappy Collins. Cappy, are you online, ready to introduce Palumi?
I am. Can you hear me okay?
Very well, thank you. I have to say something about Cappy Collins, who's in the ether here. He's Cappy was a Break the Cycle trainee many years ago, and has been a mentor for many trainees since. And I can say about Cappy, he's always been very creative in his own project originally, and in the projects of the trainees that he's mentored. And Cappy, I appreciate you very much for your creativity and the creativity of your trainees. Okay, over to you to introduce Palumi.
Well, thanks for those kind words, Leslie. And I'm really glad to have the opportunity to continue the tradition that you and your team have started. And in that spirit, I'm proud to introduce Palumi Soyemi, who represents a rare, if not unique, participant in Break the Cycle, in that she is not here as part of a formal training program, but as a representative of a community-based organization called Docs for Tots. Now, you heard a little bit about the New York State Children's Environmental Health Centers, aka NICE Check, from Shahad Mohammed's presentation. Now, NICE Check is a network of providers and organizations across New York State working to mitigate environmental health disparities, which of course is in close alignment with Break the Cycle's mission. Ms. Soyemi is a NICE Check scholar, as we call it, working with our Long Island team, and she recognizes that community health justice requires inclusion of community organizations and, of course, inclusion of the community. So Ms. Soyemi has taken on the challenge of bridging these domains in asking how to bring health justice to a town called Wyandanch. And she's using a familiar tool to many of you called Photo Voice but asking if this tool can do the job. And I think the results are quite revealing. Let me pass it over to Ms. Soyemi.
Thank you, Kathy, for the introduction. As Kathy mentioned, I'm doing a photo voice project specifically on a community in suburban Long Island called Wyandanch. And just a little background, Wyandanch is historically an economically stressed suburban community on Long Island. And it is a majority minority population. So the community issues were identified by the town of Babylon, which oversees Wyandanch and other communities as well. So in the early 2000s, Wyandanch began its revitalization efforts called Wyandanch Rising. And this was because Wyandanch downtown, it lacked a sense of place and belonging and identity and suffered from blighted conditions with many vacant businesses and boarded up buildings. And the goal of the revitalization was and continues to be the creation of a vibrant, safe, and pedestrian-friendly downtown centered around the Long Island Railroad train station. However, despite the ongoing revitalization efforts, the community faces an abundance of environmental health disparities that impact children's development and long-term well-being. Wyandanch has some of the highest asthma rates on Long Island, including the highest rate of pediatric asthma-related emergency room visits. There are 76 properties in this area that are considered brownfields, and Wyandanch has suffered from, high concentrations of poverty, high crime rates, and these issues are compounded with environmental contamination, air pollution from nearby incinerators, water quality concerns due to flooding and aging septic systems, housing disrepair, and instability, food insecurity, and neighborhood safety challenges. And there are so many different organizations and programs that have implemented initiatives, programs, or even dedicated groups to address these ongoing issues and fulfill change within the community. However, how can you implement change in a community without including the voices of the people who actually live there? So we just guessed that, meaningful change in a community is impossible without including the voices of the people who live there. So we decided to implement a two-phase photo voice project. And for those of you who don't know, a photo voice project is basically just a participatory research method where community members are, told to use photography to document and reflect on their experiences. And this in turn should empower them to share their perspectives and advocate for change in their community. And we have two hypotheses, just because it is a two-phase project. So phase one, we hypothesized that photos can be used to help parents identify problems in their community. But that doesn't quite seem to be enough, because what do we do after we identify these issues within the community? So we said that after identifying the issues for our phase two hypothesis, that this work can encourage self-efficacy in our participants. So are parents not only able to identify the issues within their community, but can they be agents of change in their community as well? And can we now assist parents in achieving their goals after participating in Photo Voice? So methods for phase one, recruitment took place at a community event at Wyandanch Park, and we had a goal of recruiting at least 20 parents of young children under the age of 5. So 10 families were successfully recruited, and 9 actually went on to participate in phase one of the Photo Voice project. And we targeted parents of young children, but 0 to 5 specifically, because we wanted the parents to think about, the future that they envision for their children. And we wanted them to think about the places where their children grow, learn, interact with others, and how it might affect them in the long run. Participating families received a $75 gift card for each meeting that they were able to attend and discuss their photos and their narratives. And the number of sessions varied by family because it depended on the family availability. Each meeting took place on Zoom and lasted about 45 to 50 minutes. And it was either on Zoom or on the phone. And we were never able to get all the parents to meet at one time due to scheduling conflicts. However, the parents in the project were able to see and talk about the photos that every parent took. So our methods for phase two, and phase two was intended to evaluate changes in our participants' sense of agency. And this was done using items from the socio-political control scale survey and the brief sense of community survey as a pre-measure. So as you see in table 2, we drafted a menu of activities that our participants could participate in. And we adopted best practices to engage parents for this phase of the project, including we decided to award parents an additional $25 gift card for survey completion. We offer non-monetary incentives such as like certificates or appreciation certificates. We even offer to throw parents a party to celebrate the completion of phase 1 and use this as an opportunity to fill out the survey. We implemented snowball sampling, which is also known as peer-to-peer outreach, to get parents to continue to want to be involved. And then we really took a meet you where you are at approach. So we offered to meet people in their communities, whether it's virtually or in person. We were at coffee shops, we were at train stations, even the local library, the community center, anywhere where the parents were, that's where we wanted to be, and we were able to meet them where they were. And for results for phase 1, there was high curiosity and early participation, and there were many themes that emerged that basically highlighted both the strengths and the weaknesses of the community. We were able to collect over 76 photos, and every image had a unique story. And many of the common concerns centered on environmental and neighborhood safety, including violence and police trust, waste management, resource access, transportation and walkability, and community development. And these themes really aligned with some of the issues that were illustrated in Table 1. And now I just want to take a moment for us to hear from the voices behind some of the photos.
Wyandanch is already overcrowded and struggling with limited economic resources, so adding new apartments isn't necessarily the solution. Just because a sign says affordable doesn't mean it's actually within reach for the people who live here. Many families are already struggling with low wages and job insecurity, and without better paying jobs or economic investment, more housing won't fix that. Plus, these apartments don't create ownership opportunities. Renters keep paying without building equity, and if developers get tax breaks, it could actually reduce public resources for schools and services. Instead of just building more housing, we need to focus on creating jobs, improving education, and strengthening community services to truly support the people who already call Wyandanch home.
It's hard to believe that the police are really here for our community when time and time again, we see nonviolent situations escalate into something deadly. A simple stop or call for help can turn into a gun being drawn, or worse, someone being shot. It's like there's no room for understanding, just immediate force. My kids are still young, but even they notice how tense things get whenever the police are around. All they see are bad interactions, and what does that teach them? That the people who are supposed to protect us are the ones we have to fear the most? Trust isn't something you can demand, it's something you earn. And right now, the trust just isn't there. If my safety was in the hands of my neighbor versus the police, I'd feel like I had a better chance with my neighbor, because at least they can see me as a person, not a threat.
And these are just some of the compelling stories that came out of the Photo Voice project, at least in phase 1. So moving forward to phase 2, we faced a lot of significant challenges despite implementing practices for engaging hard-to-reach populations. 2 out of the 9 participants have moved on to phase 2. And while we've implemented strategies such as peer-to-peer outreach, financial incentives, and direct engagement, participation still remained very low. Many participants became unresponsive as we transitioned into this phase, and they cited basically it was because of a lack of time and a lack of availability, and these were the major barriers that the parents faced. And although parents were more likely to engage when approached by their parent messengers, overall participation didn't increase enough to generate substantial impact. And even with incentives, it just shows that the demands of daily life and competing priorities really outweighed participation in the advocacy efforts. And this just highlights a key limitation that even well-established engagement strategies can't overcome or may not always overcome systematic barriers such as time constraints, competing responsibilities, and lack of perceived benefits. Of the families who did complete the survey, they cited understanding the important issues in their community. They also cited wanting to participate in the project because they want their voices to be heard, and feeling like their opinion was important because it can make a change in their community. So how does this project break the cycle? It breaks the cycle by moving beyond identification to advocacy and action. So in phase one, our parents highlight key issues through photo voice, which bring attention to social, environmental, and systematic challenges that affect them and their children's environmental health in their community. There was a photo and a narrative that addressed each and every one of these issues. However, simply identifying disparities is not enough. And awareness alone does not necessarily drive change. It's what comes after the identification that matters. And this helps lay the foundation for advocacy action, which was intended for phase two. I just want to mention that each photo, each caption, and every story shared through this initiative disrupted the invisibility that often fuels this cycle. And for phase two, it moves parents from recognizing issues to actively addressing them. And this is where the cycle begins to crack. In phase two, our parents would engage in advocacy activities that will equip them with tools they need to speak up, build partnerships, and influence change in their community. And they will participate in public health and advocacy training, meet with key stakeholders within their community, and become a part of decision-making spaces eventually. And by creating these opportunities for direct action, it really empowers the parents to advocate for themselves and their children, which lays the groundwork for long-term sustainable change in their communities. So there were some strengths and limitations. We tried to use best practices to empower people with low resources. And as a result, our parents did feel empowered and felt like they had control over how their stories were told. There was also a sense of agency in representing their own experiences rather than being passive subjects of research. Some limitations is that we did experience a lot of loss to follow-up for an already small sample size. There may have been emotional fatigue with discussing distressing issues, which may have contributed to the fall-off rate. And a lot of the parents cited a lot of time constraints and competing responsibilities that prevented them from participating further in the project. So if we were to do this project again, one thing that we would like to do is embed photo voice into existing advocacy and policy frameworks. So instead of treating it as a standalone project, we want to integrate it into larger public health initiatives, community organizing efforts, or even policy campaigns. And this just ensures that the findings are not just displayed, but they're actively being pushed for institutional changes. We also said that maybe we can create a PAC group that would be an organizing effort alongside of the Wine Nature Revitalization Project so that the parents' voices can be embedded into the work. And we also want to engage decision makers throughout the process so that it's not just at the end, because their buy-in and their early investment increases the likelihood of structural change. I do want to note that even though those strategies may be better to do with photo voice, it doesn't, it doesn't, I want to say it doesn't take into consideration systematic barriers like time constraints that families are facing. And while photo voice is a powerful tool for raising awareness and amplifying community voices, it often falls short in driving systematic change if it's not paired with clear advocacy pathways and policy action. A common criticism of photo voice is that it can be one-time exhibitions where the participants are full throttle documenting their issues, but they lack the next steps to turn their findings findings into real solutions. And its strength really lies in the ability to make advocacy more accessible to the populations, allowing the parents to share their stories and have visual impact and validate community realities. So phase 1 and phase 2 of the project revealed both the potential and the limitations of traditional engagement strategies when working with historically marginalized and hard to reach populations. And these results really underscore that effective engagement requires deeper, long-term strategies, including ongoing relationship building, culturally responsive supports, peer leadership development, and integration into larger or broader public health and policy initiatives. And I do want to leave you all with one thing, that lasting environmental justice begins with listening. Censoring the voices of those most effective ensures that the solutions are not only informed, but that they are equitable and grounded in lived experiences. And when communities speak, they don't just tell stories, they shape systems, shift power, and also drive change. And I just want to say thank you to Dr. Cappy Collins for his mentorship and guidance throughout this entire project. A special thanks to my organization for their support from project development through implementation. Thank you to the New York State Children's Environmental Health Centers for their encouragement of the development of this project and its environmental health focus. Thank you to the Break the Cycle faculty for their expertise and insightful feedback. And finally, thank you to the parents and families who participated in the project, because their voices, stories, and lived experiences were the heart of this project. Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate your presentation, particularly because the parents were so worn out, so to speak. How did that impact you as far as this study went? How do you feel now?
It really gave me insight into other communities, just because when I think about my community, I don't see these issues. So it really made me think that, wow, that there are people who are going through these things. And I actually took the opportunity to go to Wyandanch, and I was pleasantly shocked at what I saw. I was like, wow, there are people who are actually living in these conditions. And it just made me feel like there's more that needs to be done. We do need that parental buy-in. We do need the community buy-in in decisions that are happening in there, so that the effects are not just external, but internal as well.
Thanks for sharing. One other thing, did you have a chance to analyze for available resources to help them as part of this?
So one of the things that my organization does is we are a referral network. So we do have those resources available to the families whenever they do need it.
Thank you.
Funded a number of community-based projects, and I can understand the frustration that you have in terms of keeping the group active and involved and engaged. In fact, one of the things that I think probably most people involved in these type of projects have found is that it takes a long time to develop a relationship with that community. So, one of the things I was thinking about, like, is if there was a problem with murder, the community was engaged, outraged, and you were there to provide a service. It looked like that photo pool that you have would be a remarkable way of getting a story told, and it sounded very exciting. But again, I do appreciate the energy and everything that you've tried to have done in terms of establish and keep your cohort together. And I know a lot of people that have been involved in that studies have had those challenges. Something that has been successful in the past is a lot of times also using church groups, where you make a donation to the minister and you get a group that's already engaged, involved, having dinner with them. But again, I do appreciate what you've gone through and the challenges associated with keeping that cohort together.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, Palumi. Yeah, you really are addressing
probably the hardest question, which is how do you build capacity? How does a granting organization even go to a community that doesn't necessarily have an organized group already? And how does that happen? And so I guess a question that I have is there a possibility, are there advocacy groups that exist, or are there connections you might help them make, or they might make, to a group like We Act or Uprose, which are so strong in the city, that could kind of help build that local organization that then builds further capacity? We often at EPA, we would often talk about, well, the low-hanging fruit are the groups that already have an advocacy group who we could work with. But how do you build capacity where the group doesn't have it already is just a huge issue.
Absolutely. So there is a Wyandanch Community Advisory Board that is taking into consideration a lot of the issues that the town of Babylon a lot of the issues that the town of Babylon has come up with. So what we want to do is that from the activities that we have already listed for the families to participate in, one of them is we want them to become a part of the advocacy group of the community advisory board, so that their input is in the decisions that are being made within the community, and that they can drive specific efforts that the community is looking to do.
Brendan and Stephanie after. Brendan first.
We do have a question in the chat and we'll answer it.
Do you want to ask the chat question?
Yeah, we can ask it.
Let's go to the chat question, and then these are the last two questions.
So the question in the chat says, is there a reason why that specific community was chosen for this research project?
Yes. As a part of Nice Check, one of the communities that they were looking into is Wyandanch, and the Wyandanch Community Advisory Board has already been doing work within that community. So it was a community that was already chosen, and we just decided to do the work because we realized that they're doing all of these efforts. There's a lot of groups and organizing, but where are the parents, where are the people who actually matter in the decision-making process?
So related to the same question, I just wanted to ask whether your organization or in the nearby area, whether there's any examples of parent groups that have been more successful and have actually not just having their voices expressed, but having a response that actually aligned with what they needed. That could be more inspiring, because what I've seen over and over again is that the whole listening session participation thing too often is just to check the box. Oh yeah, we listened to the people, but we didn't change our plan at all. So if there's any examples that you could share with those parents that, no, actually it is possible for your voice to actually have an impact. That's just a kind of question suggestion.
Yeah, absolutely.
Last question here.
Loved your project, and I love the pictures. I think a picture says 1,000 words. As someone who has 3 young children, I'm thinking of the 0 to 5 year child age as a particularly stressful time outside of all of the other stresses that they're experiencing in their lives, in their community. And one of the thoughts I had was, would it make sense to try a project like this with parents of children who are slightly older, who are in school and a little bit stressful of an age range? And even if you still wanted to get the voice of the younger moms, perhaps, and dads and whoever, caregivers, maybe some sort of like peer buddy system where a parent of a younger child could partner up with a parent of an older child, and they could kind of teamwork on what they wanted to do. Just some thoughts, because it's real to have a kid who's 0 to 5. It's hard to make room for anything else but taking care of those small kids.
Yeah, that was definitely something that we saw very quickly and early on in the project. And the reason why we picked that population is because that is the population that my job works with now. So it was just easier to get them on board and then get them the resources as well afterwards, whatever they needed.
Thank you.
So nice to have Palumi have represented and got engaged with the community. And I think the presentation just before with Bristol was also engaging with the community through the high school students, as was the project from New York as well. So I think we're talking at some level about all the issues that involve these communities, and another level really getting into the communities and seeing what the real impact is at an emotional, social, and personal level. Look forward to doing more of this. We did have a module or a symposium a few years ago on community engagement, and it looks like we might need to do that again. All right, we're down to our last presentation, which is a keynote from David Wood. David is a colleague over many years and has been a mentor for many students over the years. And David is a very special guy currently at the East Tennessee State University and previously at the University of Florida, Jacksonville. And David, thank you very much for agreeing to speak. In fact, I have to tell you the anecdote. We hadn't heard from David. He says, I'm not going to be able to attend because when I invited him, he thought it was for next year. So this morning he prepared his presentation for now, David. Hope you don't mind embarrassing you like that. So please go ahead.
Yeah, that's no, I'm calendar challenged, like I guess a lot of people, but I'm happy to present. And anyway, it's a pleasure to speak to you all. And I'm sorry I can't be there in person. And I'll have this all ready for next year when if they ask me again. But and again, I'm very happy to kind of comment on health equity for children and in the world. And I'll be focusing mostly on early childhood and prenatal health. But I really appreciate this cycle of health disparities that Leslie developed over the years. And an early start is critical to long-term health and life expectancy. So I'm going to talk a lot about health equity, and it's a little bit the opposite of health disparities. Health equity is the opportunity to attain one's full health potential and not disadvantaged by poverty, lack of healthy food, inadequate housing, poor education, unsafe neighborhoods, and lack of healthcare. And we could spend hours talking about any one of these. I'll be talking more about early childhood, the issues that influence mortality in early childhood, which obviously is a critical issue worldwide. I want to start off with some good news is that we have made enormous strides in reducing child mortality. This shows back in the 1800, half of the children died before reaching maturity. And back in 1950, child mortality was still quite high. In the United States, even 4%. But in Africa, it was quite high. And Russia and Asia, you can see those rates there. It's gone down significantly, and I'll explain some of the initiatives that we've had to reduce child mortality, especially under fives and neonatal mortality, infant mortality. But down there on the bottom is the current, not the current, it's 10 years old, but not too far from the current, but it shows that there's quite a variation or a disparity in mortality for children under 5, with the OECD countries, the developed countries, having much lower rates than Africa, parts of Asia, South Asia especially, and even Latin America. There's lots of ways you can plot child mortality. This is by GDP, or what's gross domestic product per capita, which means how much the entire country produces per person. You can see on the right different categories: lower income, middle income, upper middle, and high income countries. And there's like a linear relationship. It's very clear. when you plot the GDP on kind of logarithmic scale. But the lowest income countries are as high as 10%. And some countries are outliers, like Burundi and things, which have done some things to reduce child mortality. But it's obviously related to income, and that has a lot of factors that we'll talk about that are kind of feed into this metric of a very strong linear relationship between GDP and child mortality. There's another way of looking at it. It's the low-income countries are grouped together. They're the upper, and this is being high. Actually, being high on this one is bad, and being high on this one is also bad. It's mortality, and it's in the x-axis is really from 1980 to 2023. And so you can see that there has been a tremendous decline in child mortality, with especially among the low income and lower middle income countries, but there's still a very large disparity resulting in millions of excess deaths per year. And this is under 5 mortality. This just shows that geographically kind of the same thing, that our under 5 mortality is a little higher than Canada and Australia, the lighter color meaning the lower rates. But you can see in South Asia, again in Central Africa, the rates are much higher. And that's, again, related to income of the country, GDP. And child mortality is life expectancy, and it's kind of the reverse, which higher is better here. And you can see the countries organized. This is by geographic area, not necessarily low income, high income. But there's a linear relationship between income and life expectancy. There are some outliers, and the U.S. has actually had a decline as opposed to many of the other countries. But there is a general linear relationship between income and life expectancy positive. There's been a huge initiative worldwide since the 1980s starting, and then starting in the 1990s, where with kind of the countries came together and agreed on Millennium Development Goals. You can see the 8 goals, which had many sub-goals down below, and coming together as a world, agreeing on some metrics, agreeing on measurement, agreeing on, I think the CDC coined the term, what gets measured gets done, or what doesn't get measured doesn't get done. And so the world agreeing to kind of focus on these things, especially child mortality, we cut it in half since 1990. We've promoted so many, millions and probably 500 million children being in school now that weren't in school before. And we've had a huge impact on poverty, reducing poverty by 1 billion people. So there was a lot of success there. But then in the Millennium Development Goals were targeted for 2015. So well before 2015, they started talking about what's the next phase. And here's some more, forgot this, I had this slide. Here's some major killers of children under 5, and it shows since 2000 to 2021, the progress that we've made in reducing deaths from pneumonia, diarrhea, malaria, and measles, tetanus, meningitis, that sort of those infectious diseases. Huge decrease in HIV/AIDS in children under 5. And we're going to talk more about what contributes to those deaths and how we're working to reduce these even further. So the Sustainable Development Goals were what really replaced and built on the Millennial Development Goals. And there's 17 of them. They're much more expansive. There's many sub-goals within these. But under the goal number 3, good health and well-being, is specific goals about child mortality. As I'll say later, though, all these goals, and they say this in the document, that was signed by all countries in the world, that all these goals are related. And poverty, obviously hunger is directly related, and we'll talk a lot more about that, to good health and well-being, as is sanitation and even climate and other larger issues, which I'll mention at the end. So in the Sustainable Development Goals, as I said, Goal 3.2 is specifically to reduce child mortality, under 5 child mortality to 2.5% across the world in all countries. And in the development of these goals, there are 70 countries actively participating, but all countries eventually signed it. We are quite a ways away from reaching that, and we're at 2025. So there's a lot of energy trying to go to accelerate our progress. And I will mention some things in our country that probably will undermine the progress for these goals. But I think the goals that are most closely related to child mortality in terms of interrelated is number 4 is reduce child mortality, but improving maternal health, number 5, achieving primary education, especially for women, gender equality, reducing poverty and hunger, and targeting some of the key killers of children under 5, like pneumonia, diarrhea, malaria, are really strategically important for improving children's outcomes. Here's kind of a projection that was done back in 2015 to look at how can we achieve these. And there's back then we were at about 6 million. We're still close to 6 million deaths, 5.2 million deaths for children under 5 globally. And if we are successful achieving the Sustainable Development Goal, we'd be down to about 2.5. We're going to half of what we're at about now. So as I said, this is we're at about 6 million deaths per year. The major causes are nutritional. Major causes of low birth weight are nutritional. Major causes of preterm birth are nutritional and health services. So the big 3 killers of children post-birth are pneumonia, malaria, and diarrhea. So we'll talk more about that. But again, we've made enormous progress in the last 100 years. And overall, we're, like I said, about 3.94% of the. Here's what children under 5 die from, and kind of a graphic that shows the size of the box is proportionate to the number of deaths. Respiratory infections and preterm birth are the 2 big killers, along with neonatal, immediately following birth, the first month of life, and then diarrheal disease. Malaria is up there as well. Non-communicable diseases really don't kill children under 5 as nearly as much as the infectious diseases and the birth-related diseases, preterm birth, low birth weight, and neonatal issues. So a lot, looking at the factors that contribute, I'll talk about pneumonia and diarrhea in particular, the factor and vaccine preventable diseases. But the main causes of death in pneumonia is really in the context of malnutrition. Children that are underweight, stunted, or wasting. There is obviously contribution to indoor air pollution, which is due to cooking with solid fuels, which is a major cause of not just childhood deaths, but chronic lung disease in the world. It exceeds that of smoking. But low birth weight also contributes. But really, nutritional issues in the mother and then in the child are a major cause, underlying cause of the infections that kill children. In diarrhea, a major cause is obviously infectious diseases are the primary cause of, generally speaking, of diarrhea. But the viruses predominant one in rotavirus is huge, and for which we have a vaccine. But the vaccine, the rotavirus vaccine, as I'll show you in a future slide, has not yet reached a kind of a critical level like some of the earlier vaccines have reached. But that we have the potential for really impacting diarrheal deaths through vaccination, but also through nutrition. Here's another a graph that shows kind of the contributing factors to the 2 million deaths due to diarrheal disease. And you can see that prenatal, I should say, preterm birth, growth failure, sanitation, and nutritional issues like vitamin A deficiency, zinc deficiency, and suboptimal breastfeeding are all contributing to the diarrheal diseases for young children. So, and short gestation and low birth weight are commonly due to maternal nutritional inadequacy. So those are major causes, major things to address to prevent childhood deaths, early childhood deaths. This is another one of these graphs looking at GDP and diarrheal diseases. Again, it's a straight line. It's a little flatter line, but it just depends on how you create the y-axis. But it is a linear relationship between GDP, in sense, poverty driving higher rates of diarrheal disease. And we'll go into a little bit more specific why. There have been initiatives. This was the integrated management of childhood illness was, I think, a very important initiative worldwide. You wouldn't know about it much in the United States, but this is a booklet and training programs that were disseminated worldwide to empower really low-level trained workers to intervene on the major killers of children. And specifically pneumonia, diarrhea, and vaccination. So this is community health workers who may not have any formal health training. They may have elementary school training, but they really can deliver all, in terms of education or services, almost all of the major issues that prevent diarrhea and pneumonia. This graphic shows that the issues that we can intervene on fairly reasonably as a health system or as a society to prevent diarrhea on the upper left and pneumonia overlap dramatically. So for diarrhea, vitamin A supplementation, and that's also important for pneumonia, but rotavirus vaccination, water and sanitation, and distributing oral rehydration solutions, or teaching people how to make that with clean water. But then breastfeeding, complementary feeding, vaccinations, and then teaching sanitation, hygiene, and then really having early intervention in treatment, but it can be by low-level trained personnel. And pneumonia vaccination for other kinds of causes like pneumococcal, Haemophilus influenza B and pertussis are very important. And some education around household air pollution. Early intervention with antibiotics for pneumonia is really critical and can, based on these protocols, can be delivered by community health workers. This is just one little page. I'll show you a graphic of how this book is laid out to communicate to community health workers, and this is through a training program, what they should ask for, what danger signs they should look for, when they should have urgent attention and referral to hospital. And so it's a very nice protocol. One of the other things that it does is also teaches how to assess stunting or wasting based on weight for height, based on, I'll show you, upper arm, mid-upper arm circumference with the tape that is very easy to use and to measure. So community health workers can deliver services deliver education that can have a major impact on the major killers of children under 5. This is anemia is one of the key strategies. Reducing anemia in women and children is one of the, and under this protocol, they can prescribe iron, they can give iron to reduce anemia. And even in this protocol, impressively, they can treat, test for and treat HIV. So they're really, many of the major killers of children can be treated at a very low level with community health workers. I just work in southern Belize, and it's a community, probably about 400,000, and they have over 40 community health workers. Every community has a community health worker, and they get paid. They get a stipend. It's not very much, but they are regularly trained. They're supervised. They're given these kinds of training, and they're also given the kinds of medicines that, like iron, not HIV, because it's actually very rare in southern Belize, but for pneumonia, they are given amoxicillin, ampicillin, and so they're trained to treat these things. They're also trained to really evaluate the immunizations that children receive and whether or not they've been dewormed or had vitamin A. So the community health workers can have a major impact on that. This is kind of an older slide, but there is tracking of these services worldwide. Exclusive breastfeeding is actually something that's come up quite a bit in the world. Now about maybe 50% of women are exclusively breastfeeding. But you can see all these different interventions that can be delivered by community health workers, including providing care for pneumonia, providing oral rehydration for diarrhea. They can't provide improved sanitation or improved drinking water, but they can do education about that. But we have a long ways to go as a world. You can see this is well below, most of these services are below 50, 60%. So we have a long ways to go before we reach all the women and children that are under 5 with these kinds of services. One of the reasons is, and this is another direct line graph, is this is child mortality versus expenditure on healthcare services. So you can see again, this is by geographic area, by continent. Africa is spending very little of their GDP, and their GDPs are very low. Well, they're actually spending a fair amount, but their total expenditure is low per person. So the healthcare systems to deliver these services, even if they're delivered by community health workers, need better financing in the world. And you can see that as we get to Norway and Japan, that the per capita spending, ours is quite high. We're an outlier. But you know, in those communities, child mortality is quite low. One of the services that is a success, although we're having issues right now with it worldwide, and COVID had a major impact, is immunization coverage. You can see that for DPT, or I should say diphtheria, tetanus pertussis, hepatitis B, polio, and measles, rates are up above 80% worldwide. As I mentioned, pneumococcal and rotavirus vaccines, which could have a big impact, as well as H flu, are not nearly as high. So we have quite a ways to go. And COVID-19, you can see kind of a dip there during the COVID pandemic. So we kind of lost some ground there. More children died of measles during the COVID epidemic than COVID. So these are really critical to keep working on. And unfortunately, vaccine refusal is on the rise. We have particular issues going on in the United States with the measles outbreak that started in Texas and spreading in the Western Hemisphere. So there's still, this requires ongoing vigilance. I think the one thing about vaccination and the success of vaccination is you can see that this curve is not a linear curve going upward to the right with the increased GDP. In other words, many countries, even with very low GDPs, have been able to, Burundi is like an outstanding example, Malawi, Tanzania, Kenya, they've been able to get very high vaccination rates, even though they have a very low per capita GDP, because of initiatives that are international initiatives like Gavi and our own USAID have helped with those. And I'll address that in a second. I do want to mention that, as we've mentioned before, that nutrition, malnutrition, inadequate dietary intake is directly related to the diseases. I won't go into I don't think I could tell you all the immune mechanisms, but it definitely impairs your immunity, makes you more susceptible to diarrhea and pneumonia, and increases your risk of mortality dramatically. And those underlying issues, part of the cycle disadvantage, are poverty, and as I mentioned, insufficient health services, and illiteracy is mentioned, and that's maternal literacy level. Maternal schooling is really critical to help prevent malnutrition. And so there are initiatives, I'm going to zoom through these pretty quickly, but to improve maternal and infant nutrition. The targets are on the right: stunting, anemia, low birth weight, overweight is that we can talk about. I kind of took that out of this presentation, but that is a major issue going on in the world, even in low-income countries. Breastfeeding and wasting. So wasting is more of an acute issue due to food deprivation or lack of access to adequate food. Stunting is a longer-term malnutrition affecting the growth trajectory of a child, height of a child, or length of a child. But there's a number of really interesting initiatives going on in the world to try and reduce anemia, which almost a third of women in the world that are childbearing age are anemic, and that definitely impacts the length of pregnancy and the growth of the fetus. Reducing low birth weight specifically through better nutrition and integrated health services is really important. And so that's a target in the world. And it's estimated that there are 20 million preterm or low birth weight births in the world. So that's a major contributor to early mortality in under fives. Breastfeeding, we've been struggling with this for so long. There are many different initiatives to increase breastfeeding. And then the last, 10 years, I should say, we've increased from about 38% up to 48%. This graphic is from 2015. So we have made progress, but rates still really fall short of the 70% target. There is some, marketing of formula and breast milk replacement that really has been a notorious and difficult thing to eliminate. But improving maternal nutrition, improving exclusive breastfeeding, and prolonged breastfeeding to 6 months would go a long way to reducing malnutrition in children. And they estimate, and I think this is still pretty accurate, that up to 800,000 infant deaths per year are due to lack of breastfeeding. Again, I'll go, stunting is, again, due to inadequate nutrition, but also the combination of infections and malnutrition during the first 3 years of life, 1,000 days. So there's initiatives around the first 1,000 days to improve nutrition and reduce stunting. We have made progress. It was in 1990s worldwide, it was 40% of children. Now it's down to about half that. But it's still a huge number of children are stunted. And again, the vast majority of those are in the poorest countries of the world that are listed, some of them which are listed down below. There are tracking of these kinds of initiatives. But I pulled out for Latin America Caribbean, but every area of the world. There are ongoing initiatives to measure stunting, anemia, low birth weight, all kinds of nutritional issues through surveys. And then they measure the country's progress toward reaching targets from the Sustainable Development Goals. So you can see that the little green bar is that they're on course to reach the target by 2030. And there aren't too many green bars except for child overweight, there's a lot of initiatives there. But the point I'm making with this slide is that many of these issues are being tracked worldwide, and we are making progress, but not nearly as fast as the goals that we set for the Sustainable Development Goals. Here's another example. This again is Latin America. The prevalence of infant and young child feeding indicators, and on the right they're listed. The gray bar is early initiation of breastfeeding, and then the kind of black bar is exclusive breastfeeding. Now the target's 70%, so we're well below that. And the appropriate introduction of solid foods, continued breastfeeding beyond 6 months, up to 1 to 2 years, that's of the people that are exclusively breastfeeding, so it's not exactly on that same scale. So the diets of young children, and this is for Latin America, are well below what they need to be to ensure to prevent pneumonia, diarrhea, other infections that are major killers. So I want to just switch a little bit, saying another major killer or a major risk to children's health in the world is climate change. I don't have that much time left, but you'll notice over 1 billion children, over half the world's children, probably 2.4 billion children in the world, that's up to 18, are very high risk for having extreme health risks due to climate changing. Latin America and Southern Africa experienced huge droughts this year that dramatically reduced crop yields, reduced access to water, and increased heat is a major threat to children's health. This is kind of an interesting graph from this report showing air pollution being a huge. It's kind of like the spider graph showing the percent by different kinds of threats, by different areas of the world. What percent of children are being exposed to those. Latin America and the Caribbean, where I work, air pollution, and that's indoor as well as outdoor air pollution, heat waves, disease vectors, they're changing because the ecology of different pests and different disease vectors is changing. I think I mentioned that on the next slide. But we've had major heat waves in this. I live in Northeast Tennessee, that we were devastated by Helene, a hurricane that hurricanes never reached us up in Northeast Tennessee. And Helene did major damage. It dumped 30 inches of rain in a very mountainous area, so it caused a lot of damage. So we'll see more and more of these extreme weather events that will have dramatic impact on children's health. So here's just a couple of things. Air pollution, 2 billion children live in air pollution above baseline standards, and that contributes to asthma and pneumonia mortality, droughts, as I mentioned, and then just general access to safe drinking water, sanitation. We have a long ways to go, and they estimate that about 400,000 children under age 5 die each year because of lack of access to what WASH stands for water and sanitation and hygiene services. So I'm going to close with the last threat to children's health is the U.S. isolationism. I mean, we've seen USAID has been decimated in the past 3 months. it's going to have major impacts on children's health in the world. I think more and more information will be coming out on the mortality, but there have been a number of studies to kind of, or I should say, projections based on data to look at what the impact of eliminating funding for critical services will be. So they estimate that there'll be almost 15 million cases of malaria and 100,000 deaths across 27 African countries because of eliminating PEPFAR and US malaria. PEPFAR is even going to have a bigger impact. They're looking at, because of our feeding programs under USA, 2.4 million children suffering, additional children suffering from acute malnutrition. And the USAID cuts will really harm the integrated management of childhood illness because that funding goes to training and support community health workers around the world. This is a graph from a study where they estimated the impact of USAID funding on child mortality, under 5 mortality, and it's huge. So I'm sorry to say that we're going to see kind of a reversal of some of these indicators that I've mentioned. And my last slide is every child, and this is a UNICEF statement, every child has a right to a safe and healthy childhood. Foreign aid helps fulfill that promise. Every dollar invested saves over $4 in future emergencies. So I'll just close with that and open up for questions if there's time. Thank you, Leslie.
Thank you so much. We have time for a couple of questions. Anybody have any questions? Mike Mussel from Chicago University.
David, good seeing you again. I met David around 30 years ago, if not longer, and he's always been an advocate for improving systems of healthcare and measuring it. And David, there's 2 things. I would just comment on people don't realize how many children died of measles during COVID. Measles is a killer that doesn't get better with vitamins and needs immunization.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up. I have a number of measles slides, and it's unfortunate that vaccine refusal is on the rise. We had eliminated measles. We'd had an occasion, there's always a very small percentage there was probably about 2% of the population that were refused vaccines. Now it's getting up to 10 or 15%, and we're going to see more and more outbreaks of measles. And with the elimination of support, although there are private sector and other countries that will support measles vaccination around the world. I was in Belize a few weeks ago and did a training for community health workers, and they wanted me to talk about measles because they're hearing all this about measles, but their vaccination rates are high. So it is a major issue. It's a major killer, and it is made much worse by malnutrition and poverty. So thank you for that comment.
Any other comments, questions? David, thank you so much for taking the time and preparing your presentation today at short notice. Apologies for confusion, but I just wanted to say that I appreciate your bringing the global perspective to this meeting, and we are all doing our own little things in our own little way. And sometimes it's good to pick your head up and look at the world around you, see what's the perspective. Thank you for that. And you reminded me, as did Lily Immergluck earlier today, of my residency in South Africa, where I experienced the outcomes of poverty, malnutrition, lack of immunizations, where the mortality from diarrheal illnesses was quite overwhelming.
as was the morbidity and mortality from measles and tuberculosis. So I think these illnesses we thought would be kind of on the horizon behind us, so far away, but they are with us, among us, and I think we need to be cognizant of the people around the world. And to that end, for those of you who don't know, we do have a program also, Break the Cycle of Children's Health Disparities in Africa. And if anyone's interested, you can just check out our website. I know Kevin Lanza has recommended a couple of students from the Southern African area. I spoke to Priscilla about contributions from Ghana. So if anybody has any ideas, thank you. Thank you, David. You can stay for the conclusion. And I just want to end with thanking everybody for just an amazing set of presentations. You know, when we first recruited you 6 months, what was it, 6 months ago? So it feels like a lifetime ago, but the progresses you've made and the presentations we heard today were absolutely stunning. And I think I want to see this again next year. I want to see what you guys are doing next year. Stay tuned. And I also want to thank Jimena and Demisha, who isn't here today. Now, did she leave?
Oh, she's setting up for the poster
Setting
session.
up for the poster session. They've done an amazing job of keeping this going. I want to again thank Howard Aaron from Goldberg's Deli for providing us with more than enough nutrition, and we should export this to poorer communities. And I just want to end off with I don't know why. I want to tell you about your projects and all these projects that you guys did, which were just quite phenomenal. Each one of them had major contributions to us, understanding of the great cycle. And I just want to thank you just so much for being part of this. To tell you this is the beginning, and you now have to write up your papers for publication, and we'll bug you shortly. We'll give you a little break. You can take a little break now and go to the poster session, go to the Beltline, come back tomorrow for a wonderful symposium on cumulative impact. We'd like you to have Miguel here, ex-UBA and author of a major treatise on cumulative impact. And we also have Shoshana Castle from New York and from the Institute for the Study of Urban Health. And we have a couple of other speakers for tomorrow. I can't remember who else is anyone in the room, but it's going to be really a great session. And I think I also appreciate that all of you had added issues around impacts in your presentations in preparation for tomorrow. So let's meet downstairs, take some snacks with you, take a drink with you, and hang out to the poster session. All right, thank you all.